catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A
All right. Welcome, everybody, to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. And our guest tonight is going to be Jason Bland, and he's backstage. So, couple things I wanted to go over and talk about real quick before we get started tonight. So, I have the flu, and now my wife's got it. Tony's got it. Anthony's got it. I think Scorpion had it last week. My brother had it, but I wasn't even around them, so I didn't get it from them. I probably got it at the gym. That's what I can think of. People go to the gym not knowing that they're sick, and I know I'm trying to avoid people not getting people sick, but it happens, man. It really does. And unfortunately, man, it knocked the shit out of me, dude. Like it did. It floored me. But I still managed. I missed one night of work. We still worked last night, right?
Yeah.
And Anthony's sick. He's coughing. Tony's sick as a dog. He's doing a little better. He took off last night, and then he's back at it tonight because we're trying to get our finances right. You know, we got things we got to take care of. And man, I'm here. I'm here, and I'm here because I love what I do. I love the show, and I love doing the show. And Jason had told me way back at the beginning of January that he had one day off, one Friday off in January, and that was tonight. So I wasn't going to miss this. And hopefully next week we'll get Nick on. If not, we'll have somebody else. But Nick was wanting to come on this week. My apologies, though, to Nick Valenti, because we had Jason already slotted in. And what happened with Nick was the first night, it was my fault. The first week, he was ready to go, and I was still coming out of the ranch. I was late that night. I was like 3 weeks ago or something like that. And then the next week, his daughter ended up in the hospital. So that's what happened, despite the rumors that with other people started. That's, his daughter was in the hospital, and you can do. I mean, you're not going to go try to do a podcast while your daughter, or a YouTube show while your daughter's in the hospital. And so he was wanting to come on this week, and always love Nick Valenti. He's been real busy. He had moved from New Jersey to North Carolina. And so we were trying to coordinate a time to get him back on, but he was out of pocket for a good while trying to get his move done, and he was working a lot. And, when you get a house or whatever, like I did, you gotta put some money into it. And there's, money involved, and you got to work a lot. And so when this is over, flu or no flu, I got to go to work. So when I'm done with this, I got to go out and do the patrol. I got to do what I got to do. And that's just how it goes, And Nellie's a trooper. She's going to go too. She says she's going to help, which takes some of the burden off, But we got to go back out to the ranch, retrieve some of our things, and, go do our jobs. Adam B says, "Is this live?" Yes, it's live. This is live. So several things happening right now. A Sunday show is going to be a real thriller. I think it's going to be good because we had some crazy stories we went through, and some unusual. We were brainstorming last night while we were working, even though we were all sick. We're still trying to use our brains. This stuff gives you a headache so bad. The flu tries to dehydrate you because your body's trying to get rid of it. So it just dumps everything it can. And so you got to drink lots of fluid, lots of rest. And then you can feel your best. So we were talking last night, and and now every time I go into the restroom of this one particular place, like it's a chain. I don't really eat the food there much because I have a diet that I have to follow. So it's like, but I think about it when I go in. So last night, Anthony and Nellie got some food, and I haven't eaten in 3 days. I have literally not eaten in 3.5 days, man. I'm not joking. I just ate some oatmeal right now. First thing I've had in forever. And so, but I go into the use the restroom, feeling all, and this guy darts in behind me and then darts out real quick. And I was like, oh, it always freaks me out because something that I was given about a year ago now that happened to this lady down in, was it Houston? I think it was Houston. And I'll talk about that on Sunday. It's really disturbing. So I went back because we brought the computer back and I was able to go through it and I was like, okay. But I had messaged myself that. So I contacted the person. We've only messaged. We haven't been able to get on the phone. I've been so sick. But it pretty much the email says it all. And I found a couple other emails that were along that same vein. And I was like, oh, this is good. So I kind of bumped those up. And then there's a story about a water cryptid, humanoid type cryptid from Galveston. And then there is a weird story. I don't know if it's true. It's kind of an urban legend, but my friend Polly, well, we call him Polly, like Polly the parrot, because he used to work for us years ago, and he was a bouncer. And the first time he gets there, he goes, "I want you to call me the pirate." And so we just mercilessly made fun of him. We're like, dude, you don't pick a nickname. And so we would tease him. So we started calling him Polly the parrot. So I know my brother and Scorpio remember this guy. He was a tall, skinny kid, but he messaged me and he says, "Hey man," he goes, I went overseas because he worked with me in the 90s, but he went to Iraq in 2003 or 4, whatever it was. And he had some weird stuff happen to him. And he's like, I came across your show by accident. And he said, my wife, who used to bartend with us, Darlene, I think was her name. She's the one that got him the job. And he used to live in Galveston. He says, I have a story. He goes, when I was growing up in Galveston. So I did a little research and I found some urban legend stuff about it. I don't know if it's real, but we'll talk about it on Sunday. And then we'll talk about what he claims he saw in Iraq. But he's not a little goofy, skinny kid anymore. He's filled out. Like, he's a big dude, man, But he had a lot of heart. He got completely knocked unconscious by a chair in the club one time. I felt really bad for him. I went to the hospital and sat with him, And at that point, he decided maybe his bouncing career would be over. Yeah. He retired and became a waiter over at what's that place? The one we like to go to with the pipeline burrito. What's it called?
A Hula Hut.
Hula Hut. He worked there for a little while. Yeah. And of course, Pete and him were good friends. And Pete's been on the show talking about the stuff at the house. And this guy, he goes, I just came across your channel. He goes, my wife Darlene was like, isn't that your friend Wolf you used to work for? And he goes, I got on there and I saw your big fat head and I knew it was you. And so I said, yes, here I am. So he messaged me a couple of weeks ago and I thought that was cool. And so I said, oh, that's cool, And he's like, dude, I got some stories. But every time I see somebody, and Anthony knows this, they're like, hey, I got stories. And you're like, dude, hey, I got to go. But I'll give you my card and, message me. And then they're like, message me back. Well, I have 2,337 a day. Exactly. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to bring my guest on. He's been waiting backstage patiently. Let me get my headphones in real quick here, Jason. My head feels like a freaking like a balloon. Well, it kind of looks like one too.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I told you, I know this is like my only Friday this month, but I mean, I get other Fridays eventually. I'd come back on. I'm very honored that you're grinding on through it because man, I'm a baby. When I get sick, I'd be like, I'm done. People know I've canceled many of shows. And I have no guests scheduled because I've been cursed lately with guests getting sick before the show. I hope that's the reason. I hope I'm not that bad.
Wow. Well, you could always have me come on and go on with you on a couple Sundays or something, man, and get you some.
You're gonna have to because I literally have no one booked. It's been real tough. Except for only person I really have booked is our friend Paul Wallace.
Oh, Paul Wallace.
And that when is on the day of his launch of his book in March.
Mm.
You know,
That's
and
a
he
big
had a
guess,
medical
though.
thing. I was supposed to have him on like last month, and he had a medical thing. You know, like Dr. Heather Lynn, she's got a medical thing, and it's like, oh my God, I'm trying to get all these people rescheduled now. I have like nobody booked. So a lot of open lines on Paranormal Soup on Sunday.
How's it going with that though?
Yeah, I need more callers. I
Yeah.
make this short. It's it can go as long as 3 hours, but I'm doing an hour and a half, 2 hour show. We do the World Wide Web of Weird, and I have a couple of my regular callers, but I'd enjoy anybody listening. You want to call in, just talk about whatever. Tell me your experiences. We'll talk. No judgments.
That'd be a good way to do it too, though. I mean, I could come on and we could take calls together. I mean, that
Yeah.
would be one way to definitely get some people in there and we have fun.
So what I'm doing on this Sunday, because I don't have a guest. I'm actually off all weekend, so I'm like, I'm doing a show. I don't care a guest or not. I got
Yeah.
a son's birthday party to plan tomorrow, but yeah, I got, it's like, I've never gone this long without having guest booked. Usually I'd be booked up for months, and I don't know what it is lately.
You've always had really intriguing guests, and you do a really good job of getting guests. And we can get guests pretty easily, and it's not a bragging thing. I know you can too, but I've always been comfortable with or without a guest because I can always just retell people's encounters, and we have so many that people send us. And Anthony's grown frustrated because the email has now backed up twice.
Oh, geez.
It's just like, how the hell did we go through that much email?
Just the thought of paying for email just kills me.
Yeah, it's like we have to pay now. But
Jeez.
when you go through all that, you're like, dude, this is. I mean, and the funny thing is, I really enjoy having guests on, but if it's someone who's just going to tell the encounter, it's like you have to carry it sometimes because they only have so much to say, and then you have to kind of carry it because the show. Yeah, I mean, it has to be like an hour long per episode. And when we first got into this, there were a lot of people that were like, you're doing an hour long. You really should probably do 30 minutes, 45, whatever that was, because people don't, but
I've been told that for 10 years now, and I do a 3 hour show, and it's probably why I haven't gotten very far. So they're probably right.
I mean, we're almost at 40,000 people subs, and it's all legit. And we have, I mean, we just kept doing what we do. And I just, to hell with the naysayers, and we've grown. And we just keep growing. I mean, it's just blowing
it's
up.
Awesome.
And,
it's amazing.
Yeah. And so we're just, I never thought about it till the other day. Chris Kramer, he's a researcher, he's been on the show, he's a good guy. But he was like, dude, you have a juggernaut. And I told him, I didn't think that. But I start looking at these other bigger channels and their numbers. And I'm not saying they're all like that, because that would be a horrible thing to accuse people of without proof. But I don't think they're as big as they claim, because I learned that over the years. Like, there's these people, they have these huge numbers. And then when they do a live stream, there's like 100 people. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if you have all these fans, all these people, you're going to pack the house. I mean, we've hit 840 something people last Sunday in the chat. And we hit 700 consistently all month. And so Fridays are usually a little bit lag. I mean, we get about 400 or 500, but you get a lot of replay from the shows too. And so we dropped the Mummy's Curse, the Curse of the Mummy's Tomb or something like that. I forgot. I don't know what Anthony named it, but that came out on Tuesday, and it's already got over 5,000 views. So, the views outweigh the subs, actually. People that claim that we don't have the correct, that's not true at all. You can go look at Social Blade. And I was the one that encouraged people recently to do that, because you're holding people accountable, because they were saying all kinds of wild stuff. Well, if you look at our numbers compared to the subs, we have way more views than most channels have with their subs. It's usually about 15% of the views go to, right? Isn't it 15%?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we get something like 25 to 40%, which is incredible. So we have our views outweigh our subs. So we get a lot of plays.
Yeah, I have the worst time slot for a live show too. It's a Sunday.
Yeah,
everybody's got to get
Sunday
up early on
night.
Monday.
Yeah,
but that's my only night off for the job I have. That I get consistently. So that's where I'm at time slot wise until maybe later in the future. I don't know. Even this service here, this StreamYard service we're using, I'm going to be probably changing that up because they doubled their price. Everything's also doubled the prices of everything too.
And insurance has gone up through the freaking roof. They're trying to price me out of a job. I mean, I looked at it and I was like, holy. I mean, it's tripled in the last 4 years. Tripled for our company. I'm like, what? And we haven't had accidents. We haven't had anything. There's no reason for it. It was just out of freaking control. Maybe it'll get back under control now, but man, this last few years has been a nightmare. I mean, business wise, everything is just.
I have to have a web page, a website for my radio network that because I go internet radio. That's doubled. And I'm at the point where I'm like going to probably cancel doing the internet radio because I just don't want to pay for a website anymore. You know, basically, I mean, I have people that listen on there. I hate to do it, but these things cost money. That's what sucks. And everything else is getting expensive.
Do you get pretty good traction on the internet radio?
I used to, as far as I know. I used to make the top 50 lists for TalkStream Live.
Wow.
The number one on there for years was Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah. God, that's pretty good because you have a hell of a voice and your show is entertaining. Like, I will watch your show. If I get time, I'll go. And I went back and I watched a couple not too long. Was it Heather Wade? I think I watched that one.
Oh, that's an old one.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that's really old.
Yeah. But you got, like, so many, dude. Like, you've been on the air for a while, and it just blows my mind that you're not bigger. Like, I just can't. There's so many good guests.
Yeah, Heather was an awesome guest and a friend, and sadly, I still got to change my edit. She was doing Kingdom of Nye Radio, took over Art Bell, and I don't think she's going to still do it anymore either. Cost of things, Yeah. That's what sucks. It's hard. There's a lot. I do it because I love it. I don't make any money. I do it because I like to have these conversations. And you text me today, and you're like, "What do you want to talk about? Aliens, cryptids, or ancient aliens and cryptids?" I'm like, "Yeah." But I'm like, what I do is like Worldwide Bubba Weird. I get into the kind of the current news of things, and I don't know. Have you seen the News Nation Jacob Barber interview?
No.
All right, so about a week ago, almost 2 weeks ago, News Nation did this whole thing, and I saw Third Phase of the Moon and some of these other big channels that really kind of like, this was a build up to nothing, because what they advertise it is we have the real UAP footage and a whistleblower. Now I can understand some of the people's like let down a little bit because what the footage ended up being was of an egg-shaped craft being recovered with a 150-foot cable from a military helicopter.
Yeah, I heard all about it. I just didn't watch the interview.
So I watched the interview. I think it's a very interesting interview, to say the least, about it.
Yeah.
Because what he talks about in that interview, and I think there are a lot of everybody's on guard right now. Everybody's on guard for a psyop or misinformation. There's people involved in these whistleblowers I don't totally trust. But in the end, I think there are people trying to get things out there. And when I had said back in my show months ago when we talked about David Gersh, and I'm saying he knows people who have. He knows. He has not had direct interaction. None of this matters until we get one of these people that is somebody's part of the retrieval program. And here we are now. News Nation has this guy, and he had not only this egg-shaped encounter, and he didn't provide that evidence. By the way, another whistleblower who didn't want to be named provided them with that footage that verifies his account of retrieving this egg-shaped craft. But that's not his only experience. He worked as a private NATO contractor is what it was. He worked for them, he was part of the U.S. Air Force, decorated veteran, experienced pilot, marksman, he has all the credentials. NATO hired him under a special contract to work on these recovery things. But he's a contractor, so he can also work for Lockheed, Raytheon, name your military industrial complex. He's worked for all of them. A lot of them are just non-crazy things that he's doing as a military pilot, former military pilot working as a contractor. But he's part of this group of people that are also called upon if there's something that needs to be recovered that's completely classified. And yeah, some of these were ours. And he had seen our stuff, our technology, doing the things we've just saw. And I'm going to get into this, the whole New Jersey UFO stuff going and all over the country and the world, if you want to really be honest, that he saw these things doing things like changing shape, moving, coming up out of the ground, trans-dimensional in a sense that they could move through solid, mountains. Things that would be beyond technology. If our government has this zero gravity technology and all this has all been classified, and he's just part of the retrieval program because these things crash, right? That means they have zero gravity technology. They also have 0 point energy technology. The 2 and 2 are like this, okay? That would change a lot of things. That's a whole other conversation. So there's a lot of reasons to keep this secret besides national security, right? But he also talks about a couple of encounters with what he believes were extraterrestrial. These were NHIs, non-human intelligences. And what he reveals in this interview I found super interesting is that our government has psionic agents. Agents with psychic ability that can telepathically communicate with these aliens from a vast distance or whatever, or they're just right up there, and get these things to come lower. And then we shoot them down. Because he retrieves, the one is that egg thing, but the other one that I found really interesting is the one that changed him, is this other, what they call the octagon craft. It was a disc shape, but it had like octagon paneling, like separated in eight sections. And as he was picking this thing up, something reached out to him telepathically. This is a hardcore trained military pilot. Okay, somebody is not ready for this, and he had to hold his crap together on that flight. This thing was, he said it was a female-like presence, and it got in his head, and like it was there communicating with him. He also talked about picking up 4 or 5 containers. They weren't told what they were, and all of his men got, pretty much you could look at it like radiation poisoning. Their skin was falling off like a sunburn.
Oh, man.
They were all super sick. This reminds me of Terry Lovelace Incident at Devil's Den. Great book. You should check it out. When he got his alien abduction that caused that kind of sickness. Exactly like it. I even reached out to Terry about this. I'm like, did you watch that? He's like, oh, yeah. Because there's the psionics thing, the way they communicate, it's just like Terry talks about in his book. That's a great book, guys. You want to get down the rabbit hole of things as somebody who's had this experience, Terry Lovelace Incident at Devil's Den. But these things, whatever he's saying, are telepathically communicating, and we have agents that are telepathically communicating with them to bring them closer so we can shoot them down. That's what I'm getting the gist of out of this. These things, also this other incident where he picked up these things, they got this radiation poisoning, they have protocols to deal with things that are radioactive as these recovery pilots. None of those protocols were put in place. I don't think what he picked up the military knew was going to be radioactive. So that tells me that what are we dealing with? The other thing is they had to pick up these things called, what did they call them? Tough books, data books, basically. These things that they logged all this stuff as retrieval programs and as special access programs for the skunk works, where they collect all the data. They put these at black sites in the Sierras.
Yeah.
And his team was supposed to recover these tough books, right? And as they were doing it, they were finding that somebody had taken the locations they were supposed to, they found were already removed. These things were geo-tracked, and they were able to track. One was put like 50 feet underwater in a lake. But as they're getting these things, they also find out somebody they're communicating with, they thought they're hired by this isn't the military, they're hired by, they don't say, but a military industrial complex, pick it, Lockheed, Raytheon, I don't know. Somebody else gets in and starts giving them wrong information, and they feel like they're being set up. And he even says to be eliminated, like they were being set up. Somebody was taking the data from them. Like there's 2 different military companies here fighting for this data retrieval. I covered on my show last year about a whistleblower who claimed in the Nevada desert, JSOC sent out a group to recover what they believed was an alien craft that had crash landed somewhere in Nevada. These JSOC, this is usually Delta Force Green Berets, people that are recruited, that are recruited for a special team, the JSOC. They're another kind of recovery team, just like what this guy is. He was doing it through NATO, but he's a contractor. He could have worked for JSOC too. Got to go recover this in Nevada and ended up getting in a firefight with another private contracting team that was working for Lockheed. And people died. So this stuff is going on, this shadow war, dark war between military and industrial companies. Now we have the whole drone mass sighting that happened now over the last couple months. And as the people have seen recently, the Trump administration now came out and said, we know they were ours. The FAA approved these flights. They were doing experiments. Before previous administration, the Biden administration said, we don't know what they are. Both said they're not a foreign threat. But Biden's administration says we don't know what they are. They're not a foreign threat. Okay, you don't know what they are, but you know they're not a foreign threat. That's a BS answer. But Trump's answer, his administration's answer, is a bit of a BS answer too. You know, they're doing experiments. That's not good enough. What experiments? So there's a lot going on here that we don't know. There's a lot going on when it comes to the number one ingredient in all this is money. So when Trump picked J.D. Vance as his vice president, he also brought along a big package of money from a Larry Ellison help-back group. That's not Larry Ellison's group. I should say he's more of an investor, and Larry Fink, too, and a number of other people in Palantir. And if you go on YouTube right now...
It's a stock pick until recently. Yeah.
Right. Well, until recently. I'll get into this. Yeah. So Palantir, you know, heavily paid for J.D. Vance's campaign for, you know, his political career. So he's heavily much one of their candidates. That's what these guys do. They buy people. They prop them up. They build their political careers to make ensure their future. It's about getting investments from your government. You want to get your people in. That's how the game works. Not J.D. Vance is one of a million of these guys over history. So he's now Trump. I'm not trying to get into politics. I'm talking about the money. So now Trump also is now getting money from Palantir, but it's not just really Palantir. Palantir is like a new to the scene military. You know, they're more of a AI analytics, AI technology and drones. They partner with Flyby Robotics for their drone programs. Go check out Palantir on YouTube, and you'll see a number of their promotional videos on their YouTube channel of their drone program. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now go look up Lockheed Martin's drones. You'll find a video, I'm sure it'll be like 16 years old, of one of these kill drones that they have. That was 16 years ago. Raytheon has their own. They all have their own. So you know Trump's administration's coming in. They've had some heavy investments with Larry Ellison, who also right off the bat, Trump has a 3-hour meeting with Bill Gates, and Larry Ellison and him and Bill Gates are going to have this whole Texas MNRA data center. That's a whole other topic. Okay. Now they have Palantir coming on the scene, and everybody in the military-industrial complex community and in the Senate and Congress know that they're going to get some of these contracts, right? Well, what if you're Lockheed or Raytheon and you were bidding for the same kind of contracts when it comes to drone technology? And the one administration that was backing you is about to leave, and a new one's coming in with new backers that maybe this new administration is not so fond of you lately. Well, you want to get those contracts through. When did all this start? Right before Trump's inauguration. Mm-hmm. And then it died off before then. And then now we got contracts going out to Lockheed for drone basically drone security. And you got Trump talking about Iron Dome. The Palantir is going to get their money, and so is Lockheed and Raytheon. They're all bidding for this money. So when people say this was a psyop in New Jersey, damn straight it probably was. I also do think that there was something else that was going on, too. Could this have been a cover-up of something alien going on? What a perfect way to cover it up. I mean, all they did was tell you it was drones the whole time on the news. You know, they didn't say UAPs. If they were looking for radioactive materials because of some terrorist threat in this country, maybe that's what it is. Or it was a drill for that. It's a number of things. But at the same time, this was going on, this Jacob Barber interview came out with all this evidence. And it was, now it's, people are all on to the next thing. And I think the interview was, pretty telling if what he's saying is true. And I think body language tells, and I think what this guy's saying is true. And look what they did with the remote viewing program. They ended it. They said, no.
Yeah, that's bullcrap.
And what he says is really interesting, that they find there are certain people with this talent that are able to connect.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then you get into the whole idea of star seeds. People that are born here with alien souls. And maybe our government understands these concepts and has co-opted it. They've identified certain people that have special abilities because they have that alien soul, or they're that part of that alien consciousness. I know, I'm getting really deep down the rabbit hole there. But they are tracking people, I think, that are abductees. I think that would be a part of it for this program if they're looking for people that can telepathically communicate. And maybe they're turning them against their own people in a sense. I don't know.
Lot to unpack there. Okay, so let's start off with this. If you're looking at, let's just talk about Lockheed Martin, for example. There was someone, and I just caught a glimpse of it on YouTube the other day, and he was testifying on Capitol Hill. And this wasn't recent. This was several years ago, and they were questioning this guy. And like I said, I caught just a glimpse of that like a couple days ago. It wasn't, this recent thing or whatever, and they were talking about biologicals. And they were actually, it was about Iraq and what they had done there. And he said, look, I don't know. He goes, I know that there is the AI part of it, which I was involved in. He goes, the biologics was separate, but the same. And that's what he said. And I don't know who the guy was. It was a real short clip, and I was in a hurry to go. I had to go. I wish I had more for you. I just remember the guy saying that, and I was like, what in the hell is that? My wife would know more because she was actually watching it. And so I was sitting there like, I just saw it come on, and I was like, and I was listening. I wasn't really looking. I was listening.
Yeah.
And I was like standing there going like, what in the hell? And I just remember that, him saying the biologics and that name come up, because I know several people who work for them. One, in fact, has given me a story. He had a very weird experience just working there as a mechanic. And then I had a couple people who claimed that they were working overseas for what can only be described as a subsidiary mercenary corporation that is funded by them.
There's plenty of those.
Yeah. And now I'm going to tell you the progression. There was one, listen, I'm going to tell you, it was called Black Dog. Then there was another one called Black Hawk. Then there was Black Rock, Black Stone, Black Shield, right? And then it goes on and on. You know what I'm saying, because they were eventually called to the flag, just kept morphing into other little, and then they were like, oh, no, that was from a different corporation. Well, you're keeping the name Black in there no matter what you do. So it's pretty much in your face that it's Black Ops. I mean, it's no secret.
Yeah, a lot of these things are in your face.
They're right in your face.
Secret. But
they're like, well, we're just doing this to circumvent. And this is what's even more insidious about it, is that they say, well, it's to circumvent the Geneva Convention. And that would be like, ooh, they're doing something naughty. They've been doing that shit for years. That's
what I'm laughing over here. Like,
they were doing
shotguns every day for the CIA.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. When I was watching something about the Andrew, what was his name? Andrew Dawson thing, right? Andrew Dawson, the guy that took the videos of the Bigfoot and
then he disappeared, right?
Yeah, then he died. He passed away.
He died. That's right.
Yeah. And so he came out, and it looked like it was coerced, that he had said, well, I was faking it. He was looking off to the side at somebody. It turns out there was a different camera that was videoing him, and and he was up against a blank wall, which seems like you were taken in for interrogation, right? And so there was this whole thing about that, and so I was thinking, they like to let out a little bit so that you think, oh, well, that's the big reveal. The big reveal is that they're not just using NATO small arms and weapons. They're using shotguns and AK-47s and other things that are considered contraband by the Geneva Convention or by the NATO arms, whatever. Oh, so they're just using Warsaw Pact weapons. Oh, well, that's the big reveal. Oh, then you walk away. But the real magic trick is that they're throwing that in your face, going like that, and then they're over here, slaughtering an entire village with Predator drones. Yep. And then you're thinking, wow, this is.
We haven't even got into the Trump Tower or whatever Las Vegas Cybertruck bomber.
Yeah.
I mean, think what he talked about on the Sean Ryan show, where they talked about, according if that letter's right and everything, that basically, he looked at the war crimes he, said he took part of. That's what he was really. What he brought in the UAP thing was secondary to his story. He was really worried they were trying to take him in because he was unstable and might talk about a couple of war crimes he committed.
Which is pretty much, and I'm not going to say this across the board, but that is part of it too, because the war criminality is that is to keep the United States government's hands clean. So they pay these companies that pay these mercenaries, soldiers, a fortune. And not all of them have prior military experience. Some of them are literal psychopaths who are sponsored. This is how it works, folks, in case you don't know. You could go and become one of these mercs and never join the United States military. I'm telling you the absolute truth. You think this is a joke. There are people who are dumb enough to believe that the CIA doesn't operate in Canada.
They operate everywhere.
They operate everywhere. They're in your backyard. And I'm not saying there's a spook everywhere you go. That's a CIA operative. That's what they're called.
Actually, where they're not supposed to operate is here.
Here, yeah. And so, but they do. And so what they do is they get involved in all kinds of crap because they do use biologics, i.e. Dogman. And I can get into a whole rabbit hole with the werewolves of Iraq and Afghanistan and what was being used on them. That's a whole show in itself, which I've been planning. But here's the thing.
That'd be good.
What they do is they will take a psychopath that they've been, whatever, and they have these recruiters. And what they do is they bring them in and they'll send them to like Fort Benning, right? And they'll put them through jump school. Yeah. And then they'll send them to Coronado to do dive school. They'll have them go to Delta training. You'll go to urban warfare training. You'll go to desert warfare training, which is 29 pounds. And then you'll go to, what's it called? Camp Pendleton. You'll go to Camp Pendleton. And you'll meet these people. They have no military credentials at all. I've talked to these people.
They don't want them to be.
They don't want them. They are completely black. And what they do is they stick them into fire teams with as mercs. They have the little shield or whatever, but they're complete mercs. They were all over the war in Guatemala, the battlefield. I'm telling you, the United States won the Guatemalan Civil War. If you think that they didn't, you're out of your freaking mind. The CIA and black operatives
we started the Civil War.
And then the Marines came in and they said, well, we're just going to back them up. Well, when the Marines went down there in 1990, it was like, who are you backing up? Who are you? They never were clear about what they were doing. And Bush came out and was like, well, the 1,000 points of light, and then he walked off. And nobody knows what the hell.
Look what he did in Noriega.
Yeah, and nobody knows what they were doing. Well, who are you backing up? Well, the truth of the matter is they were black backing up. Yeah. So, I mean, it was ridiculous. And so whenever you think about these wars, that they're always sponsored by some sort of shadow government from somewhere. And so you have the war, and then you have the shadow war that takes place. Yeah, the shadow war. And that is where this stuff gets real deep. It gets real weird. And so when somebody from a major corporation says, well, I was involved in biologics and the AI, but not the biologics. But the biologics were there, but they were different, but the same. What kind of bullshit is that? I'm going to look that up, folks, and I'll have the information for you on Sunday. I'm going to go look it up and figure out what that was that I saw. The Nelly knows. And it was absolutely ridiculous, dude, to hear this.
Part of that could be, too, though. You got to think about this. Is after World War II, we know about them bringing all the Nazi scientists over here. And a lot of the stuff they were studying was genetics, the early phases before we really knew any in the public about genetics. Later on, I mean, these scientists went on. I mean, they worked in the MK Ultra Project Paperclip, look that up. But they worked in MK Ultra. They worked in our rocket programs. I also think they worked in our Black Ops programs, looking for the perfect soldier, because that's what Nazis were obsessed with, right? The perfect man, the perfect soldier. Some of these people, these biologics, they're like the way he's terming it they're human, but not quite human because they've been genetically engineered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of these beings, I call them beings because I don't think that they were ever part of the human race. I think that they were born and raised in test tubes. And as crazy as that sounds, there are tons and tons of people who've blown the whistle on a lot of weird stuff that we just keep on denying to ourselves. And when you do that, I mean, you're opening up that Pandora's box. Eventually, it's going to pop. It's like a jack in the box. And I think we're almost to that point, of that tipping point where they're going to have to come out with something that's going to change people's direction. They're going to have to come out with something. because everybody's talking about it and it's becoming so mainstream now. There are very few people who don't believe in Bigfoot now, even though they still in public, they want to openly make fun or whatever. You see little Bigfoot stickers everywhere. You see alien stickers everywhere.
You got towns naming their schools and
yeah,
bringing people there for tourist attractions. I
Mhm.
mean, it's got more popular. I mean, the idea of cryptids, I think, is still in most people's mind fantasy. You know, I think the general public, but I think there's the growing number of people who've had experiences, or at least open-minded enough to believe people's experiences, is growing. You know,
Yeah.
every day. You know, the whole thing with the non-biologics too is I do believe these people fall. The people that keep the secrets, it's kept within families. The people that have the control, it's kept within the families. The people that have knowledge about the back engineered captured alien crafts, I believe within our own military industrial complex, are all families. Families that have been around a long time. Not like, I'm not talking Illuminati here. I'm talking about people that ended up getting the secrets and keeping onto it, and you pass it down to your children and put them in positions to keep controlling that secret. Some of these families, too, are part of this whole order Illuminati kind of bloodlines thing that you can get into. And I've seen some great interviews. I think the whole super soldier thing reeks of a lot of con artists. But there are some out there that have some interesting takes on it when it comes to changing. Like this whole changeling, and like what you're getting into with non-biologics, in the sense is they're not totally human, and they're raised in these families to be super soldiers. But they're also like demon dwelt, like they have demons inside them. So I've seen some people that talk about this, that they use this power, and these demons or entities manifest through these children that were now grown up, but they identified, you know, people that they can basically indwell these beings into, that can be, you know, controlled or used as super soldiers. I know this sounds crazy. This is really deep down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, they need certain genetics for that. That's
right.
the thing. Yeah,
they need certain genetics, because, like, if you look at somebody, you know, this is really getting weird down the rabbit hole and stuff, but I've always said this: you look at somebody who's like demonically inflicted or possessed, they're sick. You know, I'm not saying just because what that you see in The Exorcist. You know, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about real cases. You see real people. They're sick. They're not well, and in this, it's like their body's fighting off whatever's in them, and it's a war struggle. But the perfect possession, like Malachi Martin talked about, are people that there's none of that illness or sickness. You would never know they were possessed. Well, I think some people have the genetic code or the ability to handle that energy, while other people don't. If they get one of these entities inside of them, it's going to have a bad reaction with regular people. But if you have somebody who has the genetic ability or property to handle that energy, there you go. And if you know this and control this within these families, you have a bunch of people that are walking around there in a sense not human. They're possessed by one perspective be demons, another perspective be ultra-terrestrials. I don't know.
and those could be separate, or they could be one and the same. It just depends on, you know. But I guess it's all, yeah, perspective also. I know that we did a show recently. We had a guy from Poland who talked about, because he was in the military there, and he came across these Iron Curtain. This was pre-fall of the Iron Curtain, that the communists, the Soviets, were doing these programs. And we know that they did the chimp humanity program. You know, we know all about that. But these were werewolves, or, you know, some sort of canid biologic weapons that I believe they were using them. They were building them, weaponizing them. And Russia was still involved, because they heard people with German and Russian accents and even a French accent. Though these people were from different parts of the world, and they were working together to do this, and it was on Polish soil. And so he was in shock that this facility was there. It was not on any map. It was near a military base, but it was not. We did the show. It was an hour-long pre-record? Wasn't it, Anthony?
Yeah.
What was it called?
I think it was just called Werewolves of Poland.
Werewolves of Poland. But it was really that's not the telling title, because it was really about this program that they were using, Soviet super soldiers. Thank you for that donation, Shade. How you doing? I don't want to thank everybody who prayed for me. The people, I didn't make the symposium, obviously, on Wednesday, but there was a mass a prayer that I was told. Christopher Jordan, thank you for that. I have a list of people to thank a mile long, but thank you for the prayers of healing. It's helped me, because I wouldn't be able to sit up right if I didn't get some help. But thank God for the prayers. And I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Everybody cringes when you say it, but oh well. But
Why?
not necessarily my audience, but the mainstream people get all flippy when you say things like that because they think that you're, some kind of Jesus freak. And I tell them, look,
Yeah, I got a one finger salute for that.
yeah, I'm a freak for whatever, for my religion, for Christ, But I follow the God that is the Father of Christ. And so that is to me something completely different than a lot of what these people believe. And that's because I think it's the truth. I'm not going to get into it here, but some people try to argue, and you can argue all you want. What's right is right, wrong is wrong. But no, we have this whole weird, like these programs that these people were doing, the Nazis, the Soviets.
The Nazis had their own werewolf program as their
Yeah.
urban legend.
Yeah, we hear all of these stories, but the thing is, the United States, and I believe this could be really happening, and this is my personal belief and opinion. Now, a lot of times when I tell these encounters that people send in, or they'll come on the show and they'll tell their encounter, I am not necessarily 100% going like, yeah, I believe all this 100%. No, I'm just relaying it. Okay, I'm observing and reporting. Okay, but what I do personally believe that there could be a program that has taken these beings, because these beings already existed, but they're taking their DNA and they're mixing it with whatever, and they're turning them into vessels for these demonic entities, and they are using them. And I think that they're turning them loose in battlefields, but I think they're letting them go in our national parks. I really do. I think that if you look at the Manistee National Forest, look at Yosemite, why are so many of them? Smoky Mountain, all these different national parks, they have tons and tons and tons of these encounters. And now
Missing people too.
Missing people. And now get this. And I just saw this on my phone feed yesterday. Okay. They are making a state park just north of San Antonio. And it's going to be a $35 million project. If anybody knows what is just north of San Antonio, do you know, Anthony? You got to know what's there.
What, New Braunfels?
No,
San
I'm not
Marcos?
talking about San Marcos or New Braunfels. I'm talking about the cities. I'm talking about what's there. You're sick. I know you're not feeling good, but think. The Natural Bridge Caverns.
Oh, yeah.
So all of that area, complete all the way to from the north or from the south of Austin. There's a connection all the way through there, right?
Yeah.
But I think it goes further. I think it goes to the north of Austin from the Inner Space Caverns in Georgetown. Now, they'll tell you that there's not a connection, but I know a security guard, and Anthony knows him too. And he literally, he's an African-American guy. He said, dude, I was doing security there one night. He told us he walked down and there was another chamber. And he walked for like, what did he say, 2 miles?
Yeah.
And he goes, dude, and then there was just like a thing, like a fence where you couldn't get through. And then he heard shrieks and wails that sounded inhuman, and he turned around and ran back. Now, that's it. It wasn't a whole lot of other stuff. I mean, it was a ghost encounter originally. He saw something like go through a wall, which, a creepy place, been there forever. Yeah, it probably is a ghost. But, I mean, when he started talking, that's why I always do my due diligence, and I ask him if anything else, anything. He goes, well, he's like, I have more, but I'll have to call you back because I'm about to go to work. So the next day he messaged me, and he told me, he says, when I was working here, this happened. If you want to use it, that's fine. Well, it's not a whole lot when it's taken by itself, but there's other stuff that, but when you think about that, how far do those caverns go? And when you look at where interspace is, look at it on a map. Look at the highway. What is it, 29 or whatever that goes
29.
between Leander and Georgetown?
Yeah.
That area, we've gotten tons of reports, not tons, but quite a few. That's where that guy, I think his name was Nathan. I'll have to go back and look. I might be saying his name wrong. But he had an encounter with these werewolf-like creatures that treed him while they were killing cattle. And then you have tons and tons of reports of people seeing things like running across the highway, but you got those caverns there. And then you have them over there in the north of San Antonio, all over that Schertz area. That's all caverns under there. So now they're going to build a national or a state park. I wonder how many people are going to go missing there
Right.
because you're dealing with the government, and they're going to go. You know what? Let's just build a state park there so we can release these creatures and just let them roam free. Just let them have a good time.
It's also a way that they hide black sites and secret programs in these national parks, by the way. And they'll use old mines and caverns for underground installations. Not that they build them in the mines or the caverns. They'll use the mines and caverns to put basically all the debris, dirt, and it's almost like a liquid, the way that they melt interiors of the earth to build these bases, but they have to remove it and put it somewhere. And a lot of times they put it in these old mines and caverns. Area 51, there's a number of mines out there that have been identified where the government dumped tons and tons and tons of debris and dirt into because we believe they used it. That's from underground building underground bases.
Yeah, the DUMBs. Yeah, the DUMBs. Yeah, deep underground military bases. I wonder how many there are scattered throughout the country. I mean, there's probably got to be a whole lot of them. When you stop and you look at how many encounters people have in state and national parks, now on the surface, people have told me this over the years. I don't know why you make a big deal out of that. It's just going to happen because it's more remote, it's secluded. I'm like, no, dude, because there's something going on.
Yeah.
A lot of these parks are built over these caverns, and I'm telling you, there's something that they're doing. There's something going on. Let me post this real quick for your channel there. That's Jason Bland's show right there, folks. Okay. So you gotta understand, like, if they're gonna do something like this, they're not gonna hide it all secretive. They're just not. I'm sorry, it's not the way that you think it is, because they know that the majority of people, at least in the past, didn't believe it. Now,
or pay attention.
Yeah, people are paying attention now, and there's too many people for them to police. That's the problem. And so that they're not able to take down everybody that comes along and says something that seems a little wacky. Now, one of the things that we actually have going for us is that most people do think we're wacky, because that'll keep you safe, and you're in the public eye and you're saying these things that, so it's a little more, it just adds to it when people go missing and people get taken out because, people still talk about this guy, Andrew Dawson, like it happened yesterday, 2 years ago. But people are still talking about it all over the internet because he did pass away, and everybody's like, well, what happened? Well, it started off with the guy seeing a cryptid. Then he saw a UFO or a UAP, right? And then what happened? He started posting all the time and going back, and then he was told to leave by what looked like it could be a military or police officer. He recorded it. I mean, you could debunk it though too, because I don't know, there were a few things that I thought were kind of like
suspicious.
Suspect. Yeah, like the charger, that they use now. It had an aftermarket. I have a charger, so I know that, but most people wouldn't notice that. If you really dove deep into it, you wouldn't really notice those things. I mean, there were certain things that I noticed that were kind of like off a little bit. The thing
I'm not sure about the Dawson case. I'll be honest with you. I talked about it on my show. Now I had to think about Andrew Dawson. I'm like, I forgot. We talked about this one quite a bit back then, and I've always been a bit unsure if this was a real deal or not. It's all very odd.
I mean, he said it was fake, and then he came out 10 days later. He waited 10 days and then said, "Look, it's not fake."
Yeah.
Like he was coerced, and so there was just this whole thing, it just seems odd to me. Like I just can't, and I didn't really delve into it at the time. I was busy with my other projects and things, and I was like the conferences. And so I was like, I don't really have time to get all into that. I know people who did, but I just, you can't deny that something weird was going on. I don't, like you said, I don't know how I feel about it. But I know that there have been more than a handful of people who've come out and told me, hey, we've encounteed this and that in this national park or state park or out in the woods. And many people have claimed to shoot them. Joe Barger, which we're going to record with him pretty soon, he claims to have shot one of these things. And then we recorded with Monica Rollins in the first 2 episodes, which are coming out Tuesday and then the following Tuesday. it's her paranormal experiences, and it's really the story of her life. It's very interesting. I liked talking to her; it was very interesting. But she talks about this werewolf creature that comes running out at her car, and then when they were out hunting for Bigfoot, she ran into this weird creature that wasn't a Bigfoot. And I wonder about that too, because some of these inner Earth beings that some people don't believe that they exist. I'm telling you, there's these goblin looking creatures down there. I'm not joking. And it's like, I'm not trying to be all Lord of the Rings, but yeah. And I believe that their souls, they're using some of these beings, their souls. They're not necessarily demons. They're a type of demon, but they're not what you would consider be demons per se. They're like a subnatured being, right? And they use their energy and their souls to inhabit people. So you have people that walk around, and now I can tell you that demon face thing that people are talking about. That's what that is. It's that being's soul energy coming out.
Oh, the new thing now, what people are saying, they're seeing demon faces, and actually a study on it. Yeah, I found that super interesting. Yeah, I wondered about that too. I've had that experience where I remember I saw a guy whose skin looked pale. I saw purple glow coming from his eyes, and this is in the public in front of everybody, and nobody else was seeing it but me. You want to feel freaking crazy? Have that experience. Yeah,
Where was
I'll
that
never
at,
understand it. I was at work. I was working at Brooks Brothers retail job. You know, I was
Wow.
in my 20s. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about it. I mean, like, that's the experience. What that was, what I don't know, but I believe these things exist. I had my shadow person experience we talked about, and I was just telling this to my son, who don't judge me, but my 13-year-old's gotten into Dexter. We've been watching Dexter, and I tell him about the books. I'm like, the books. Dexter is a much more evil person, and it's implied heavily, at least by the third book, that it's a demon inside him. This dark passenger. If anybody's watched Dexter, but when I got fascinated with the Dexter book, is the description that author Jeff Lindsay gave of it: the silent watcher, the one who laughs. And he talks about its laugh. I'm like, what you're describing, his dark passenger, and Dexter, Darkly Dreaming Dexter is the first novel.
Mm-hmm.
The way he describes his dark passenger and the way it slithers, all the things he said. I mean, when I first read that, like, I'd seen the show and I decided to read the book. It's so different. I read that, it brought chills to me and I was fascinated because that was like how this thing was when it attacked me.
Mm-hmm.
It had this evil laugh. It's not like I heard it with my ears. It's in your head. It's part of you. It's your passenger in a sense. It was trying to be my passenger, I think. So I've always been fascinated with this idea of possession, and because I felt this thing wanted either to possess me or force me to do something horrible, right? So I've been fascinated with the idea of people walk-ins and possessions like this. What is this? What is out there? How much is it influencing us every day? I had this experience. It was terrifying, drove me to the brink. I can't be the only one, and you look at cases like the Entity, and other people have been tormented by things like this. What is it? Is it something that identified me because I have a genetic pattern? It thought it could get
Bond
in me,
with you.
bond with me, maybe.
Yeah.
I was saved because I reached out to God. I called to God.
Yeah.
And this thing couldn't touch me. But how many people out there are, have these things encountered and taken over and are now, like Malachi Martin said, perfect possessions? I don't know. But it makes you wonder. And then when they're talking about doing this whole DNA Texas lab thing, this $500 billion deal they just made with the White House new administration, we'll see if it happens. I think Larry Ellison's jumping the gun with Trump on this. I hope. But him and Bill Gates came up with this thing. They're going to collect all your DNA, right? So they can come up cures for cancer, because this AI is going to figure it all out.
Yeah, right.
Well, go listen. I reposted it on my page. Dr. Robert Malone, so the guy who invented the mRNA technology. Okay, has had a lot to say over the last 4 or 5 years, but he's been completely censored, right, by mainstream. Has talked out about a lot of things I won't say out loud on this channel because I don't want to get any bans or anything like that.
Yeah.
But he's just laughing at this whole idea. It's a big money boondoggle. He's like, the AI cannot figure out the human immune system like they're saying it can. But what are they doing? They're collecting a DNA database of everybody. That's the picture. That's the big picture. I talked about this with Jamie, my co-host. She did her sister bought her the what was it? One of the companies that does your DNA ancestry.
Yeah.
Now, I can't blame anybody for wanting to do it. I'm very curious about my DNA. But I never did. I never submitted to it because I'm just a not trustworthy person, right? I just don't trust people. I trust no one is my motto, right? I don't want to give my DNA to them. I don't really trust it.
You walk into a
What happened to all these companies? Ancestry.com went down. All these companies went down. And what did they do when they went out of business? They sold all your data, all your genetic data. To who? China. Our Department of Defense bought it. All these major, we're talking China and us, buying up this bidding wars between us for this genetic data. Why? Yeah. Could it be because, it'll help them map out some future super soldier program? Maybe. Could it be because they're trying to identify, like I said, the ones who are more viable for these kind of entities?
Shay says they're going to make Jason clones. Well, let me tell you, because my dad did that, and I told him that was a bad idea, but he wanted to do it, and he didn't listen.
I can't blame people, though. I mean, your curiosity killed the cat, I mean, you think it should be safe, right?
Everybody says I'm paranoid, but you're not paranoid if it's really happening. I've been very, guarded with my information and things like that. I know my ancestry because I paid the Mormons to go and backtrack it. They went back 8 generations. It was unbelievable.
That's awesome.
Now, they could have gone back further if
I don't know mine very well.
But they couldn't do a whole lot with one part of my mother's because it was Comanche, and it kind of just ended right there.
Mine's Cherokee, right.
Yeah, so it'll go back to a certain point, but then it stops right there. But my dad's and my mother, the other side, the Spanish side of my mom, it kept going, but it was pretty interesting, and it was kind of what I expected. But it went back 6 generations on my mom's side and 8 on my dad's, so that was pretty interesting. And I could have paid them a lot more to try to go deeper, but you would be shocked. But the Mormons, how do they have all this information on people? Holy crap, dude! I mean,
that's a whole other conspiracy theory.
Joseph Smith. I mean, what is he? The golden tablets? They just gave him all. He's walking along.
South Park episode.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, dum. He just finds all of this information, but it's unbelievable. This guy has all of this luck. What luck? You find golden tablets. You just literally stumble on the Hall of Records. The Akashic records just fall right in front of you, and now you know the secrets of. Oh, so now I know that we should have 100 wives. That's what was really being said. And there's all these other books that we need to just throw in there. But that all that aside, we have a couple of friends. Not to be insulting, there's a couple of friends that are Mormon.
No, I have friends that are Mormon too, and
yeah,
their religion is no different than the start to any other religion. Mm-hmm. My opinion. You know what I'm saying?
That's why my religion is.
We
just
don't know.
Jesus. It's not all this other stuff that people throw in there. And I'm not a big believer in everything that's told from the old days. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I think that another thing too, I wanted to throw this out there. You and I have talked a little bit about this, but there is this whole push from science, and you were talking earlier about a little bit about this, but there's this whole push from our modern science to shut all of this down, all of this talk. Like you were talking about Nevada. Now, Nevada has been the home of the unearthing of a lot of sarcophaguses and a lot of giants, skeletal remains of giants.
It's a famous lake out there.
Yeah.
A dry, or whatever it
what's
has,
it
like
called? It's not Groom. It's not Groom Lake.
No. This is one that has an actual water, but there's a pyramid there.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Jeez Louise, now you got me going here. Can you look?
I can't think of it.
Where's it at?
It's in Nevada.
I believe it's in Nevada.
There's a pyramid there, yeah.
Yeah.
And so they have found all of these remains there. And it also speaks to a time when Nevada and New Mexico, Southern California and Arizona were not a desert. They weren't. Something happened in our distant past. And what's funny is, like, I saw this post
like
today.
Egypt.
Egypt. Yeah, it wasn't a desert. No, it wasn't. I saw this post today, and there was a 150 million year fossil, and there were all these people going, "Yeah, right. Oh, I don't believe that." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, why not? Because these people can't wrap their mind around how enormous our timeline is.
We are just a smidge in that
Yeah,
timeline.
it is unbelievable. They really, really want to believe that history started like a few thousand years ago, and we're the center of it. And I'm like, you are so out of your damn mind. I can't stand that small-minded thinking, because if we don't abandon that, which our modern day science institutions would love you to keep thinking like that, because they chose a path, and that was to not believe that there was anything prior to our civilization. This is the highest that mankind or any beings have on this world have ever been, which is absolutely ludicrous to think about. That is crazy, stupid talk. And if I'll tell you, you're stupid to your face if you tell me that. Okay. I had somebody at my conference that was like, nice person. I could tell they weren't really a fan. They just were there with somebody, and I'm not going to mention the name of the person. He gave me his name. He says, "I don't believe in any of this." And I'm like, "Why the F are you here?" That was my response.
Right.
I got drugged
Waste your
here. I
time.
said, "Somebody drugged you?" He goes, "Oh, you know what I mean." I said, "No, I don't know what you mean. You're babbling." And he got really angry, like he walked off. And then before he left, the person that was with him, she was being very kind, and I had signed her book. And he just told me, he says, "The world's only 5,000 years old," and he walked out. And I was like, "Wow, that is one of the most ignorant people I've ever shook hands with." And so she apologized for her. That was her at the time boyfriend, but that was our first conference. And I was like, these people, like, how do you really live your life? And I wasn't even angry when I was driving home. I thought about it, and I wasn't really angry at the guy. I felt sorry for him, because you're living in this little maze that they've created for us, like we're rats. And you don't ever think outside the box. People will look up into the sky and look at the stars and think, wow, that's interesting. Or they'll look into the ocean and think, wow, it's really deep. You don't really know the vastness of any of this. And that's the sad thing. We don't even look at it, because you got institutions like the Smithsonian who will scoop up these bones. And I think it has everything to do with what we're talking about, because I think they're harvesting the DNA so that they can recreate these Nephilim descendants, because with that DNA, it can bond with those demonic entities. Because when they were wiped
Right.
out, they are able to reconstitute them through that DNA. And they're finding a lot of these Denisovian bones at the beds of these lakes, and then at the beds of the ocean, and they're in fragments. But we're finding teeth and all these other things. I think that they were part of the flood. They were killed by the flood. And of course, if you were to look at the Kabbalah, all right, I'm just saying, this is one book. It's a book of Jewish mysticism. I'm not a big fan, but I know what it says because I've read it. And it says that the demons that we think of as demons, the Dybbuk, as they call them, whatever. Yeah, they say that they are compressed beings that are made of like star matter. They were compressed, and it's a really weird thing when they talk. There's
Well, they say that
different
about
ways.
angels too.
Yeah, these are, and so what happens is when you stop and you think about it, how are they compressed and pushed, whatever? Because what compresses you? Water. If you were in a submarine and you were submerged to the bottom, and it was deep enough, that thing would just implode, and it would be a horrible way to die, but you would be compressed. That's why a lot of their bones are found crushed up. They don't understand why so many of the Denisovian bones are crushed up. It's something I talked about at my conference. And I'm telling you, the pressure did that. And now they are harvesting these so they can use the DNA.
That's why you don't see skeletons when they do the Titanic dives down there.
Exactly.
They're dust. They're gone.
They're dust. Yes, exactly. And people say the stupidest things, like there was no people there because there were no skeletons. It's like, what, dude? These people, I get.
They don't understand what fossilization is and what the requirements are for fossilization to preserve those bones. That's what people don't understand on it a lot of times. There has to be. There's so many things that could have existed over the millions of years this planet, and I'm sorry, I think it's been here millions of years.
Yeah.
That could have existed that we would never know. They're dust, gone. The only reason we have dinosaur bones is because they fell in a bog and met the right conditions for fossilization. in the right area, right temperatures. That's it. There's so much more that could be gone. There could be entire civilizations that have existed here we would never know. Gone.
Well, people now will point to Göbekli Tepe as the oldest civilization, but people don't know about Bankukla. Do you know about Bankukla Tarla? Is it called Tarla? I think
Sound
it's
familiar? Yeah.
Bankukla Tarla. It was also found in Turkey.
Göbekli Tepe. If you
Yeah,
talk about
Tepe,
it. Yeah.
Göbekli
Yeah.
Tepe. That one was the oldest. It was about almost 12,000, and then
Yeah.
now we have Bankukla Tarla, which you have to really search for that to find it. Like I had to really look to find that because I knew that there had to be older civilizations, and that one doesn't pop right up, and it's almost 13,000 years. And they found all kinds of weird artifacts and all kinds of stuff there. There was a Mesoamerican site down in Mexico where they found a civilization 6,000 years old, and they found stone that was they had dinosaurs, like people riding on triceratops, and they were like, well, these carvings are all fake. They're all fake. There's nothing real about them. But yet they grabbed them, they snatched them all up.
Right. They said if they're not fake, then why are you grabbing them all up?
Why would you not just let them be
Right.
sold at the pulga, they say
Right.
in Spanish, the flea market? Instead, you're going and snatching them up, all greedy and grabalicious. I mean,
if you look at other governments, China does it. There's a lot of things in China that have been found, and they've shut people down, and they don't let archaeologists in that would reveal civilizations that existed way before we could have ever imagined. There's other governments that shut it down. It's just not just our universities. So why?
Yeah.
Why is this mass, trying to keep certain histories really hidden? I don't know. Maybe it is because, there's the dragon families of China. Those ancient families are involved, and they are their own kind of changelings, and they're making sure that information is get out, just like we have the families here in Europe and America that are maybe these changeling shapeshifter families. That's the rabbit hole. It's pretty deep. And if these people are in control, they would want to keep these things secret, right?
what do you think about? Have you heard of the Jianjing in China? They're like the
Sounds
dragon
familiar.
people. Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's
That's what I'm
called
talking about. The dragon families. Yes.
Yeah, the dragon families, and it's called the dragon spine in Chinese, and they have this kind of secretive place in the mountains of the west, and there's like a fortress there, and the Chinese government has walled it off to where you can't even get within 20 miles of it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things they've blocked
Mhm.
out from people, that go back to ancient civilization. So, is that them working together with our university? No. I think we got powerful people in all these regions that know the secrets that want to keep them secret
Mm-hmm.
about our past civilization. One thing you're talking about the guys that people that believe the Earth's only 5,000, 6,000 years old. It's the same as people that are flat earthers. I don't judge these people anymore. How do you know what truth is anymore? How do you know what truth is when your institutions lie to you, when your education systems lie to you, the people who are around you not lie to you, but they don't know, and they have their perspective, and you grow up with that perspective, and that's what you're going to believe, at least the people closest to you that raised you, your church, your family. I don't judge anybody anymore for whatever beliefs they have, even if I feel inwardly they're stupid. I try to have respect for anybody on it because who am I to judge anybody for whatever beliefs they have? Maybe I'm freaking wrong. Anymore. Life is a total illusion. One thing I can guarantee, it isn't what they're telling you.
No. And that was the thing about the guy. Like, I wasn't even like,
Right.
When I left, I was writing with the author, Lyle Blackburn, and I mentioned it. And he goes, dude, all you can do is feel sorry for those people. You remember that, Anthony?
Yeah.
He said that. And I was
Yeah.
just like, sorry, me and Anthony both sick here, folks.
Yeah.
But hey, shout out to JD. This guy is awesome. He's the manager at the Juice Land over there where I get my drinks. He's a good guy, man.
Yeah.
I got to meet him. He's got a podcast too. I haven't had a chance to check it out, brother, but I will. I've been ill.
Yeah, I was checking out some of it. He was just live like last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to.
It's
get
been all
together.
over my town. My sister-in-law had it so bad, I was really worried about her, and I'm like, don't give it to us, for kids and that. Because her and her kid had it, and, she's a couple years younger than me, but, you worry. I've known people younger than me died years ago from just pneumonia and stuff like that. This stuff's crazy now,
Yeah.
But we're also chronically sick.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though? I mean, like when you look at these places that are doing these, and we know that these governments that's obvious already. But the places that they're concealing, we talked about earlier, it's not even a joke. I mean, it's a joke.
Mhm.
They're not even trying anymore because they don't care. Because when it comes down to it, what can you do? You know,
Right.
the only thing you can do is share the information. That's it. You can pass it on. And if enough people know about something, then they can't lie about it anymore. And eventually there can be a backlash enough to where they're like, okay. We know there's UFOs, but they're not from other planets. They're demons. And then people are like, what? Okay. They're not demons. They're from other planets. What is it that y'all want to hear? You know, they'll start spitting out some stuff, but it's not going to be the truth. It's going to be a curveball, and they're never going to throw you a straight fastball
Well,
that you can knock out of the park. That's the trick.
Reminds me in the late '90s during when they were revealing that we had this remote viewing program. What did these U.S. senators from the Republican side say that shut this down? They said you're communicating with demons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what do you think?
That was literally one of the Senate. I can't remember his names. Was his comment on the Senate floor?
Do you think that that's what's happening?
Dude, my shadow person experience, I still haven't quantified it as a demon, even though it was evil. I keep my mind open. I think there is something, so like you talk about like Jesus Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in God, but I don't call myself a Christian because I can't conform to the traditional Christian beliefs. I don't believe the Old Testament is God. I believe it's aliens. I have my own spiritual journey to make. I believe in Jesus Christ, but I have my own ideas on it, and I don't have any church for that. But there are people, that want to quantify these things as demons, and they might be damn right. Whatever they are, they're evil. Whatever I encountered was evil. Demon, not ultra-terrestrial, whatever it was, it had evil intent. There are entities out there with evil intent that I think want bad things. That's all I know from my experience, my perspective.
Yeah.
What they are, I don't know. And now you have groups of people I've seen now since this Jacob Barber thing and the psionics thing. He has his own group. He actually has his own psionic people that he's recruited now, his private group, and they're trying to prove this. And they're gonna, they showed this on News Nation and them bringing basically UFOs in the sky. It's really, well, actually, I didn't get to this part. In that News Nation thing, I'll have to admit, I'm not trying to plug News Nation. It's not one of my favorites, but I'll give them this. This was a good, interesting story. Just Jacob Barber's group has a psionic person there, and you do see this light in the sky come, and it does seem like another light comes and almost shoos it away. Like they're almost flying around, like there's something going on here, like a fight happening in the sky. And the psionic officer, whatever the person they hired to do this as part of this group, a psionic specialist that can communicate with these things, said something interrupted him in his telepathic communication. Something's interfering, something's coming, and that's when the scene shows up and shoos it away. That's pretty interesting. Now you got groups that want to let's do Ouija board or seances, or let's do telepathic things to communicate with the aliens and bring them down. You might have a bad time. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't recommend it. I'm very interested in this whole telepathic psionic thing. And I think a lot of people could probably do this, communicate with whatever this is. I do think what Jacob Barber's saying is true. My warning is don't do it.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what the consequences of doing that might be. There could be good aliens out there that you are making contact with. I don't know. Or these could be, like they said, demons. I don't know. I think you should just stay on the safe side and don't do that. You're probably going to have a bad time.
What you said too about these things could be demons, but they may not be. I think to this in the 800s there was the Hermitite kingdom of Yemen, and there was a guy named Ibn al-Said, and I can't remember the rest of his name. He had this long title, but he was the king of that region, and he went to war. He led his kingdom to war with a type of jinn. That's a catch-all
I remember this.
term.
We talked about this. Yes.
The Adharit. But the Adharit are very interesting because they were a physical, shape-shifting being. They were not jinn, because the jinn are made of smokeless flame.
Right.
What is smokeless flame? That would be plasma. Why do you think these demon possessions, they leave behind the slime and stuff in these people's houses, this poltergeist activity? I've seen it. Sometimes it looks purplish or pink. It's weird. I've seen it. I don't know what it is. I never touched it, thank God. But people that have touched it,
the balls of light. people have
Yeah.
seen. The ghost orbs,
Yeah.
the balls of life. The orbs like that have fascinated me.
Well, that's Jason. That's plasma. I mean, that has to be what that is. That's a flame
Hmm.
that we can't explain. And I've been in hauntings. I've been in a couple places where I was really uncomfortable. And this one guy was like, I wouldn't touch that. We got sick. I was like, I wasn't planning on it. But thanks for the warning. But I kind of chilled out on the poltergeist visits. One of them was by accident because we were there to investigate Dogman and really woke up to the reality that was a game changer for me, that this was all metaphysical. This isn't, so the Adharit may be some sort of in between being, but they were definitely different than
They
the
were
normal
physical enough
shit.
that they had to fight him with an army.
Yeah.
You know.
They had to kill them, physically kill them. The earliest stories that we have of these Adharit, it comes from I think it was 600 BC. There was a story of them literally destroying an entire village, and then there was a fortress there. It was in Samaria, and they went out to march against them or whatever, and they were all wiped out. So they have an army now. We have stories of the Nagas. Somebody said earlier Nagas in India.
Yeah.
These are snake-like people, but they correspond with the Gorgons of Greek mythology. See, Medusa wasn't the only one of her race. She was one of that race, and she was turned into it. But she was one of the Gorgons. A Gorgon is like you're being cursed and turned into a monster. But they look like the Nagas, basically half snake people. And a lot of this is supposedly you're able to trace it back to ancient Mesopotamia, which is basically the whole region. Samaria was inside of Mesopotamia. It would have been
Go
this-
watch Conan the Barbarian after you
Yeah.
talk about all this stuff, and you're like, I never realized that this is what they're getting at. This is Samaria, and
Mhm.
this is an ancient snake cult.
Yeah.
And James Earl Jones is really effing creepy.
Yeah,
When he turns into
That
that, it
whole
was so
faction
Oh
weird.
my
weird.
god,
So,
yeah, isn't that?
disturbing.
Yeah.
And when you look at this, the Nagas of India, they were known to shapeshift and devour people and do all this weird, crazy stuff.
I
You
hate
got-
snakes. That's
Oh,
what
dude,
gets me.
and the snake thing is really bad. But then you have the Anasazi down in the valleys, in South America. Those people, they're known as the snake or the spider people. Not only do they eat tarantulas that they catch, but they claim to shapeshift. Their shaman shapeshift into them. The Saluea of Lebanon, well, all over the Levant, basically. The Saluea, all the way to Iraq. It's a female shapeshifter. She performs witchcraft, and we have Mike McCoy, I think his name was. There was an army officer. He was a sergeant, and he reported it. He literally went public and said, we saw this creature sitting there, and I watched it through the night vision scope, and then it got up and it moved, and the other soldiers caught a glimpse of it. So when they questioned the people that lived in that building, they were on a rooftop looking for insurgents, right, in Iraq. And I don't remember what city it was, but anyway, it might have been Fallujah. And he reported it, and that was in 2006 or 8, something like that. Go look it up. You could find stuff about it. But Mike McCoy reported it, and he claims, and the people were like, "Oh, that's a Saluea. It's one of many of these beings that inhabit this area." And now with the war, they're roaming free and they're eating people. They literally were saying that, and of course they try to suppress it. But when he got out of the military, he was like, "Look, this is what happened." He told the rest of it or whatever. I've heard different versions, but there is a lot to be said about this, that these people are coming forward in droves now. It's coming out like giants all over Afghanistan. Radio operators, drone operators, all these people that were involved, that they could see these beings standing, between 8 and 11 feet tall, red haired, with multiple fingers and toes. It's crazy. And then you got all these stories of these dogmen running around. And every time there's a giant skeleton that's unearthed here in the United States, they swoop in and grab it. And they said, we're going to take care of this. And then nobody ever sees it again. And then they make up stories about it being in a warehouse and there's asbestos in it. They can't do nothing about it. And you're like, you got to be kidding me, dude. And so it just keeps happening. It just keeps
Wouldn't
happening.
that DNA be very valuable to these people right now? They're trying to create these DNA databases, that Nephilim DNA or that giant DNA. You know, like I said, they can use this whole. I mean, I was telling my sons about when I was talking about this with them about what they're doing with DNA and this stuff. I talk to my children about all this stuff. Yeah. Judge me, I don't care. I was telling them, you guys should see the movie Gattaca. Because that's my fear. That kind of our society could head to without all the paranormal stuff we're talking about, them identifying, shapeshifters and stuff like that. Just on the realistic sci-fi brain side of it, them collecting all of our DNA and all that stuff could lead to horrible consequences for society down the road, where they basically judge us and there's a whole new class of citizens. And especially now that they can genetically grow people. They can make you the perfect baby. There's already companies already working on that and promoting it. You can find them.
Mm-hmm.
Where they can get rid of genetic defects in your baby. You can pick what sex you want and just genetically pick all the perfect options for your baby. That's Gattaca, baby. That's Gattaca.
Brave new world.
That is
and
weird.
only the rich will be that class that can afford to make their super babies. While the rest of us have all of our genetic profiles out in the open, and we're all corrupted and chronically sick, diseased people like we are now, right?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, this last few months has been a horror show for me. I've had gout, kidney stone, and then now the flu. So it's just one thing after another. But I'm a very stressed person. I have a high stress life, and
I know your wife's being really good about keeping you off the junk. Because I follow her, and I know she ain't letting you eat junk. I hope not. Because I see what she's right along with my wife when it comes to kicking out all the toxins and crap in our food and stuff like that. My wife, grocery shopping's a nightmare. Not just because of the price, but trying to find stuff that doesn't have a bunch of carcinogens and red dye and all that stuff they're supposedly going to get rid of, right?
Well, yeah, everything in our pantry, in the average American, not mine, but the average American, it's just poison.
Pretty much anything that comes out of a box or a plastic wrapper is going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it's by design. I mean, but let me ask you this, Jason. What do you think the end game is for this genetic manipulation, all of this? There's got to be something that's leading up to. What do you think? I mean...
Well, you see articles saying we will achieve immortality by 2030. Right? You see those? You see people talking about that? That's transhumanism is a big part of it. You can machine people all you want, but in the end, you still need the genetics. You still need to overcome certain biological things that are just going to fall apart. I don't care how much you put a chip in somebody's brain or whatever. So they're looking for the options in our DNA to make us immortal. That's what these rich people really want. That's what I think they've always wanted. I mean, you go back to the ancient secret societies. That's what eternal life. They were, preparing themselves for the afterlife, right? They hope to come back in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? There's the cyber or the cryogenic freezing, all this stuff, these are done by rich people that want to live forever.
Yeah,
and they might achieve that, but you won't.
Yeah, and the thing,
that's the crux of it.
The thing is, though, I mean, is that what you want? And are they afraid to die? I believe
if you've committed horrible atrocities and sins, and you're an evil person, and that hell might exist for you, then mortality, transhumanism, that's the ticket.
That is the key. I mean, somebody here earlier in the comments section mentioned something about your beliefs being like Scientology mixed with Christianity. Jason is not a Scientologist, not at all. But I can tell you this. I mean, I get what you're saying about the Old Testament. I have a friend who comes on the show every now and then, Joe Breezy. He's got a Breezy Speakeasy show. And he talks about it too. He's very well versed in the Bible. And we came to the same conclusions years ago about the Old Testament. There is two different things going on. Actually, there's multiple things going on. Multiple, but two in particular that kind of stick in my craw. And I follow Christ in the words of Christ. That's what I do. I had a preacher years ago tell me, just cling to Jesus. You'll be fine. So I cling to Jesus like driftwood in the ocean.
I think that's good advice.
And that's what I do. I follow his words and his teachings, and I know what is real. Now, has there been a lot of people who've committed atrocities in his name? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. But
people write books about my words, and they make up crap. It's like AI crap mixed with me. And then that's...
Buddhism. I love Buddhism. You know what? They've gone to war and killed people.
Mm-hmm.
Buddhist monks. Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Some of them are still fighting even now.
Yeah. You know,
I'm
some of them
just
are
saying, like every religion has it. It's like every culture's enslaved another culture. Everybody, we've all crapped upon each other. Every religion's got its, secrets. So who am I to judge any of them?
Yeah.
I just go by what I try to learn and what I know, and my perspective, and I don't judge anybody for their beliefs. To each
Yeah,
their
me
own.
neither. You can't. You just gotta laugh at them or forgive them, whatever. So Alan Garcia says an interesting thing. He says, "What do the Scientologists worship?"
Oh,
This is funny. Okay, Lord Xenu.
the Xenu. Yeah.
Now, if you pay him $1 million, you can
Yeah.
become a Xenuist. The funny thing is, we were talking. This is incredibly coincidental or not, because I don't believe in coincidences. But we were talking about the Jian Jing, and one of my friends. Well, I have several, but he's Chinese by birth. He's been here for 27 years, but he is helping me learn a little more about it because his dad was a believer in these beings. His dad passed away now, but he's got a lot of stuff that his dad wrote about it. And we've been working on a sort of a side project off and on. So I'm going to do like maybe a 2 or 3 part show. I'm hoping about all of this. But Zeno, now not Xenu, but Zeno is actually one of those immortals. He's one of the draconian immortals that was one of the co-founders of the Jing dynasty that predated anything in China. I mean, this supposedly goes back like 300,000 years.
Well, but I think these whatever entities that are interacting with us here, going back thousands of years, they like to start religions.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's what it seems like.
when we vibrate though, we have an energy about us, Jason, and you know this.
Mm-hmm.
When you worship something, when you put a lot of energy and focus into that, you're giving that energy to that person. You're helping that being or whatever it is to be relevant, to be these demons, a lot of them, these demons and these fallen angels, two different things, but they are still part of the same whatever. They want to be worshipped because you're giving them energy, you're giving them power. At this point, I was talking to one of my Muslim friends, and I said, at this point, the idea of the Abrahamic faith, it doesn't matter whether you believe that Allah is God or not. There is an Allah now because 2 billion people are worshiping him.
Right. That's always been my thought on it.
Mm-hmm. So you created this, an egregore, basically. Would that be a tulpa or an egregore? I don't know.
Well, two different cultures there, but tulpa is what I like to refer to it as from the Tibetan monks.
Yeah. So they created it. And he got really offended by that. And I'm saying,
Yeah.
look, man, I'm exploring all options.
I've had the same conversation, man, with a Christian. I was saying maybe that people do see Jesus in heaven, but because you guys have created
Mhm.
it's there in the afterlife because millions and millions of people for a couple thousand years now have believed in this, so it does exist.
Yeah, and the more fervent you are, the more powerful it is.
It's the idea of what dreams may come, where you paint your own afterlife, and that's offensive to people that have faith, and I get it. I'm just me and you are two people willing to have the conversation. I'm not saying it's what it is. I don't know. I'll find out.
Yeah,
I hope.
yeah. Just
Right.
but I have a.
We'll all find out eventually, right?
Yeah, we're all gonna. Yeah, you have no choice.
Unless you're Jeff Bezos and you're going to become some transhumanist robot, and you're just going to stick around forever, right?
With that giant head like he has on South Park. He doesn't even
But-
talk, move his mouth. He just like.
But look at all your tech guys. Look at what they're all into. I mean, what they talk about. I mean, they're all looking at the transhumanist thing. From Bezos to Musk.
Mhm.
That Larry Ellison guy, he's totally into that idea. I'm saying they're all into it. They're all into this idea. I mean, not only just of transhumanism, but total societal control through this technology too.
Yeah. And do you think that they'll actually achieve it?
Hopefully enough people wake up and they don't.
Yeah. Because I don't think it's a good idea. And somebody just said Shiva landed in the Pacific Ocean. I'm going to tell you this. When you look at the opening of CERN, that was the most bizarre ceremony that you could have. I watched that video.
Right?
I was like, what
Right?
the hell?
What?
I
Are they just
recognize
trolling
all
the
these-
internet or what? That's what I always thought back then.
I mean, I was sitting there going like, I know every bit of this imagery. I mean, I know mythology like the back of my hand, and I'm sitting there going like, oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. And I was just,
Yeah.
blurting
That
it
isn't
out.
just like a lazy day prank trolling the internet. I mean,
No.
there's some real deep thought that was put into what they did
Yeah.
with that whole Shiva and the whole ceremony thing that they did. And then I
Mm-hmm.
loved how CERN tried to be like, we have no acknowledgement of who this was or why this was involved.
Because it was so weird. And then they have Shiva on the Hadrian Collider. Like, it's like Shiva.
Yeah.
Of course, Kali is the goddess of death. Everybody knows Kali. The thuggies of
Well, I think it goes back to I think what they're calling out in a sense too is that they realize how powerful this thing could be to Oppenheimer and all that. I think they're it's a shout out to that, which is like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Did you not understand what he was trying to say?
Yeah, he says, I have become death. Yeah.
Did you not understand that? Why he looks like he wants to shoot himself? I'm just saying. I didn't even have to see Oppenheimer. I just know the history of it. And there's somebody with some regrets.
Yeah, I didn't see the movie, but I mean, yeah. I guess I should. I need to watch more movies so I know what the hell's going on. But I read a lot.
To understand the predictive programming, you kind of have to watch it and not fall for it.
Yeah, put on your filter cap.
Yep.
That's what you got to do. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Somebody says, I think India had something they launched. They came back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, India, because there is in the Indus Valley a place called the Sea of Glass, and it's basically like green grass that was turned into glass. The only way that could happen is if there was some sort of nuclear explosion, and it's been there
all over the world.
Yeah, it's been there for a long time. The Moguls even talked about it. So did Alexander. So it's been there a lot longer than our history would say. They'd be like, well, this was back in 300 BC, whatever. And it was there before anybody knew what the hell it was. Yeah, something happened. Something happened. Somebody just said Egypt. Yeah, Egypt too. Look at the deserts in the West here. Something wiped these beings out. They were fighting one another. Because in the Southwest, there's this big desert there, and it wasn't there before. North Africa, East Africa, same thing, giant desert, used to not be there. They're unearthing all kinds of sarcophaguses of mummies and all kinds of things, constantly bringing them out. What happened? Why did these regions turn into deserts? And it didn't happen gradually. The science is pointing to the fact that it happened quick, like boom. How is that possible? Well, because if people stop believing that civilization hasn't risen and fallen 1,000 times, which it has, and they start believing the truth that we have been in this game over and over and over again in this damn matrix simulation that we're in. And yes, there are people that come from other realities and other dimensions. There are people that come from other planes of existence, and they share the same space with you. They have souls. And some people are born to teach. And that's what people do. That I know a lot of them. And they come along and they try to tell people what's right and what's wrong and what is. And people are like, nope, I'm comfortable in this fishbowl. I mean, I've seen videos of animals where they've been encaged for years, and they'll open the cage, and the animal will sit there for 2 days, scared to come out. They don't know what's out there, and they don't want to know. They're scared, and that's how a lot of people are. They're like, just keep your head down. If they want to feed us bugs, we'll just eat the bugs because it's better than having to deal with stuff.
I'm doing something for the environment.
Yeah. Yeah, you're doing something. You're sitting on your ass. I mean, that's what they're doing.
You got to eat the bugs to stop the sun.
Stop the sun. Eat the bugs, and the world will win.
Eat the bugs to make the cows stop farting.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. I just hope that you're right. That we are. We're going to correct it. We're going to stop it. I mean, I hope that's what's really going to happen. That people are going to wake up. I just don't hold out a lot of hope for the people that I see every day.
It can be disheartening when you have conversations with, especially people and they're like completely clueless of the whole, of just even a smidgen of what we're talking about tonight. And I get it. I don't blame anybody for being clueless. It's been set up that way. Don't get mad at anybody for not knowing or not asking the questions. They've been programmed that way. The system's been well designed to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, you know, that's why I like people like, you know, I don't believe in flat earthers, but I'm not going to, and I want to laugh at it, and I have in the World Wide Web, but I try not to. You know why? Because we've had a system where that is like this, is that now breaking down where people are starting to question everything. I see people that are flat earthers, even though I don't agree with them, I don't believe in it, as a sign of that system breaking down. They're questioning even if the earth is round. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been sold, the system's been lied to. So now people are searching for their own answers. That's what's happening. And that is a good sign, in my opinion. As much as they want to be like, misinformation. You have to stop the misinformation. You know, well, you know, there's all kinds of misinformation. It's all programming. And if people are asking questions if the earth is flat or round, at least they're asking questions. At least they're not taking the mainstream narrative. I'll give them that.
I think that it's important that like I have this rule about not posting videos or pictures on the show. Even when people give us pictures and videos, I don't want to use it. Some of it looks really compelling too, and we've stuck to that rule. We have a ton of it, and we don't put it on the groups. And some of the people will get a little aggravated. They're like, "That's proof." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's your proof." But don't be offended. It's not that I don't believe you one way or the other. It's just that all it's going to do is create a lot of problems, and you're going to be very upset because people are going to say a lot of mean, cruel stuff to you. And I don't know. Some people say they can handle it, and then they can't. And then some people. Yeah. And they'll get bad comments on the show, and then they'll message me or call me up. Hey, well, this guy called me a poopa head on the comments, and I'm like, yeah, he did, and I'm going to remove it. But you know, you can't keep getting offended because they're going to keep doing it. That's the thing, and so I think a lot of people get shied away from, you know, wanting to come and say things or whatever. So it's easier if you just tell it, but not everybody has that ability. And so I have to tell people they want me to show their pictures and videos and stuff like that. And I don't think that's a good idea because all it ever does is start a bunch of crap. I posted one today from another guy's channel, and I ended up having to correct some people that just started talking mad crap about it's fake. I don't know, and I don't care. I just thought it was.
Who are you? How do you know? You an expert? Video expert? I'm not.
Yeah. So I just posted it, and then of course, and I said, "This right here is why I never do it."
Yeah,
that's why
I take the chance on my show. You know, I like guest show their stuff, and I've had that experience quite a bit on the show in the chat room with guests, and I pre-warn them. You know, like just don't worry about it. Don't I tell them don't pay attention to the chat room. But most of my chat room, I have a small chat room though, so I the 40 or so people that regularly tune in are very nice people usually.
Yeah, you got some good people.
Yeah, really good.
I get some good, solid core, about 400 good people, and then you got some wild cards, and then you got added, fanatics that also feel like they can say whatever, Yeah.
Well, I got in real big trouble like a few weeks ago on my show when I got mad at somebody in the chat room because they were talking crap about the guest and what they were saying, and I said, I'm willing to talk to a Satanist, and that it just started a fire.
I mean, you can talk to them. That doesn't mean you have to be them.
I don't have to believe them, or I'm not trying to even promote them. I just want to have a discussion. Why do you believe this? Let's get into it, and let's talk about it. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to understand you. I'm not going to believe you or follow you or any of that. People don't get that. I go back to the days of Art Bell when you literally had a lady on a show talking about how she sacrificed her child's soul to Satan. He talked to everybody. Yeah. That's my idea on it. You got I'm gonna have a conversation even with evil.
Well, there's people that run around saying that I'm a Satanist, all kinds of silliness, but it's a bunch of crap. I mean, they can't stop talking about me though, and that's fine because the more they talk about me, the more people come tuning in. They're just making the algorithms just run toward me. Don just says here, he says, Wolf, Jason, did any remote viewer you talk to see something similar to gold pillars in the U.S.? Not to me, but you.
I have some contactees that have described ships like that. But I've had a few remote viewers on my show, but I don't think we ever got into that. But I've definitely had some contactees describe something like gold pillars as ships.
Actually, that's one rumor that is true. An alien craft did come down in my yard years ago, and I went out there and I blasted them all to hell, and I took the bodies and I buried them in the bunker in my backyard, and all the gold from their ship. You see this? Mine now. It's like Thanos. I took it.
It had to be
Snap.
Anunnakis. They're the ones that wanted the gold.
The Anunnaki. Yeah, the Anunnaki. That's it, man. Nobody.
Dude, I was
wants
so
to talk
excited
about
yesterday. I took my son's birthday shopping in this Game Changer store, and they had books there that people left. And there was like 4 out of the first 5 books. Somebody took the first book and bought it. I'm like, come on, that was supposed to be a set of the Zachary Stitchin 12th Planet series or Earth Chronicles series. I'm like, oh, score. Give me those, you know.
Did you? So can you get the first one?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I got the
12th
whole
Planet.
set. Yeah.
Yeah, I never did. I got them from the library when I was in my 20s, but they were so expensive, and I didn't have Amazon then, like anything. They were so expensive to find, and I couldn't find in bookstores, so I never ordered them, but I had read them years ago. So I'm like, I want this collection. I've been wanting it recently. When I look it up online, I'm like, oh, my God, this is so much money. And when I saw these, they're all paperback, but I don't care. I was like, oh, score. It's in my collection,
Yeah, those are the originals are like out of print, and they're worth money. But that's like just about everything. I bought a paranormal library from a guy, and he had so many books it filled up the entire back of my truck. Like I had to put a tarp over the back of it, and then we filled up the back seats and the floorboards. It was unbelievable. So yeah, I have an entire area of a storage that's just nothing but books of paranormal authors.
That's our like things we need to buy for the house are bookshelves, because I got so many now packed up in bins because my bookshelves got ruined by flooding. That
Oh, wow.
I don't have enough bookshelves anymore for all the books I have, and they're in bins, and I hate that because I like to go back and access books when I think of certain things, But yeah.
Well, I keep telling you to move down to Texas. And then you could come into the studio and you could use my studio and we could just, work together. You'd be a great addition to the team. You could have your show and I could have mine and we could work together. And I guarantee you, I mean, you should be a lot bigger than you are. I don't know why. The time slot, man. But
Well, I know why I don't work hard at it.
yeah,
I know.
but I mean,
I just do a
what
show
you
once a
do,
week,
you
and
do
even
once
if
a
that.
week, and it's really good. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, and I tell people, I don't have a lot of time in my life to dedicate to doing listening to other people's programs. I listen to you and Abe Seas and a few other people. Mostly just pop in and say hi, but I'll actually stick around and listen to you for a little while when I have time. And that says a lot because I don't really listen to other people's shows.
I
People
hear
are
ya.
always asking me, did you hear so and so? No, I didn't. And it's nothing personal. It's just I don't have time.
Jamie and Rob do a show, my co-hosts, on Wednesday nights, and I'm not there most of the time because I got to work in the morning. So I don't even get to watch their show and catch up half the time. I'm like, what'd you guys talk about last Wednesday? I feel bad. They're my best friends, and they do their own show, and I try to tune in when I can, but I usually have to be up at 6 a.m. the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think is your plan for the future?
Weird Wednesday, by the way. Check that out.
Weird
Jamie and
Wednesday.
Rob. Weird Wednesday, 11 p.m. Central.
Okay.
Is Jamie and Rob's show.
Yeah, because I go on about 8 o'clock. We have a pre-record we drop at 8 o'clock, or we're doing a live. It depends, Tuesday or Wednesday. We always do Tuesday and Wednesday, but we're doing one pre-record and one show. I think we're doing the pre-record Tuesday this week.
Yeah.
Last week we did it on the live on Tuesday, and I was sick as a dog, so we ended up doing the pre-record on Wednesday because I thought I was going to go to San Antonio to do the symposium. But the Lord works in mysterious ways. There could be a reason why I didn't go. There were some threats and things, and I was just sick. I would have gone anyway. I didn't care, but I was sick. I was real sick. But I don't know. People are so crazy. They don't like what you say, but then they tune in and so they can complain. But I'm not a preacher. I'm not up here to appease some sort of religious people.
You're a questioner.
Yeah, and a truther. I try to bring out the truth, and
Truth seeker.
people ask me this too, Jason. They're like, "Why don't you put on their true stories, whatever?" Because you don't know. I'm repeating what people have told me. I'm not able to say this is my seal of 100%. Yeah, I do believe most of it. Yeah. Have there been some questionable time where we've thought about it and been like, I don't know, but that's not my job. Your job is to decide whether you want to believe these people.
I don't believe every guest that comes on my show,
Yeah.
but I'm open to hearing them. It doesn't mean I automatically believe 100% of everything they're saying. It's not that I think they're liars. I think people can be fooled and perceptions can be wrong. And then maybe some people are liars and con artists. I'm sure I've had a few. you know.
Yeah.
But I'm going to listen, and we're going to talk.
Yeah.
That's how you
You've
find
had
out.
such a great cadre of people like on there. I mean, it's been a bevy of like just amazing guests. You need to send me some my way. I know there's a couple that you sent.
I can't get him back on my show. I don't know. I'm a horrible host. I don't know. I'm telling you, I have nobody booked except for Paul Wallace.
But you had
Like,
Paul Wallace. I mean, and he spoke very highly of you when me and him did our shows together. And we had
Yeah.
planned a 3-parter, but I was off by an hour because of the time gap. And then,
Yeah.
you know, he's in Australia,
Australia.
and he's an amazing guest.
Oh yeah,
And
he's
I'd
one of my
love to.
favorites. So I'm glad he still wants to come back on. Some people can't come back on because the illnesses and that I know of, and you know, stuff like that. But it's like I'm looking for new guests. I've had a lot of people I consider like self-help gurus come on, and some of them are great, but I'm looking for less of that and more conversations about people's experiences.
Yeah, what about
the-
witnesses? Because
Yeah,
there are
that
people-
kind of stuff.
yeah,
That's what
There
I
are
want to get
people
more
that don't
into.
listen.
Yeah, that's what I want. Send them my way, please, because
yeah,
I
I'll
need
send
that.
them to
I
you.
need. And anybody, if you're looking to email me, if you're interested, or you know, Paranormal Soup J, the letter J, BLAND @gmail.com. Paranormal Soup J Bland @gmail.com is how you can send me a message. Or if you got a
I know
guest
that
idea.
you should get Abe Cias on. He has a show
Okay.
called Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, and I'll hook you up with him.
Yeah, please.
Um,
I need guests, man. I need guests bad.
Yeah.
And then I'll let you know about the StreamYard thing. I don't know if you saw the price doubled on it. I'm looking at a thing called Riverside. I'm probably going to have to test out here before July when my subscription is supposed to renew for StreamYard. But it's like half the price, but it seems like it does a lot of the same things. I was going to tell you about it. Because, yeah, they doubled the price on this.
That's crazy.
I know.
And everything just keeps going up and up and up. It doesn't even match with the market. It's just exploding
The
ridiculousness.
StreamYard got bought out, and people came in and were like, oh, we want to use less bandwidth but make the same amount of money. Oh, let's just double the price. Half the people leave, and then we can have less of the bandwidth.
Yeah. Well, that's another bridge to cross, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was giving you. I was going to talk to you about it like a month ago, and I kept forgetting to do it. You know, so check it out.
might just start streaming.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just saying, we might just have to start streaming straight through OBS. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, OBS.
The reason I use this is because of the video call. You know, not just because of the multi-streaming, but just having a service that you can bring people on like we do, and have the chat room is great. You know, but
Yeah, StreamYard makes it easy.
$400 a year is a bit hefty.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah, and somebody, Joanne Hartnett, one of my moderators, she said Michigan Rob. Yeah, get Michigan Rob on there.
Right.
You could get him on for a couple weeks because Rob has a show, BMR. What's it called? Is it called Bigfoot Michigan Rob or Brunch with Bigfoot? Which one is it?
I think it's just called Bigfoot. His channel is just called Bigfoot Michigan Rob.
He was my guest. You know, was it last week? He was on last week. Yeah, he stood in for Nick Valente. Nick Valente's another one.
That'd be another good one, yeah.
Yeah, you should get Bettina Moss on, and she's an experiencer. A lot of these people have had, like Bigfoot Michigan Rob's had his own experience. Joe Barger, he's another one. He's a good one. They're in my book. There's a lot of different people. I can't think of everybody off the top of my head, but I'll put a list together for you. Have you ever interviewed David Weatherly?
No, I haven't.
David's another good one. He's written books.
I'm really interested in David Weatherly. I don't know if he wants to come on my show because way back in the day, him and a guy I used to have on my show. I don't anymore, and I don't want to get into it. But there was somebody he pretty much did not like, and I can get why. And he used to come on my show a lot, so I don't know. I mean, I'd love to have. That's the only reason I don't think I've ever had David Weatherly on.
There's only one person that I know that he doesn't like, and I'm not going to say it. So I think
I don't want to get into that, but I understand it. You know.
Because David's pretty chill with everybody. You know?
Yeah. I don't have anything against David Weatherly. That might be the only reason I probably haven't had him on my show. Is that was years ago though.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's been on a few times, and we talk pretty regularly. About time for me to have him back on too. And then also Ken Gerhardt. He's a good one.
Yeah.
Rob Blackburn. Those guys are all good friends of mine. Nick Redfern. Have you had Nick?
I've had Nick Redfern. I sometimes I think he gets. I love Nick Redfern. Like one of my wife loves Nick Redfern. Like when he's on the show, you know. But sometimes I feel like he's like, oh God, this 3-hour show. I'm gonna kill him. You know, it's like because I will keep him the whole time. It's Nick Redfern, so I don't know if I've tired him out a little bit because I've had him on the show like I don't know 4 times I think now.
Yeah. He
He's
does. He
awesome.
does get tired because he's at the conferences and he was, he's like, "Hey man, it's okay if I leave," and I'm like, "Do whatever you want."
I'm
Man.
always afraid to reach out to Nick Redfern. Like,
Yeah.
would you want to come on my show, Nick? I'm afraid to. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, probably. But he's awesome. My wife asked me probably just the other day, like, when are you gonna have Nick Redfern back on? I'm like, oh, I'm scared to
Yeah,
ask him.
me and Nick were co-authoring a book when he had to leave to England. Now I have this manuscript that's just sitting there doing nothing.
Is he living in England again?
He's in England. Yeah, his dad
Oh.
got ill. I don't know the
Oh.
status of anything beyond that.
Yeah,
And
I remember because I knew he was in Texas for every time I had him on, I didn't know he moved.
he left a lot of books with Daniel Jones, and I have not been up to Fort Worth or that area to get them. But he told me that Daniel has them and that they're for me, and I have not gone up there. And I don't know what all he left for me, but I know he said there's some things there I left, and he was like on his way to the airport. He was calling me and telling me he left
wow.
in a real rush, and it was kind of
family.
it was really unnerving. But yeah,
He's a
he
great
really
researcher, man.
really awesome. Yeah, we did a lot of work together with the chupacabra thing, and I gave him some leads and some witnesses. The one thing I'm good about is getting witnesses because I have people that message me all the time. That third season of These Woods Are Haunted, those are like a lot of my witnesses right there. That I was on the first set of that one, but then they didn't use everybody I sent them because
Yeah.
a couple people flaked out. I don't know. I guess they were nervous about being on television or whatever. Me, I didn't care. I didn't give a crap.
I did. I flaked out. I had a TV production trying to get me to do an interview on my shadow person experience, and it was getting mixed up, and I just said, "Fuck, screw it." I'm just not big about being on TV. I don't know.
Some people don't. I mean, to me, it's tomato. It's you're on YouTube, you're on TV. What's the difference?
Maybe because it's about my shadow person experience, which I can talk with you guys. I've had it, but it's such a personal experience. I don't even want to see myself on TV talking. I don't know. It's just weird. Like I see these shows, I see a haunting, I see these stories, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to be that person.
You don't want to be that person.
I don't because I don't want to see a reenactment. I really don't want to see that. I hate like reenact. Don't see some actor reenacting my experience. I don't want to see it.
Yeah. Joanne Hartnett says, try Hellbent Holler. Hellbent Holler is like not doing any collaborations right now. They've kind of gone in, and I know why. I'm not even going to get into the why. I know why, and I don't blame them. They've been attacked. And so, yeah, it's just these people that are going around. Yeah, this field, I was on the phone with Ken the other day, Ken Gerhardt, and we were talking because I was going to go by and eat dinner with him and his wife, Ann Celine, the author, and they were, expecting me, but I said, man, I don't know, man, I'm getting sick. I don't know how bad it's going to be. Later that night, it hit me like a freight train, and I got real sick. And I had already lost my appetite, and I haven't eaten since then. And till this oatmeal I ate today, a little cup of it, but it was pretty bad. But he was telling me, he's like, we're talking about this field and the craziness it brings, and the people that come out of it. It's just absolutely nuts. I mean, it brings some really, really awesome people that have become a staple in my life. But it's also brought some horrible, just absolutely abhorrent people.
Yeah.
That will do anything. They're backstabbers. They're liars. They'll do anything at all.
Or they're crazy.
Or they're just absolutely batshit crazy. And you got to be careful. You just got to be real careful. When people would come to me in the past and be like, hey, I want to start a podcast. I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. Do you mind changing cat litter every 5 minutes? Because that's how it feels. So you know what I mean? So I mean, as an analogy, but I told him, I said, are you prepared to work and prepared to, because I have full-time businesses and I'm doing this too. I don't sleep a lot.
Yeah. I've had people try let's do a podcast or show together. I'm like, I don't have time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I tell them, I said, look, you're going to have to really put in some work. And the other thing you're going to have to do is be prepared to have the shit criticized out of you. Be stalked cyberly and in person by crazy people, which has happened to us. We've had to move literally. These people, they knew our address and everything else. We had to get the hell away. I was like, dude, this is unbelievable. Like the stuff that we've had to go through. Now, I know everybody has not gone through this, but a lot of people have.
I have.
I know. Yeah.
I had a lady like
crazy people
threatening my wife and stuff like that and crazy stuff,
Yeah. Yeah, so I tell them, if you're interested in starting the podcast now, that's one of the prerequisites I always throw in there. I tell them, I said, be prepared to be messed with because you will be. And then I get a letter one day, and I'm like, oh, cool, fan mail. Um, it was the first one ever threatening me, and I was like, holy crap, okay, you know, that's not good. And then this one guy who kept telling me, don't ever quit the show because I'm going to do this and that, and I'm like, what the hell?
Oh my god.
But he was wrong because I quit for almost 5.5 weeks, and he didn't kill me. So thank God, he left
Jesus
me.
Christ.
He let me live, So, he's like, I know what you look like. You don't know what I look like. I'm a big fan, and I'm like, okay, misery,
Big fan that right. I was gonna say Kathy Bates. I mean, come on, man.
dude. It was just, it was crazy. And my wife is just like, I don't know about all this. I'm worried. And
Yeah,
I'm
my
like,
wife's
oh.
done that to me too back in the day too when
Yeah.
when the stuff got crazy. I've been very lucky over the last several years not to have too much drama. But I've had a few, nowhere near like you, because I don't have that kind of audience, and that's what scares me about getting that kind of audience like that too. Is like I don't want to deal with that. I do this. I do this for fun because I like talking to people. I like talking about these subjects. I do it because I enjoy it. And people can ruin that for you pretty quickly.
They can. They
Sadly.
make it not fun if you do that.
Yeah.
But we have dealt with it though pretty well. Like most of these people that have done with it, it's a big joke now. I mean, it's just a big joke. Who cares? I don't even care about these people. I shouldn't even be doing this. And my wife said, "Don't talk about it. We're not even gonna."
It's true. Your
It's
wife's
just
right.
it's just that you and I started talking. But
Yeah.
so Joanne says, "How about Harley Owens?" And I've heard his name thrown around lately. I don't know. Get him on to have him contact me. I don't really have time to reach out to him, but if someone wants to
Yeah,
set
if
it
you
up,
send contact, if you want a guest for either of our shows, you're sending that. Always send their contact if you know them or have contact information. That's what we need.
yeah, that's
Or their
absolutely
email
what we
to
need.
reach
Yeah.
out.
Joe Breezy, he's another one, man. He knows a lot of stuff. But you got to get Joe early in the day.
You say flat Earth theory. I've talked about it on my show. Like I'm not a believer in it at all, but I'm willing to have somebody on that wants to talk about it. And present.
Man, he can really
what they believe.
throw some stuff out there to you.
I mean, that's the same. I have people on that are complete. Like they believe. The end of times is coming, and they're complete Christian evangelical. I'm not a believer in that. In the total of their beliefs. But I have conversations, and they're great people.
You want an
that's what you gotta do.
experiencer? There's a Dogman experiencer right there. He's been on the show. Dick Richards. He has
I'd love
an
to talk
amazing
about
one.
that.
Yeah, he's got a crazy one, dude. It was like these things came out of like an orb, if I remember correctly, Dick. Don't. He's a Patreon
Came out of an
member.
orb, yeah.
Yeah, like an orb. If I
That's so
remember, it was in a
interesting.
field. Yeah, that was a good one. And then the Blondes and Booze ladies, they'd be good. You'd be a good guest for them too.
Yeah, I checked out their channel. It looks really cool. I'd love to talk to them.
Yeah, they're growing. Texas Front Porch, Big Tex. He's a guy. He's got a lot of stuff to talk about, and he's had a lot of weird stuff happen. And then, like I said, BMR is a good one too. There's a lot of people out there that have. And Monica Rollins, I have her coming out on a pre-record because some of the people were asking for guests on the Spotify and the Apple podcast, whatever. And I said, okay, cool. So we'll have a 3-parter. And guess what? They're going to complain. They're going to be like, I don't like this. I want you to tell the stories. Well, she's a good talker. She can talk. If the person can talk, then let them tell the.
Let them tell the story. That's what I want.
Mhm.
It's great. You're a great narrator. I love hearing how you tell the stories. But but at the same time, if somebody's able to really talk about it and come on, why not let them tell the story, and then you can have interaction with it. In a sense, ask the questions and get to open them up, even make them realize stuff about their own experience that they didn't think about.
And that's a big part of it too. Like we'll have somebody on, and I've already, people don't understand. Like I've already heard the encounter. They've already told me. So usually when they come on, I already know how long it's going to go. And if it's a pre-record, it's got to go for at least an hour. So if it's my live stream, it's going to go 3 hours. So yeah, they're going to be like, oh, well, you talked too much and the guest didn't. That's because the
I get
guest
that all the
doesn't-
time.
Yeah.
I get that.
They
Well, the
can't
biggest
tell a
complaint
story
I get
for 3
is
hours.
Yeah. I get the biggest complaints is that you talked over the guest too much. You talked too much. I'm like, sorry. It's a conversation. I'm sorry. I share my experiences. This is how it is. You want to go? There's a lot of this field is filled with a plethora of options out there. You can go find any.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if we don't like it, move on. But
Plymouth
people got to
says-
be Siskel and Ebert on it.
Yeah, they're critiquing you. You're like, dude, you have nothing better to do but stalk a podcast.
Yeah.
I love the guy on Jason's show talking about time travel. Jason, who was that?
Mike Ricksecker.
Was
That'd be the
recent?
most recent time traveler because he had a book on time travel. It was really good.
God, you've had so many. How do you get your guests? How do you do it? I know how I do it.
Oh, I've gotten to know some the people that publish a lot of the books.
Oh, wow.
Different people like that. And there's certain people that like try to, that you sign up for it and they try to find them shows to go on, publicists and stuff like that. And then there's a website I've used, radiointerviews.net or something like that. I've put an ad up on there. That's what I did years ago and gotten people. I think that's how I got Paul Wallace. I don't remember. No, I got Paul from Gavin Davies, who is one of my first guests, who's also an author and also works as a publicist and gets me guests and stuff. Like he's got me some great ones like Paul. So that's just what I've done. And then I reach out to people. And usually when I reach out to people, I don't get them. I go for some bigger names sometimes and hear nothing and nothing happens and I don't get any people. It's just how it is. Because I'm a small show, I get it. And I'm a bad time frame, too. I'm really bad with 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central start time. Interview doesn't start till 10:30 Central. And, that to people, is discouraging to come on my show, I know. It's all right. But
it's a shame because you get, like I said, so many good guests and you yourself add so much to it. Like you come up with some questions.
I almost had Linda Moulton Howe, but she was like, she talked to me and she's like, I just can't do that time frame. I'm like,
oh man. Well, maybe we could get her together. She's talked about me on her show. It's
I'd
funny.
love to talk to Linda.
I've heard my name tossed around. Like I was half asleep one day listening to a podcast. It was, oh God, what's his? He was at my conference. I can't remember his name. It just got a beard. Got my name, Josh Ninocchio. Right, and he had a guest on there, and I was like half asleep, and I was just listening to his channel, and my name just popped up, and they started talking about me, and I was like, oh, cool, and that's happened a few times. Like they'll quote my work, or they'll talk about a guest or a story or whatever. The problem though with my show, the way it has been, is that when I venture off away from what people really like, which is me narrating the encounters, I get really bombed. Like we get criticized. Like I could read you some stuff that people just, not to be mean, but then they say this really slap you in the face thing, and you're like, damn, dude, jeez.
It happened to Art Bell. It happened to Art Bell because he didn't initially set up his talk show just to be about paranormal things, but as his audience grew super big in the '90s, that's what people were coming in to listen to. That's what they were tuning into. And when he would venture off to have people on that had nothing to do with paranormal UFOs or anything alien, it'd be some other topic. He had celebrities on. He had Leonard Nimoy on. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Some people got upset. Well, this isn't paranormal. Blah, blah, blah. Well, Art wants to just talk to people, That's when he originally set that show up. Yeah. Yeah, he's a ham radio guy. That's what he didn't do it just to talk about paranormal things, He goes way back to the 80s and all that when he was doing it. He used to do politics until he just got so sick of it, And that's when he wanted to just have open conversations, and he would get people calling in with their experiences, and that started the whole paranormal realm. Then you kind of get into that. Why? Well, people, they get the politics and all that stuff in the mainstream. They want to hear about the weird and unusual, and you do your show a certain way, and people get used to it, I guess. But I think you got to experiment. You got to try things. I'm going to, because my show's changing. I'm not getting as many guests. I'm doing more like open lines nights and just longer World Wide Web of Weird.
Well, like I said, I'll say it right here in front of everybody. If you want to, I'll jump on with you, and we can do some Sundays together. And I know people would enjoy that because I do my normal Sunday show, and then it would be real easy for me already being in studio because on Sundays I already have somebody usually doing my patrol, starting it for me. So I can just jump on with you, and then we could just do it, if you wanted to.
Well, this Sunday night is open lines. You're welcome to join me. We're going to be doing World Wide Web of Weird I'm working on right now. And, I hope people call in. If you're tuning in tonight and you want to check out the show, please, if you're new, call in when we open the phone
I'll jump
lines
on there for a
and join
little
the
while.
conversation. Yeah.
What
definitely. I'll send
time do you
link.
start, Jason?
10 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. So I'll try to get on.
If we have
about
guests on,
7.
we usually start them around 11:30. But if you come on, we'll start off right from the beginning. We're going to be doing a long World Wide Web of Weird or whatever since I didn't have a show last week. But I can't stay on too much later now because I do have family that's kind of waiting for me to watch a TV show with them before I promise. I was like, I don't know how long it'll go. We might have time.
Well, you got time, man. You can jump off, man. And we'll get together on Sunday. I'll be there.
All right, I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I gotta post the links or the show links and schedule all that, and I'll send you the link in Facebook.
Yeah. I feel like I'm getting a little better every day. So by Sunday, I should be.
If you're not feeling up to it, get your rest. It's not a problem.
I got to do my show too. So, but once I'm already in that mode, it's easy just to flip over. So it's not going to be a big deal.
Hey, Zariana. That's one of mine.
Zariana?
Yeah.
She says, I love the World Wide Web of Weird. That's a mouthful. I love the World Wide Web of Weird.
That's my news segment.
Yeah. So folks, check out Jason. Show him some love. I mean, show him the paratroopers. The paratroopers have given a lot of people a boost. People who,
they've come over and I thank them every time.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Yeah.
They'll
say, I'm coming here from the Paranormal Roundtable. I see that all the time. So I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll get together on Sunday, Jason. I'm gonna let you roll,
Awesome.
man. Thank you for coming on and talking about that. If anybody wants to see the interview, what's it again? You want to talk about the guy's name and what he was talking about? Repeat that real quick.
For which one? Oh, yeah. So
very
the
beginning.
Jake Barber,
Jake Barber,
News
yeah.
Nation, it was about almost 2 weeks ago. You can put that in, put Jake Barber, put in UAPs, whatever, News Nation, they'll have it up there. It's interesting. Like I said, I mean, people, you have to question everything, but what he's saying to me is really interesting about what might be going on behind the scenes.
Okay. So we'll let you run, man.
All right, guys. Have a great night and see you Sunday.
I'll see you Sunday. Bye-bye. So Jason Bland from Paranormal Soup, great guy. I've known him for years, and his show should be so much bigger than it is. It's a shame because he works that other job because he has to put food on the table. He has to take care of his family. And I respect that. I mean, he doesn't change it. He doesn't make his family conform to him. He conforms to them so he can be with them, spend more time with them. And, that's the real deal because he really could be bigger. And I know he's got a bigger audience, like on the internet radio thing. He did anyway, but on YouTube. When I first began talking to Paul Wallace, we had Jason Bland as common friends. And the first thing Paul Wallace said is, I love Jason. He's a great guy. And he's like, I love going on his show. And even though Jason's show is small and Paul Wallace is huge, he'll still go on there, talk with him. Which says a lot about Paul Wallace's character. Now, he gets attacked and people don't like him because he says things about the Bible, in particular the Old Testament, that people don't like. They just don't like. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that what they were taught in Sunday school may not be correct. And I get attacked for it too. But I personally don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me what you think, what you do or don't. Love me or hate me, people are still going to watch, and they're going to be pissed off, or they're going to be happy. Like I said before, some will jump for joy, and others will gnash their teeth. But I'll still be here, and people will jump up and twist my words, and whatever, turn it into whatever kind of crap they want to turn it into, and I really don't give a shit. You're not affecting me, Now, a lot of this negative energy, could it be making me ill? Yeah, it could be. Or it could just be going around. But I've suffered quite a bit over the last few months, physically being ill over and over with gout and with kidney stones and now this, which don't seem to be related, but it's just not a coincidence that you have all these people jumping around hating you, and then you start getting sick and, had remote viewers and psychics telling me that I'm under spiritual attack. And I'm like, not to be crass or rude, but one of them, she's my friend, been friends for years. And I said, no shit. And she was like, well, I thought you already knew, but I thought I'd confirm it for you. You're not off base. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. Because yeah, I know. That's what's been happening. And some people are like, taking credit for it, and some people I think are full of crap. I think they just wish they could be doing it. But whatever it is, I mean, it's not really stopping me. You know, I do appreciate what Christopher Jordan did at the conference, at the symposium anyway. He had everybody stop and send energy and positive energy and prayer to help me. Stuff like that really, 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 really makes me happy that I have friends. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks. So what we were talking about with Jason, you know, it goes really deep. I mean, we could talk all day and night about that subject, subjects, even with the flu up here. And I'm, you know, still really sure, you know, that what we're doing and what we're dealing with is important. And what we're doing here on the show is important, or I would have walked away and never came back. But I kept feeling this push to go back, this push to keep going. And I do believe it was spiritual. And no, it wasn't the devil. These people want to believe that. Let them believe it. They're a pile of stupid. Okay. But the fact that, you know, I look at it like this, the fact that so many people have, you know, tried to take us down and they can't do it, it speaks to the you know, that we're the real deal. And that, you know, we are doing something. Because if you're not hated by at least some of the people, then you're to be ignored. Because there's going to be people that are going to hate you. A lot, they're going to be way outnumbered by people that love you. But you got to remember, the people that hate you are always going to be really vocal. They try to make it look like they're really big. They puff up like the frill lizard, and really and truly, they're just a paper dragon. They're not anything. I've learned that about their channels too. It's just garbage, dude. It's all fake. The numbers are everything's fake about them, dude. They sit around, you know. I was going to say something really rude, but the thing is, that isn't real. That is not real. We have all real numbers, real everything, you know. And when we get to 100,000, which is, you know, still a ways off, it's going to be a lot different than a lot of these other channels. 100,000, because if you really have 100,000 people, you're going to be well known. There's going to be a lot of people out there, and it's going to roll, and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, faster and faster and faster. And we've seen that growth. You know, here lately we've hit a stride, and it's all real, all natural. I don't care what these haters say; they can hate until their blood's coming out of their eyes. It doesn't make it true. Okay, and so we literally have hit a stride here, and we're doing good numbers. The analytics are all there. It's all legit, all organic growth. We don't buy subs. I promise you that. We are doing the Patreon shows now. We're not going to do one this Monday, but we're going to do another one next Monday. We're going to do more and more stuff with that. And I don't know how it's going to play out. I want to keep everything off of a paywall. You know, I don't want to put any stories or anything behind a paywall, but it's becoming, you know, like financially, we need to do something for the Patreon people because they're keeping the show going. So to keep the doors open, the proverbial doors open, we got to do what we got to do to help the channel to keep it going, because I can't use my businesses to support the channel. Like, that's been happening a lot for the last few years. We just keep putting more and more money into it to make it grow. And when you try to grow correctly, like we are, it's expensive. It has become a financial strain. But I'm not going to give up on the show because so many people love it and they depend on it, and there's a lot of people who can't afford it. But I've looked around and I've seen other channels that I think are complete. I'm not even going to get into it. I don't have a problem with these people personally. I just don't think that they're doing all that great of work, and they're getting like massive help from their people. And I'm going like, why are they giving this to these people? These people are terrible. And it must be some sort of like loyalty brand thing or something. I don't know. Like, I know the generation before mine, I'm Generation X, but they were very brand loyal. And so there are a lot of boomers that watch these shows and do this. And I guess brand loyalty plays a lot into it because I'll see them and I'll go like, what in the hell are they? Why do they want to see this? And why do they give them so much money? Because it's like, good gosh, dude. Yeah, Sue says, why isn't YouTube paying you? They pay us, but it's not. Gone are the days of when you could make, like, you could do good. Like when I'm not even going to say the name of the company because I don't want to be flagged. But when they were taken over, it changed. Okay. I'm not going to speak ill of them, but it became a different platform. And now it's not, you can't, there's a lot of people that left after that because the censorship set in, and they do censor things, to a degree. And you have to be careful what you say. And then you don't get the same as you used to. Okay. So we can bombard you with ads. But I mean, the best way to help out is just through the Patreon, or I don't know. There's different things you can do. I mean, if you donate here, that's fine. But if you do the PayPal donation thing, that would be much better. There's no link on there. I mean, you can put the link up, Anthony, or somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another good way to help. But the Patreon would be the best way because you get something out of it, and I'm able to give you merchandise and stuff. And so that would be the best way, just to help the pay. And then we could do Patreon shows for the Patreon members. Now, somebody was really aggravated. They said, no cryptid stories, not happy about the Patreon. And I'm like, yeah, because I said we're not doing anything about it. But we had a couple guests on and we talked. And now if the guests want to come on and speak, that's fine. And I just wanted to touch base with my Patreon members that are donators. Every month they donate. And I have to have the sponsors. If I don't, we close the doors. Because every time we do a live stream, we're taking off from work. And I have to work, folks. You don't understand. I wasn't born independently wealthy. I don't have a yacht, and I'm just like, I'm going to do my show, Lifestyles of the Rich and Paranormal. I'm not that guy. And people see me wearing gold and they're like, well, look, he's wearing gold. You want me to go pawn it so I can keep the doors open? I could do that. Because I'm wearing my investments, folks. I buy lots of gold. This is what I'm going to use eventually. Probably not going to be wearing it. If shit hits the fan, push comes to shove, I'm going to melt it down. Because you don't know what's going to happen. I am going to do a Patreon show. I mean, a Rumble show coming up, and we're going to talk about some things that you should be doing and preparing for, because there's some stuff that could hit the fan. Now, I could be wrong, but I want my listeners and people who care about me to be prepared. And there's some things that we could do, we could talk about. Now, I have had some offers for sponsorships, but they haven't been good. We get one about once every, or 2 a month probably, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
But they're not worth
It's
the
just
crap.
some random crap.
It's crap. I would be peddling bullshit to you. And I'm not in the business of that. I had a beard oil. I keep talking about this. Me and my brother put it in our beards, and our beards broke. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, not your beard, like you fell out. No, it broke. Like I went to comb it and like it broke like pieces of glass. Do you know what that means? It's bullshit. And I was like, hey, I'm not going to peddle this stuff. What do you want me to? You want me to tell the people to put this? Maybe you could put it on your back hairs or something, and if you have those, and just have it break, tear it off. I'm not a very hairy person, but some people have that, and so they might need it. I don't know. I'm just trying to be funny, but seriously, there's some stuff that they tried to get us to peddle that was absolute bullshit. There was a video game that was so, I'm not even gonna say the name of it. It was so janky and so full of bugs. How am I going to promote something you can't play? Do you understand? Like, I mean, I'm doing you a favor by not lying to you and telling you, hey, buy this bullshit, because they're paying me to tell you that. So to get sponsors, yeah, that's good. And now we are going to probably hire a publicist. We need to do that. It's something that my colleagues keep telling me to do, that will grow exponentially from it. So yeah, now I got to do that. And then they take a percentage of your profits. But if you want to get bigger and grow, and eventually I want to do this instead of doing my other job and let someone else take it over and let them run it, instead of always having to be hands-on, because eventually I will be the one solely in charge of everything. I'm already kind of that guy. My business partner's up there in age, and so I'm going to have to take on more responsibility, which means this will suffer, because if it comes down to what makes you money and what really doesn't, you're going to have to deal with what makes you money, not because it's what I want, but because it's what I have to do. Yeah, and Sue's, that's a good point. She says, we can't trust that Trump can control what happens in the world. He's just a mortal man. That's right. You can't put your faith in people, okay? I wouldn't put my faith in me. I'm just a man. I'm just a person. I'm not part of the Illuminati. I'm not an angel. I'm not a demon. I'm just a man. I'm just a normal, flawed man like everybody else. And hell, I'm flawed as hell, dude. I wish I wasn't. You can poke fun of me all. Look at my head. I got this big round head. I'm up here, blah, 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 whatever. I'm not feeling good, and I look goofy. I had to shave my mustache. My wife had a good point. If you get sick, shave your mustache off, because that stuff collects bacteria and all kinds of stuff, and it could keep you sicker and giving you a sinus infection. So I did what she said. I said, you're right. I usually do that, and I just had forgotten because I was so ill. And she said, you need to shave that, honey, and I did. So a little word of advice there. Under Fire says, Josh is just a werewolf. He can't do everything. Laugh out loud. Yeah, a lot of people say that. It's kind of funny, because even some of my friends back in the day used to say that I was a werewolf. And one of my enemies threw that out to somebody, which I thought, you call this guy up and tell him that I'm a werewolf. Like, who in the modern day is going to believe that? Now, me knowing how things are, especially now, if somebody says, hey, your friend's a werewolf, I might be a little bit concerned. But the average person is not going to give a shit if you tell somebody that I'm a shape-shifting werewolf or reptilian or vampire, or that I'm Bigfoot. Nobody's going to give a shit. They're just going to laugh. You could be sitting there across from a vampire yourself, and the person says, yeah, I'm a vampire. And you're going to go, yeah, okay, sure, guy. I'm Doc Holliday. Really. I mean, nobody's going to believe you. But that's the nature of the world we live in, right? So even if it was true, nobody's going to believe that. Yeah, this guy says he shaves his face. I didn't want to shave my beard. I'm waiting until I get well to get a haircut and a shave. I was going to get one, but I started getting sick, and so I had an appointment scheduled with my hairstylist. She's a great lady. Her spouse works for us, and I was like, no, I'm not going to go get a haircut or a shave from her because I'll get her sick. So even though I was feeling better, I'm going to wait till I'm cleared of this, which may take another week even to get cleared, so that I can go and not infect anybody. And I'm trying to stay away from people so I don't get people sick. So luckily I work at night, and I'm not really going out and to the world and because people will do that. They'll be sick as a dog, and they'll be going into stores and doing all kinds of crap. Stop, because you're just spreading it around. You're making other people's lives miserable, and they don't think about it, but that's karma on you, especially when you know that you're ill. you should be taking it easy anyway. Now I understand if you live alone and you don't have anybody to help you or do things. I've been there. And you may have to go out into the world and do stuff, because living alone and not having anybody to help you when you're down and out, that is the worst. It is absolute misery. I don't ever want to be in that position again. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, so I took a warm shower the last 2 days. I've taken warm showers, which is different for me. I am so used to taking cold showers that it felt gross. I'm not even going to lie. I got in there to take a shower at the ranch a couple nights ago because we stayed over there one night, and I had to take a warm shower. And I think in the last few months we've been out at the ranch, I've only taken one warm shower there. I don't think I've even taken. So first shower I took, at the new place, and it was warm. It was weird. It was really weird because I take cold showers, and the water that comes out of the ground out there at the ranch, it is cold as hell. I mean, it is unbelievably cold. Like if it's 30 degrees outside, it's going to be cold regardless, but it could be 70, 80, 90 out there. And it was cold because we moved out there in October. We had a few days where it hit 90s, right, Anthony? Wasn't it in the 90s? Wasn't it?
Yeah, October, yeah.
I think it was mostly 80s, but it hit 90s. And
yeah, it was annoying.
I would take showers out there, cold showers, which felt good because of the heat. And I think we had more than a few 90s days. And it was rough. I mean, that water came out cold as shit, especially when you're out there doing stuff out in the yard and you come inside and you're ready to take a shower. Whoa, golly, whoa. Goodness gracious, that's rough. And then when it's cold, you take that cold shower, you go outside, you just stay cold. So you got to get in the heat if you're ready to warm yourself up. But that cold shower does something for your body. It really does help a lot. And I think that the power of prayer does a lot too. And I think there's a reason why I had real bad blood pressure, real sick, real high. My pulse was 70, which is unbelievable for me. My pulse runs in the high 40s, low 50s all the time. And for it to go up to 70, that's crazy time for me, dude. That's when I work out. My resting heart rate has always been low. They would check it. My doctors would be like, damn, you got a low resting pulse, which is good. That's where it's at. You want it to be low. But they would kind of worry because they'd be like, it's like 51. I'd be like, yeah, it's always 51, 52, 53, wouldn't go up too much. If I worked out, it might be 67, maybe 70, 71, but never got into the 80s or anything crazy like that until I went into AFib, and then it was like bouncing around like a pinball. But you have to take care of yourself. So I do the breathing exercises and the cold showers, and I did it every day. Took supplements, but yeah. So with the blood pressure the way it was because of this flu, certain things I just couldn't take. And so I had to be real careful because it was just so high. And so I was taking my medication to try to get it down. And I just had this massive headache and I was dehydrated. Even though I drank 6 liters of water one day on Wednesday. Wednesday. I drank 6 full liters of water. I drank 5 the next day. And I've had 4 today. So about 4 or 5 is usually what I drink a day of just water, but I drink other fluids all day too. So just water, just alkaline water. And I like to drink this. It's called Crazy Water. It's a local Austin company, and they have different kinds. They have number 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is a number 2. And this one has certain minerals and whatever vitamins that comes in it. And it's really good stuff. You get it at Juiceland. That's a really good stuff. You can order it from them, but you have to go there to pick it up. It's kind of like, but they also sell it at Wheatsville. That's like a Whole Foods type store. And then they sell it at,
They still at HEB too.
oh, they sell it at HEB now?
Crazy Water, yeah.
Yeah, they used to not.
Yeah.
And they sell it at Sprouts. But I guess now HEB's got on board. Good for them. But healthy, lifestyle is important. Like I said, I've lost over 40 pounds as of late. And, although my head is just swollen up because I'm swollen because of the sickness. But yeah, it's this no fun, no bueno. So flu, wouldn't recommend it. I'm going to give that a negative 20 score. HMB is fantastic. Yeah, HMB is a good supplement. It was the second great supplement behind creatine. Creatine was the big one back in the early 90s. Everybody was like creatine. And then about the mid 90s, HMB really took off. And it was like, it did about half of what creatine did. But when you paired them together, they really did. It was a powerhouse for weightlifting. So. Did you choke on a Viagra, Wolf? What? What are you talking about? Yeah, flu type A is what's going around everywhere. Yeah, a lot of people have it right now. So anyway, what we're talking about on Sunday, we're going to be getting back into some stories. We got a couple weird stories that I'm going to put together, for you. Weird encounters. It's going to be funny when you first hear it, like where they took place, but it's not so funny. Yeah, Elastic, I didn't know what you were talking about. You said your whole head is swollen. Yeah. But when you look at the extreme nature, especially of one of those encounters, you're going to really, it's a trip. And another one, we're going to talk about Galveston, but that led, the guy we called Paulie, because he wanted to be Paulie the Pirate. Well, he didn't want to be Paulie the Pirate. He wanted to be called Pirate, which just made me and Squid and Chico and everybody just laugh our asses off. And then, of course, we went and told D, my brother, and Diablo just mercilessly, insulted the guy, which was kind of a ritual over there. The new guys would just get, you see that 6'8" guy over there that's pushing that girl, go stop him. And they kind of look back at you and we're just like, go ahead. But then once he gets over there, we're not going to leave you hanging, dude. We go run in and take care of it. We see who's brave and who's not. We had some people that would just throw the rag down and say, here, take your towel back. Here's your shirt and walk out. I call those people cowards. But I call the people that just rushed into it insane. But those were the people you needed there. You needed those insane bastards to get in there and do that stuff. Thank you for the donations. Paula King. Thank you, Paula King. I like Paula. There was another one too. I think I missed it. I don't know. But anyway, his stories that he told coming out of Iraq, he ended up in Iraq. I'm glad he lived. He was a very young kid when he worked with us. And so he joined the military and went off to fight and damn near got his ass shot off. And when he joined the military, we weren't at war. But I think 2 years in, we were at war. And so he went over there and and then he re-enlisted. Guess he liked it. But he was a tough kid, a little off, I thought, not a liar though, but he was just a little wired up. Like he was crazy. But Paul told us, his stories. And so, going to Iraq and suffering through what he did. I mean, we'll talk about that on Sunday. If we got time, we're going to get some stories out. But his encounters with what we call the Dogman. And he reached out to me, and thank goodness he did. And that was a weird thing. That was a chance encounter that his wife found me on YouTube. Like she just was looking and it showed up in her dill because she likes to watch ghost stuff. One of our shows popped up it was like, check this out if you like this, whatever. And she was like, oh, Paranormal Roundtable, PRT, huh? she's like, "That's Wolf," you know, because at one time I was not her at that time in the late '90s. I was not her direct boss. I was the floor supervisor. The bar manager was another guy, so she was not my worker. She was not my employee, but he was, and so I eventually became the assistant, whatever. But she worked for us, and so he had a crazy bunch of stuff to tell me that had happened to him since he had left. Um, we had parted ways, whatever. Um, he's not a real good speaker, um, but I mean, he told me his story, and I got it, so we can get to it. But we're gonna hope that we can tell all the encounters we got lined up on Sunday. The Galveston thing was really interesting. There was a guy that reached out to me, and I'll tell you all about it. His great aunt had a place down in Galveston on the coast, right there on the beach. There's a lot of beach houses down there, and she was an odd duck. It was his grandmother's sister, and he ended up going down there, and it just it's just a trip. What happened to him? So, anyways, Polly gives me the other guy from Galveston. He gives me this story about this pirate, and so I thought it'd be interesting just to do those together. And if we have time, we'll get into Paul's stories. I won't call him Polly because that's insulting to say that. But it's going to be funny. It's going to be good. Not funny, but There's a good question. If you have any questions, pose them to me, and I can speak about it for another 10 minutes. Do you know if the black-eyed children are demons or not? Had strange encounters as a kid. Started thinking about it. Mateo, what did you have happen? And if you don't mind sending it to me, so I can retell it, or you can come on the show and tell it if you can speak. If you feel like it. The black-eyed kids, there has been so much said and done about them now. David Weatherly, we were talking about him earlier when he wrote about that, and it was here in Texas. There have been lots of encounters. We could do another show about it. I'm estimating here because I just get one every few months. It'll come across black-eyed people just in general, but I'd say we probably get one every couple of months, I'd say we probably have at least a dozen in the chamber somewhere. If I go back and look at the files, we could probably put together a pretty good show. But give me what you got. He said it would show up in my room before I went to sleep as a kid. I would shapeshift. I can't find much info online. Well, there's a lot of people that report these things, so I'm pretty sure you can find some information. I mean, on YouTube, there's all kinds of stuff. I've seen different stuff. Yeah, Dick, I think you're right. I'm not going to repeat what you said, but I'm going to post it there. Yeah, I think so because it's shedding. So the people that went and did it, they're passing the gift that keeps on giving. So that's the problem. As Ariana says, I don't hear much about Dogman or Bigfoot at all of other places. What do you mean? What does that mean? Because there's a ton of it all over the freaking YouTube. I mean, it is everywhere. Dude, here's what's good. If there is a good thing about being sick, folks, or like when I had the gout and I couldn't move around, once I could walk or move around, it was a done deal. I didn't care. I mean, I was in pain, but so what? But when you're trapped, you're stuck, you can't really do nothing. You're kind of, you're just laying there. You can watch TV. That's the upside, right? So watching shows or whatever, I got to watch a few little things here and there, over the last couple of days. I don't have the TV set up yet in my house, but I did out the ranch. And so I was laying there for 2 of the days, whatever, not really able to travel. And, man, I got to watch probably like 8 hours of YouTube which is just insane for me. And I was so giddy. But it was just tons and tons of Dogman and Bigfoot stuff on there. And that's not all I watched or looked at, but I saw it popping up on the feeds. I mean, it is all over the place. And as Rihanna says, shows, there's a ton of them, man. Now, that's interesting. Evan says, Wolf, as much as I am into the paranormal, I try to stay away from watching videos or looking at pics of actual ghosts or demons, like they might know that I see them and find me. Your thoughts? I don't think that's the case, but I think it depends on the person, because I did have a story that was given to me by a woman that claimed that looking at a photo of a Native American shaman that had tried to mess with her. And you know what? I'm going to text that to me, Anthony, because I'm going to look that up when I get home on my computer. Or I can look it up here when I get done. Either way. But it's easier to do at home. I can look that up. There was a woman that gave us a story. Her name was like, started with like a G. But it was like I don't want to say a man's name. It was like Glenn or something like that. I'm not joking. And I remember she lived in Arizona, and she was near the reservation, and someone had a photo, a Native American friend of hers had a photo, if I remember correctly. Now, when I go back and I read the story and then I put it out there, it may be different, because I may be wrong right now. I may be talking out of my damn ass, because I am not feeling totally well and my head's a little. But if I remember correctly, and if it's wrong, I'm wrong. I'll try to correct myself. I'll tell you on Sunday if I can remember. But Evan, she looked at a photo and she believed that this unalived native shaman began to haunt her. What's interesting, though, is that she had never had any real superstitions, and her friend told her, she said, in our belief, taking a photo steals part of your soul. And so this shaman was not happy that he was photographed. And then she didn't understand why the woman had it. And she said, oh, it's, my great-grandfather. It was one of the first cameras ever used on the reservation. And he looked angry, according to her. It was a very interesting story. She has a hard time talking about it. She told it once and was not willing to. I couldn't even get her to retell me the details. She didn't want to talk again. So it was just like, okay. And I just kind of left it at that. That was about 2 years ago. I think it happened back in like 2010 or something like that. But I might be a little bit off, but I'll go and look it up. What was the other thing I said I needed to talk about? Oh, I need to find, Anthony, text me this too, please. To look up the video where the guy was talking about, oh God, what was he talking about? Oh, the biologics versus the AI with the private contractors, private military contractors. I'm going to find that video, and I'll talk about it on the show at the beginning. Tex says, I know a great channel where the host has had multiple encounters and has evidence. Okay. Is that Tex? Tex, you need to collaborate with Jason too. You guys help each other out. You guys can have some. Simple answer to that, Andres, is no. I haven't heard of a UAP over a small police. That's interesting. No one says an image or a video is hypersigil and used commonly in magic rituals. So if that was the intention, it may work. Yeah, I guess, I've seen thousands of photographs, and I've seen some videos too of things, and I'm just like, ugh, and it gives you the chills, and you're taken aback by it. You're like, what in the hell is that? And I've had people send me their personal stuff. And some of it is unnerving, to say the least. I'll say that. I have seen some footage that I 100% believe is real. These people captured something, and you're going like, what in the F is that? And even though you believe in your heart it's real, I know if I posted it online, it would just get destroyed. That's some bullshit. That was my granny. She was wearing her pantyhose on her head that day. That's what that was. And they'll just talk some shit, and they'll that because these people, though, a lot of them are just, they're there just to troll. They really are. There's even groups for that. But that's really, I'm not joking. There is a Bigfoot group that is dedicated to trolling and to attacking. That's what they do. Like the leader of that group is something else, dude. And they literally, like, I was warned by my friends in the Bigfoot field. They were like, stay away, man, stay away. Nellie stumbled into that group. She was invited by somebody who didn't know. And they attacked them quickly. And then we had to step up. I'm like, what's up? Thank you, Tex. I think your show's rock too, man. And so you got these people who committed their lives, I guess, to messing with people, control them. And it's like, if I had your kind of time, I'd be the emperor of the galaxy. I'm not even joking, because I see people with time. They waste it on nothing. That's why I said it's a little relaxing to be physically ill, because you get to actually sit back. And if I wanted to make an excuse to the world, and I could be like, I'm sick, if I wanted to make an excuse to John Q. Public or whatever, I could be sick all day. I could make excuses and tell my people to go work for me. I don't have to work. But I need to work. And I want to work. I can't lay around all day like some lazy buzzard, waiting for something to fall over dead so I can eat it. Right? It's like that joke, it says the buzzard he's like, to hell with this, I'm going to go kill something. He's tired of waiting. It's a joke. My old boss, in the security job, I worked with this guy, 3 different companies off and on. The last company I worked with him, I was a lieutenant there, but I was only there part-time because I was working around the club. And he was a good guy. And he had that picture, and then there was another picture that he had, and it was of a stork. And it had a frog's leg sticking out of its mouth, and it said, never give up. And the frog's arm was choking the stork. I thought that was hilarious. But those little pictures, it's like, yeah, man. Like the buzzards are sitting on the fence and like, to hell with this, waiting. I'm going to go kill something. I can't sit around like a lazy buzzard and just waiting around. I mean, I can't do it, man. I'm not that person. I'm not into like this fast-paced living. I'm not trying to say that you should go out and just run around like a fool, but get out and do something. Do something. Leave your property. Leave your house. Go out into the world. Now, if you have agoraphobia, I understand that. I mean, I know a person who has it. It's real. And it can come on and then it can leave, But sedentariness is very bad for you. It is. It's very bad for you. It's very harmful. And getting up and about and doing stuff, even though you're sick, you got to kind of move around, get the lymphatic system going, that's a good thing. You got to do that. And so I'm a big believer in physical exercise and trying to nutrition is a good thing, But man, I can tell you right now, dude, like there are so many people who have so much time on their hands and they waste it. Now, I understand if you don't have a real big IQ, then you have all this time and you're just sitting around eating your boogers or whatever the F it is that people do, wiping them on the walls or whatever I'm not even talking about one particular person. I'm just saying people in general, because typically people who have low intellect are very unclean. They don't really have personal hygiene. So it kind of goes hand in hand with people that smell. They tend to not have very high IQs and they're not very self-aware. They walk around stinking like whatever the hell, or whatever. And so, that's the one thing I have going for me. I have a pretty good pH. I don't smell like ass and walk around, if you get done working out at the gym, you better have a smell. You better, because if not, you're not doing it right. So I've had to go to HEB or something, or Walmart or something. I don't go to Walmart, but Target. You run in there after the gym, and it's like, oh, damn, dude. And you just want to stay away from people. Don't get too close. Be self-aware that you have an odor. No, I've gone to the grocery store, and it's summertime. I'm not even joking, Anthony. We remember HEB, and that guy was wearing the big starter, the hoodie or jacket, whatever.
Yeah.
He looked demonic, and he smelled. The whole store could smell this man.
Dude was like a reptile.
And he was there. And he's handing the money to the guy, whatever. And I wanted the guy, after he took the cash, to put some hand sanitizer on his hands. When the guy started to walk away, I said, "Can you use some sanitizer, please?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, sure." Like he was, and I'm saying, "Hey, I'm trying to be rude, man." He goes, "No, believe me." And the guy turned around, like he looked at us like Eddie Munster. He had the Kenny from South Park, and you're like, "What in the hell is this guy? What are you? Why are you wearing this huge NFL jacket? It's July. Do you want to die? Is that what you want to go outside and die? Wearing sweatpants, all bundled up for Christmas?" And I'm going like, I walk out there and he's standing out there waiting for something. I don't know what. The apocalypse, I don't know. But obviously mentally ill. But he reeked. You're sweating in a big jacket in July. And it's absolutely nauseating. Because you're not self-aware. Not at all. And I'm not trying to be ugly or mean. The guy maybe had a mental condition, but he looked like something was even more wrong than that. Because he was handing the guy money, and the guy's like, "Okay, well, it's $8.50, whatever, 8 something." And he kept on like giving him the wrong money, and I was like, "Oh God, dude, you're about to vomit." And word of advice: if you get this flu, don't eat. Don't. If you're ill already, like you can't, if you can eat processed food, that's fine. But your body's going to try and expel it because it's trying to get rid of everything. So Tony was hurling.
Yeah, I've eaten 6 tacos and that oatmeal today. I was hungry.
Hopefully, but I don't think you have it full on yet.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, hopefully it'll be not as bad for you guys. But if you have it tomorrow, it could be, we hope not, but try not to eat a whole bunch. I can tell you that, because my stomach on the 3rd day started like there's nothing in there. It was like trying to, and it's like, good grief, man. And trying to stay hydrated is crazy because your body's just trying to push everything out through mucus, through urine, everything, because it's trying to get rid of this crap, this parasite, this virus. Do you feel like crap too? Yeah, we all do. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a germaphobe at all. I had a roommate that was a germaphobe. Me and Dee and Anthony, we all had a roommate who was a germaphobe. It's tough to watch, man. He once dropped his phone in the trash, and he wanted me to pick it up and get it out. And so I stood there with him, and as a friend, because he's been a friend of mine for about 18 years. Let's see. How long has it been? Longer than that. Oh my gosh. It's been 25 years. It might have been 2000. And I told him, I said, "I'm going to do you a favor." I said, "Pick that up." And he's like, "No." I said, "You're going to leave your phone in the trash." So I didn't let him leave. I blocked his path out of the kitchen, and I said, "Pick your phone up." And he's intimidated by me because he'd seen me do all kinds of stuff. And I just said, "Dude, do it." And I forced him. Didn't put my hands on him, didn't hurt him, but I had to kind of intimidate him a little bit. D, don't say his name. Come on. So he reached down in there and he pulled it out. And then after that, I said, "Dude, did you die? Did you get sick?" No. I said, "Practice doing certain things." And he did. He got a lot better, didn't he? Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, "Dude, I love you. I care about you. You're like a brother to me. You suffer. It's like you're in bondage. to evil because it's got you. You know, you're sitting here and it's just like people that do when they have OCD. You know, I had severe OCD as a kid. I was very nervous. My dad I was very scared of him. And, so you grow up, I was like blinking real hard. I was always doing this with my hands and 1, 2, 3, and all that. I did that a lot. And so I've gotten over, you wouldn't even tell that I have it now. There's this certain thing I just practiced, over and over again, not doing it. Even to this day, though, sometimes when I'm driving, I'll catch myself, and it's you just got to fight through it. The world is not going to collapse into a hole in the ground because you didn't touch something 3 times, or turn the light on off and on, or you didn't open the door 2 or 3 times, or walk backwards or forward. You don't have to like get a tissue and put it back or whatever it is your little deal is. Pray to God that He delivers you. Christ is the Redeemer. He can take care of you. He'll help you. And remember, don't feel bad about your afflictions unless you don't do anything about it. Then you should feel some guilt. But that's my opinion. That's what I believe. And there are people who live with this, and they're okay with it. And just like, well, that's how it's always been. Yeah, until it's not. Because things are the way they are until they're not. And a lot of times it's up to you to change it. It's as simple as that. It really is. I have broken through so many barriers in my life. If I had a dime for every time somebody said, well, this is just how it's always been. And I told them, I don't give a shit. I don't care if this is how it's always been since Methuselah walked the earth. Those days are over. Figured I better drink more. My kidneys are hurting a little bit. It's a damn dehydration. They have a drink, though, at Juice Land called the Fixer Elixir, and it is really healthy. It doesn't taste the best. In fact, it doesn't taste good, but it's gotten me through. Yeah, Scorpion, I had to help you with your OCD too. The problem is you revert back to it. You got to do it all the time, not just when people are watching. But you do the best you can. Everybody's got to do what they can. Some people just choose not to. They choose to be, like I said, they're like, oh, things are the way they are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've seen that a million times, and every time I've destroyed it. And it's like, oh, you're Johnny come lately. There's all these people already doing whatever it is you're doing. We'll do it better. There's 20 bars down here. Well, our bar is better. It's the best ever. It's the best one. Why? Because I'm going to make it that way. And then you do it. My pizza shop is the best. Well, why? Because of this, and that. And you make it happen. If you're going to talk the talk, walk the walk. The most important thing, though, if you're talking the talk, you got to realize you're burning the ships. You can't go run and get in the ship and sail away. You've already thrown down the gauntlet. Now it's time to take the heat. If you can't do that, then shut up. So many people think that nothing has consequences. But the fact of the matter is everything does. And there's a lot of stuff coming out right now in the world that's going on. And karma is kicking a lot of ass right now. And taking names. And there's a lot of things bigger going on than the little world of whatever. Let me say something else, folks. If you're a person that's going to watch a Super Bowl, let me ask you why. If you're not a diehard Chiefs or Philly Eagles fan, what in the hell would you want to look at the stupid bowl for?
The commercials aren't even entertaining anymore.
I'm done with that shit. It is a satanic ceremony. to the point where I don't even care anymore. You know, I don't even want my teams going there because they're just going to be there where the satanic ceremony's at. It is so horribly rigged. I mean, it was so bad this past season. It was undeniable. And shame on the Chiefs fans for sitting there and going and making every excuse in the book. I used to like the Chiefs. Now I can't stand them, dude. And I hate it. I hate the Eagles because I was born and bred a Cowboys fan and a Houston Oilers fan, you know, basically those two teams. And then later I adopted the Raiders and the Bucks. But god damn, dude, like who the hell wants to see the Chiefs win again? I'm almost rooting for the Eagles just out of spite for the Chiefs because, you know, rivalry be damned. I don't even care. The Chiefs disgust me, dude. And Mahomes, he disgusts me, dude. The flopping and the stopping and getting pushed and all. God damn, dude. Like, look at this. This is not only are they doing satanic ritual during the halftime show. I hope to see you all 2 Sundays from now. Not this coming Sunday, but the next Sunday. Ignoring the stupid bowl because it is just absolute pile of dog shit. Absolutely. And this is the worst commissioner that's ever existed for any league ever. I can't stand that man. I just look at his little devil face. I mean, he's like a politician that got into sports. And he's running an entertainment industry, not a sports industry. Let's make that clear. Okay? This is WWE, except the players don't all know that this is happening. It's the refs that are rigging it. And they may have 1 or 2 ringers in there, like maybe a quarterback or somebody who's helping them throw it. But it's bullshit, man. I'm telling you, dude. It is bullshit. I watched the Chiefs rook everybody they played. The Bills game was it for me. I was like, I didn't even see it all. I went back and watched part of the highlights, and we have that the YouTube TV, Scorpions got it, whatever. And so I was looking at it, and I was like, well, I can't even look at this shit, man. Get away from me. And then they sit there and they make excuses in the comment section. They're like, oh, y'all are just mad because we're good. Bitch, are you serious? Have you seen what they've been? They might as well pick up baby Mahomo and carry him boo gaga to the end zone. Here you go, little buddy. Pat on his little goofy haired head and shit. Here you go, buddy. With that little weird shit that sticks up to the sky.
The broccoli head.
Broccoli head. It's not a fro. I don't know what that is. It's the broccoli head fro or something. I had friends that had fros back in the day, and they looked cool.
That's what happens when you just grow a lazy afro. You don't.
That don't look cool.
You don't shape it.
It looks like a mullet. It's like a redneck fro or something. I don't know, like a mullet mixed with, I don't know. It's just shit. It looks like, and he always wears a bandana, so his helmet is sticking up this high off of his damn head. I just can't stand the guy. When he first came onto the scene and he won, I actually liked him. He beat the Niners, and I was like, oh, cool, you know. And they started winning all the time, and then I was like, it's kind of getting, you know, monotonous. But I mean, at least it's the Chiefs. It's not somebody I don't like. And then they just kept winning, and it was like, yeah, it's getting really controversial. And then last year, I was like, okay, you know, stop. This is getting ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I felt sorry for the Niners. I hate the Niners, and I hate the Eagles. But I felt sorry for them because I'm like, they got screwed. Let's be honest. Why can we not be honest about what's happening? Do you have a plug-in for that? You're probably, because mine's almost dead. And so I'm sitting here going like, if we can't be honest about what we see, that is, and you know what this has to do with what we're talking about? I'll tell you, because when people see a Bigfoot, they see a dog man, they see a ghost, they see a UFO or an alien or whatever the hell it is they see. Interdimensional, extraterrestrial, whatever, call it whatever you want. One of the things that they have to go through is this chastisement that they didn't see what they saw. 90% of my witnesses tell me they were made fun of by somebody in their family. Some piece of shit laughed at them, made fun of them, made them feel like less than a person, humiliated them. And some of them even went so far as to try to stop them from giving me their story or giving it to anyone. I told them this. I said, give it to me, give it to the next YouTuber and the next YouTuber, and tell your story to everyone on the internet. And if you don't want to use your name, you don't have to. Don't use your name. This thing keeps stopping and starting up again. What's going on? Just keeps perpetually doing it. I don't know. See, maybe it's your cord or something. But you know, so we are literally. This is why this happens, folks. And I'm going to tell you this. The reason that happens is because in our society, we watch a football game or a basketball game, and guess what? We're supposed to suspend reality and pretend like this shit that they're telling us didn't really happen or that it did happen. And a good example of it is the Kansas City Chiefs. You sit there and you watch it and you're going like, oh my, it's so bad. I mean, it was so bad last year and the year before, but this year it was on full display. Like the whole world saw it. You can't even score 30 points in a game, but you won every game. What kind of anemic ass offense can't score more than 30 points in a game, but you still manage to win every damn game? So you have the worst offense in the world, which apparently your defense is the best that's ever been, but yet you have this great quarterback. He's the bestest thing since sliced bread and butter. The goofy redneck fro guy. Goofy ass. I'm so sick of seeing his no acting ass. He acts really good on the field. He can act like he's hurt like a mother. But then he gets on a commercial. He's like, I just got this car insurance. Oh, my God. Oh, blah, blah. And you're like, somebody smack this guy into the next dimension, dude. I don't want to see your freaking face on anything. And don't talk about him like in Tom Brady. I never really liked Brady until he went to the Bucs. But, damn, dude, he was tough. He was a tough son of a bitch. He really was. Joe Montana, tough as nails. Dude, I saw him get clobbered by Leonard Marshall. I thought he was dead. I was a kid, and I was watching that game. I watched that game with Anthony's dad. I sat there and I watched it at his house when Anthony was a baby. And Leonard Marshall hit him so hard, his soul left his body. And Joe got up. He was out of the game, but he you know, if they hit Mahomes like that, they would probably put him before a firing squad. The great Mahomo cannot be touched because you automatically, when you play the Chiefs, you already are starting off with a 25-yard penalty and kickoff, and then the ensuing drive, you already get 10 yards. You get pushed 10 yards back, so you start 1st and 20. Might as well. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is. The great Mahomo can do no wrong. It's so ridiculous, dude. Actually, yeah, Brand 47 says, enter Steve Young. Steve Young was a great running quarterback, and man, he could take some hits. I remember him in the 92 NFC Championship when the Cowboys were all over him. And he's a tough son of a bitch, man. I got to say. And they weren't worried about him getting hurt. They didn't care. They were calling draws or whatever, because if he got hurt, Joe would come in, Joe Montana. And so I was like, don't hurt him because we don't want Joe Montana in there. But then again, Joe wasn't as good of a scrambler as Steve Young. But I remember just Tony Casillas just taking his helmet, tearing and bulldogging him to the ground, tearing his helmet off. Can you imagine if Casillas did that to Mahomo? They would go to his house and arrest him with helicopters. And Taylor Swift, why are the Swifties involved in this? They said more women now are watching the NFL than ever before because they love the Chiefs. They're Taylor Swift fans. This is what I heard. And that she has brought in an estimated $300 million revenue to the NFL, to the National Flag League, to the National Fixed League. This is what I read on the internet. Now, this may not be true. And Travis Kelce, or whatever that little crybaby shit ass, that goofy ass dude who screams at his coach, who thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, just like Mahomo. They both think that they're the greatest thing ever. Don't compare them to Brady and Gronk, because Brady and Gronk are likable. Even though I didn't like the Patriots, I liked a few of their players. I liked several of their players. Falk, I liked him. There were certain people the Patriots were a machine. And they didn't get all the calls. They did sometimes. I saw it. I watched it. But I saw them get screwed too. Like in that Broncos game. Maybe that wasn't. Maybe it was. I don't know. But they didn't do for Brady what they've done for this kid. This little shit, dude. That Texans game made me madder than hell. The Bills game disgusted me. Don't get me started. I don't know what the Super Bowl is going to look like because I'm not going to watch the motherfucker. I'm going to tell you that right now. But anyway, that's my 2 cents, because people that have encounters with stuff, they go through this. And sometimes the people that are insulting you, they're not worth your time, because you know what they're doing? They're not even believing their own eyes, because they'll watch a stupid-ass game on TV that don't amount to a hill of shit, right? And they'll not believe because a referee called it. Like, I've worked with people like this. I don't choose to be around them purposely, but I have gone to my favorite local bar and grill and gotten some food and been around people that sit there sucking on chicken wings and watching the fights and going like, "Oh, he won because that's what the computer said." Yeah, go ahead and swallow that bone, dude. Please. Do us all a favor. Take yourself out of the gene pool. Oh, I already got 16 kids. Yeah, sure you do. That's the whole problem right there, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Elastic machinery worth 0% time. I was proud of myself this year. I watched 2 games, maybe 3, because I was up and, I was out at the ranch, and I don't have my study there to go into, so I had to wait until everybody got up so I could do some work. And it was in October or something. I watched college because I watched the Longhorns, but even then I didn't watch every game. But I didn't watch any of the games. I didn't care. The NFL is sickening to me, dude. College football has become a lot more interesting with the Longhorns. Good, but it's just more interesting with the playoffs. Like the college playoffs, really cool. But this the NFL, man, get out of here. Yeah. Anyways, enough of the rant. I'm going to see you guys on Sunday. I'm glad that I was well enough to get up here and do this. I was not really sure, even last night when I went to bed, how I would feel when I woke up. But I woke up early at 1 o'clock, which is early because I'm sick as a dog. And I say it's early because I went to bed at like 7 in the morning. And so I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get up. And I got up and I was fine. I haven't been back to bed and I'm still fine. So hopefully I'll just keep getting better. Cascone says the Chiefs are going to take it away from the Eagles like they did last time. Sorry, guys. I'm an Eagles fan. I live in Jersey, not a Giants fan. Yeah, I actually hope not. I hate to say this, but I hope the Eagles get their second Super Bowl. I am so sick of this Chiefs team. If Mahomes was gone and Kelsey was gone, and it might be different. I might like them. But the refs would have to stop helping them. But if Mahomes and Kelsey were gone, they wouldn't be helping them. You understand? Yeah, exactly. So that's the whole key to that. I don't hate the Chiefs organization. I hate what the refs are doing at the behest of the league. The league wants Mahomes to be the first three-peat Super Bowl winner, which would have been Troy Aikman if Jerry Jones' clown ass hadn't ran Jimmy Johnson off. We probably would have won 4 in a row because we were just as good in 95. So you would be looking at 3 or 4 in a row with Johnson. And then you might get beat one year in the Super Bowl, or probably not in the Super Bowl back then because the AFC wasn't all that great. But you'd probably lose in the NFC Championship or something once or twice, and then you get back maybe a couple years later. 99, they had a real good shot. But then Irvin got hurt. But with Johnson at the helm, I think things would have been different, and they probably would have won about 5 altogether. I've looked at it from every angle. I think they would have won 1, 2, 3, probably missed 95, and then won it again in 97, and then again in 96, 97, maybe like 5, like 2 back-to-back, 3 in a row, 2 back-to-back. And I think that they would have maybe gone back, maybe in 99, and then had a 50-50 shot. Who knows? But they would have dominated all of the 90s. But thanks to Jerry Jones, a person that meddles in his own affairs to the point of destruction. And folks, there's people like that. They can't get out of their own way. Yeah, Tex, it's like sacrilege. You're not supposed to ever root for the Eagles. But, we have a lot of rivals as the Cowboys because so many teams we've beaten over the years don't like us. I mean, Bills fans don't like us, but I rooted for them over the Chiefs. And I just can't root for the Chiefs. Not when I've seen what I've seen, because I've seen it. I had another guy who has a small channel. We're not really friends, but he told me, he's like, I don't believe in Dogman. Like, he messaged me that. And I told him, I said, you know what, dude? Do your thing. I'll do my thing. But for me, I have no choice because I've seen it. So I don't like the Eagles, Giants, or the Reds, or the Washington, of course. And I don't like the Niners or the Packers, but there's several teams, the Steelers, we played them 3 times in the Super Bowl. We have a lot of teams that hate us. They don't like us. They consider us a rival, even though we don't consider them a rival, but we come to town and they want to kill us. But those are the main rivals right there. The Cardinals would be a rival too because they were in our division for so long. They still have a hatred for us. The Saints don't like us for shit because we used to always beat them. And they're Louisiana, we're Texas. That's what it is. But they don't have a hard-on for the Houston teams as much as they do the Cowboys. The Saints fans really hate the Cowboys. I know because my cousin and one of my good friends are Saint fans, and they can't stand the Cowboys. They get off on beating the Cowboys. And so did the Vikings and the Rams because to the 70s and early 80s, they were the big rivals. And the Cowboys beat them most of the time. And so they don't like us. So, but I don't really consider them rivals. I mean, yeah, Tex, it's bad rigged. It's rigged, man. Exactly, Chris. I mean, that should have been a first down. But you know what? It's like I said, dude, people are going to try and tell you didn't see what you saw because this right here, folks, is the key. Sports, what you don't understand about sports is that is a level of conditioning. They are conditioning us to not believe our own eyes. And it starts on that level. What people don't realize about sports, too, is it's galvanizing. When you want to deflate people, take away their pride, you know what you do? You don't go after libraries and books. They don't even read that shit. You know what they do? You take away their sports. Cripple their teams. That's why soccer was going through all this shit. Worldwide, there was all this infamous rigging going on. Officials doing this and doing that. So they could demoralize certain regions of the countries that these people ruled. You think I'm joking? If they can kill your togetherness, one thing brings people together like nothing else, and that's a ball game or a hockey match. I'm telling you, it really does. Sports and competition. Look at the Olympics. How people go crazy over their country. They have all this pride. Their country. If you look at like the Cowboys, they wear the star on their helmet. That star represents the Lone Star of our state. The Texas is called the Lone Star State. We have that Lone Star because we stood alone. We stood alone against Mexico, and we defeated them against all odds. I mean, they outnumbered us big time, and we defeated them. And for 11 years, we were our own country. It's something I'm very proud of. And if you want to demoralize somebody, take away their biggest sports franchise and throw it in the toilet. That's what they've done. Anytime the Cowboys got close, I just knew that they were going to pull some shit, and they did. Every time. The league is unjust. It's unfair. And I began to just hate them. And Jerry Jones, I think he's a part of it. I think he's very much. He's in bed with them. He's okay with his franchise being in the toilet as long as he makes his money. He's a greedy man. He turned football into a money-making machine. You know, before him, it was a rich man's club, and it was like a luxury. They bought these sports teams, believe it or not, up until the 80s. They bought these sports teams and they put a bunch of money into it, and it was because they all made money in other arenas. Like he made money in oil, right? And so they took that money that they made from whatever their industry was, shipping, whatever, and they poured it into a sports franchise. And so it was kind of a rich boys club. And then Jerry Jones came along and he got everybody to buy in after he did what he did and won some games. He got everybody to buy into the fact, hey, let's make this into a money-making thing. We can all make money. Because he had to. He took every last penny he had made and bought the Cowboys. So if he failed, he was going to be broke. And so he helped institute a lot of this crap. And so he's responsible. He's culpable. And then you got this, whatever you want to call it, collective bargaining is what they call it. It's basically a form of socialism where small market teams like Cleveland, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Green Bay, they get propped up by profit sharing. And what that means is teams like the Cowboys, the Niners, the Raiders, the Dolphins, teams that have these huge followings, they have to support those small market teams. So your collective bargaining is ridiculous. It's a mild form of communism. So as much money as the Cowboys make, they have to give out all this money to these other. I always thought it was so ridiculous. I call them the welfare teams. I don't hate those teams. I just don't like that that's what they do. That they basically were given welfare. Now Green Bay has finally made it to that point where they've become an institution, and because for years they sucked. After they had the title town, they won a bunch in the 60s. They weren't shit for 20, 30 years. 30 years, they weren't shit. And then they got good enough to finally win one in 96 or something like that. Cowboys beat their ass every year for 10 years. And then the tide turned and the league started, this wholesome mom and pop bullshit, whatever they tried to make themselves look like. So they were like propping up the Steelers and the Packers because they were the good small market team. So look, they're good. They're just as good as everybody else as long as we're throwing the fucking flags. Yeah, of course they are. No, they're not. You're just giving it to them. And that's what they did. And so you'd watch them beat, teams like the Cowboys and Niners, whatever. And you'd see the questionable calls. And I would be like, what? Because you're propping up your welfare baby. But what that did, it was because also there was a salary cap they put in place. I could get into the whole thing. And it's been a slow march to this knockoff football WWE rigging that they're doing now. And virtual, communism, whatever. Paranormal? No paranormal tonight. See you, Stacy. Sorry. The show is over. So if you want to leave, show yourself out. Or go and join my haters and go bitch.
We also have like 296 podcast episodes that you could be listening to right now instead of, feeling the need to comment that he's not talking about paranormal stuff. So
we had a guest earlier that talked for 2 hours and I talked for a while and we're here now. Sunday will be the stories if you want to just hear a bunch of stories. So how so? How did the 99 Rams change the game? How did that happen? Because I don't really believe that. I liked their quarterback. I think he was great. Because,
weren't the Bears one of the best teams ever, like back in the 80s?
Who?
The Bears.
Yeah. The 85 Bears are still considered one of the greatest teams ever. They lost one game. They just hammered everybody. It was the defense. I mean, Jim McMahon was a good quarterback, but nothing special. He was a caretaker. It was that defense, man. Kurt Warner was a great quarterback. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the Rams in '99, they were good, but they nearly lost to the Bucks in the NFC Championship, and the Bucks got screwed. And then they screwed the Titans too. So I don't. Anytime the Rams have been anywhere near the Super Bowl, they really don't deserve it. I've never seen it. A prime example of the league's bullshittery is when the Rams went to the Super Bowl a few years ago when they beat the Bengals. They carried their asses all the way. That game against the Saints, that was a travesty, dude. It was obvious pass interference. He obliterated the guy, and the ref is standing right there and doesn't call it. And then the Rams win. They had it set up. I called it before the season started, didn't I, Anthony? You remember?
Yeah, I remember you kept saying that like like during the preseason and everything.
Mm-hmm. I said the Rams are going to go to the Super Bowl and they're going to make them win.
Mm-hmm.
I said it over and over and over again. I said this is the year they're going to, because they had just moved to LA.
Yep.
And they weren't worth a shit. And they built them real fast. And they needed them or the Chargers to do something, because they had moved the Rams over there to LA, and they had moved the Chargers from San Diego up to LA, because the LA was a huge market, huge West Coast market with no teams, no NFL teams for years, and they were not making revenue. But you have to have a good product for people to go watch. And there's so much else to do in LA that you're basically competing with a million other venues. You got the Lakers, you got the Angels and the Dodgers, you got the Ducks, whatever. What do you need this for? Why do we want to watch this? Oh, they're good. Well, are they good? Okay, let's make them good. And they did. Thank you, Richard Ramirez. It's like, dude, you can't please everybody, but you can please the right people. So the NFL is expert at that. It's okay, Stacy. I'm not feeling too good, and I just kind of got aggravated there. Sorry. I hate when people do that to me. And the show's already done. We're going to talk on Sunday. We'll be back. If you want to tune in, then it's all good. But I'm just ranting about the rigging and what it does to you and what it has to do with the paranormal. And I'm going to tell you this. There's no loose connection here. This is straight on. What it has to do with everything is that they condition you from the time you're a child. You know how many times somebody's talked to me and told me, well, when I was a child, I saw this, and that, and they told me I didn't see it. Even adults who witnessed this with them went on to lie to other adults and said, oh, I didn't see that. She saw it, he saw it, but I didn't, because I'm an adult and I don't see but monsters. Because you're conditioned by television, the media, all of this bull crap. Even back in the day when we had paper magazines, you don't really see them anymore, but magazines, newspapers, you would see it all the time, and you would be told not to believe your eyes. You watch a sports game. That wasn't a strike, that was a ball. It was right down the middle. Nope. You're not seeing things correctly. I'm the authority. See? You don't question me. I'm wearing black and white. I am wearing these stripes. Umpires, a lot of umpires, they wear the same type of uniforms. You notice that? In all the sports, they all wear the same types of uniforms. They all look authoritarian. So when I was a kid, and I played sports my whole life until I was older, I even played when I was up to my 30s, all the way up to almost 40. I would sit there and argue with the umpire, whatever, and then they would try to throw you out of the game or tell you to F off and whatever. I almost got into a couple fights, man. I saw my teammates do it too. And it's on a small scale, but they're rigging it. They are. And then I'd see them talking and drinking beer with the other team. Like, okay, great. That guy's never doing one of our games again. It's ridiculous. And I'll make sure of it. But you can't do anything about it on a big scale. All you can do is watch your team go down in flames because the league's authoritarians have deemed that your team was in the wrong for whatever made up infraction, and you're supposed to suspend reality and accept it. See, this conditions us. Let me say something else. After this crisis we had with we're not even supposed to say the words because it's so ridiculous here, but people getting sick on a mass scale and wearing diapers on their face, right? We were supposed to believe that after 8 o'clock, closing down everything is going to make us safe. We were supposed to suspend reality to the point where we believed that this deadly disease would not come out and get you unless you were out after 8. That was like almost a worldwide thing, too. I talked to people from all over the world, folks, and they were doing it all the way in China, India, Japan. They were doing it in Britain and on the continent of Europe and in African countries. Everywhere. South America, Mexico, here, Canada. 8 o'clock, folks. Get your ass inside or the vid demon will get you. Oh, you're out past 8. Oh, no. The Slurpee monster will kill you. Don't die. Don't die. You maybe die. You go out past 8 o'clock. Right? Then we were told the most ridiculous shit about this whole thing. People falling over dead. No. It's normal. That's a normal thing. Yeah, but they got protection from it, right? Yeah, but now, they have a new strain. This is Kool-Aid flavored, grape flavored. It's going to kill you too. It's worse. And so every week it was a new thing, and they kept it going. They just kept it going for 4 years. The goal was to keep it going to 2025. I'm telling you. And we are supposed to suspend reality, but you know how many sheeple went along with it? And how many of those people were conditioned from when they were children and told by everything, especially sports, that you didn't see what you saw. You didn't know. I'm the authority. That was a ball, not a strike. That was holding. That's not a touchdown. I'm going to call it back. I have the power. Don't you speak out against me. The Cowboys-Niners game 3 years ago, whatever, I think it was the playoffs, and Dak said, "Oh, they were yelling at the refs." Well, credit to them. They fined the shit out of him for saying that. And then he had to march out and apologize and talk about how great the refs are. I don't think I could do it. I would have gone out there and been like, like Conor McGregor. I apologize to absolutely no one. No one. Burn in hell, zebras. You're the most dishonest people in the media, next to the newscasters. Yep. And the journalists that write the bullshit. I mean, they're all just lying their asses off. And we're supposed to believe it. We're supposed to suspend reality. And then an authority figure shows up and they're like, hands on their gun belt. Yeah, I don't believe you saw what you saw. You said it looked like an ape and a monkey. What was it again? It kind of looked like a wolf, kind of mixed with like a primate. Yeah, I've been on this earth for 32 years and I ain't never seen some shit like that. I don't believe that. What you smoking? I mean, drug test you, boy. Yeah, you sound real educated. Why do I give a shit what you think? Why do I care? I don't. Come and try to tell me how to do my job or do this or do that. I am not enamored with you. I'm not one of those, I want to be you security guard guys, because I don't give a shit. I don't. I don't want to be you. Never did. Never have, never will. I don't want to be one of the authoritarian, buddies with the authoritarian people. I don't. You are not my authority. At best, you're a hand up the ass puppet. And at worst, you are absolutely complicit with everything that's happening, which makes you a culprit. You are culpable for everything that's happening. You're enforcing rules that are basically wrong on every level. And sports is a big, big one. They condition you that you're supposed to every time your team gets screwed over, you're just like, well, we just got to accept it. It's just what it is, because the league wanted that other team to win. That's what happens every freaking time now. It used to be like, maybe back and forth, whatever. Not anymore. It's pretty damn obvious who they want to win. I remember the Super Bowl from the 96 season. It was played in January of 97. It was the Steelers and the Seahawks. I don't remember what year that was. I remember it was 2006, but I don't remember the Super Bowl number off the top of my head. But the Seahawks were driving the ball, and they had to stop. And so they just kept on throwing penalty. Oh, they got a first down. Oh, let's call it back. Oh, they got a first down. Let's call it back. There was a drive that was just so ridiculous. I lost respect for Mike Holmgren because he did not speak up for his team. He should have went up there on that podium and been so angry and been like, you just cheated us. You just effed us out of a Super Bowl because you wanted the Steelers to win. They wanted that small market mom and pop feel, but the Steelers really aren't a small market team anymore. They've built a brand that a lot of people like. So it was a facade. But the Seahawks really were a small market team up in Washington. They didn't generate nearly the revenue. They weren't nearly as – so they wanted to create the illusion, right, that we're all about the small mom and pop Green Bay, yeah, Steelers. Why do you think that they ended up in the Super Bowl a couple years after that? Did you ever wonder? Probably didn't. Because I think it was in 2009 that they ended up playing each other. What a shock, right? The two mom and pop teams, they're not mom and pop anymore. Not after all the money they made over the years because of the other teams giving it to them. They rode the backs of the teams that really were making the money, like the Cowboys and the Niners. They drained the Cowboys and the Niners, and they gave them a bunch of their picks, and they gave them to the Jaguars and the Panthers. In 96, that year, in 96, the Super Bowl that was the Steelers and the Seahawks was in 2006. In 96, I watched the Panthers in their second year go to the NFC Championship. Another small market little shit team, and they beat the Cowboys to get there. And I was mad as hell. I wasn't just mad at the Cowboys losing. I was mad because that whole team was thrown together with really good players. They were able to go through and pick from every team one of their players. It was unbelievable. And then they got all these draft picks. And I was like, what in the hell are you doing? Both of those teams ended up in the AFC and NFC championships the next year. Their first year, they were and the next year, both of them, the Jaguars in the AFC championship and the Panthers in the NFC championship. Can you imagine if those two teams in their second year together would have ended up in the Super Bowl, the Panthers and the Jaguars? America would have been like, what in the hell is going on here? I mean, luckily the Patriots that year, when they had Bledsoe, they managed to go. And we ended up with the Packers, which I wasn't really happy about that, but at least they went instead of the Panthers. I was glad they beat the Panthers. But it was total bullshit. So they've been up to these tricks for a long time. I've been watching them. Baseball's the same way. Hockey, basketball, don't even get me started. LeBron, the biggest crybaby that's ever been in sports. Why there's even an argument about him being the greatest ever, I don't even. But I don't like Jordan. I mean, I've heard so many stories about him just being a mean-spirited person and a gambling dude, just kind of soured me. I don't know if it's all true, but I mean, there's a lot of people that claim that he was very mean to them. And some of those people aren't necessarily trustworthy though, so you don't know. But some people are haters, but there are actors, and there are fans and there are other players and other people who claim that he's just musicians, that he's just a piece of shit. I mean, that's what they say. But he kind of acted like it. He was selfish in a lot of ways. One of my favorite players is Shaq. I mean, he's like a true teammate. He's like a guy who actually, I mean, like you see him, he's just like a good dude. He just seems like a really good guy. He's a Mason. That's the only thing about him. He claims to be a Mason, whatever. But I mean, if you're at that level, who isn't? But you got to think, man. Yeah, Jordan is a punk. That's what I've heard. Brand 47. You wonder about these people that they elevate to these levels, and they make them into these little mini gods. And that's never a good thing. And they were told to worship them and basically give them your money, your energy, your time, and they don't do anything but take. They don't give you shit, and they don't give a shit about you. And then they're like, I don't care. They don't care. They do not. And you got to wonder, like, how many people have been able to suspend reality for so long that by the time something happens to them, they don't even recognize it because they're so used to suspending reality. The conditioning is real, folks, and it starts when you're young. When you take your kids to play T-ball, I'm not telling you to take them out of organized sports. I think it's very healthy. But when they get to a higher level, they're going to learn. Even, if you don't teach them when they're young. Because there are people who will work overtime against them because they're not part of the chosen people. Those that are propped up by the ruling class. If they don't pick you up and promote you through their satanic bullshit, you're just going to be a plebeian forever, a worker bee. Unless you band together. You work together. That's the only way you're going to get anything. That's the only way you're going to really have anything. That's the only way you're going to ever achieve anything is by working together, getting together with other like-minded people and helping each other. And if we don't stop with this selfishness, you know that you cannot trust these people. You cannot trust CNN, Fox, or any of these other news channels, and you know you can't trust sports. The one thing that we had, the bread and circuses that they gave us, has now been shown for what it is. An absolutely rigged pile of shit. But it's totally destroyed. I don't care anymore now. I don't give a shit, dude. If I could get, certain teams to like leave and start another league, that'd be incredibly awesome. I think the big market teams should do that. Some of those teams I don't like. I've grown up hating them. But now I don't give a shit. You're just rooting for some cloth. What does it matter? One player plays for you, then he goes and plays for somebody else, and now you hate him because he's over there. Who cares? Who gives a shit? I don't like Dak Prescott at all. I don't. I think he could beat weak teams in college, and he would get his ass beat by bigger, stronger teams he could never even put up a good performance. He's doing the same thing with the Cowboys. It's a pattern. The guy's not good. He don't show up in big games. It's not all his fault. You got to have people around you, right? But I don't like him. I mean, I don't like Mahomes. I didn't like Brady, But the bottom line is this. The league is literally dragging Mahomes into the Super Bowl and pushing him into a championship. If they let them play, I think the Eagles have the weapons to destroy them. But that's only if they let them play. And that's doubtful. But we'll see. Yeah, not only did Bird destroy Jordan, but Isaiah Thomas did. Thomas destroyed him with the Pistons. I remember watching some of those games as a kid in the championships. They couldn't beat the Pistons. That dude had Jordan's number, dude. And so Jordan had to endure some losses to them before they started winning. Once Isaiah was gone, then he was able to do some stuff. But not until he was gone. Once the team was gone around him too. I mean, that was it. once the Pistons were no more, then they could win. But until then, they weren't. Mm-mm. And people think that he's just the greatest ever, but there were people that had his number. He was not good against Bird. He was not good against Isaiah. I mean, those are people that they had his number. Yeah, Brand, I love the Red Sox, man. That's my number 2 because my Astros and Rangers are tied for first, and then I love the Red Sox as a number 2. I'll only root against the Sox if it's one of those two, and if the Sox are the better team and they have a better position, then I'll probably root for them because I'm going to root for the team that's got more chance, But it's insidious what they do, and then they tell us that we're supposed to you learn to suspend your belief. You learn to lie to yourself, and you learn to accept it because the final emotion, is acceptance. You go through all these stages of emotion, and then you just accept it. And you're like, well, I guess that's just the way it is. Yeah, that's the way it is. But that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not the way it was ever meant to be. What we don't get and what people don't get, and I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to get off of here. I've been talking forever. We are the masters of our own destiny, and we have the power. You can throw off any yoke. You could do anything, infinite things you can only imagine. Because you can really do anything you can imagine. That's good. But you have to have pure intentions. And you got to realize, too, that loving others and helping others, that's the only way. No matter how mean that bastard is, you still got to love him. It's the way it is. You can't go to sleep at night, let go of the hate in your heart. Just let go. Just sit there and go to sleep and just let it go. I'll be like, I forgive them all. I don't care. So when I die, before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. And not in those words, but you know what I mean. It's a child's prayer, but it's still the truth. You have to let it go. Every day before I go to bed in the morning, because I go to bed in the morning because I work at night, I tell myself that. I forgive them. Don't care. I don't hold it. I wake up every day, and when they do whatever they do, they kickstart it up again. I'm not doing it. I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they do. Doesn't matter. I used to joke about it and make jokes, whatever. Now I'm not even doing that because it's so stupid now. It's not even fun anymore to laugh about it. Love Foundation, exactly. Brought to you by, Jesus Christ, but Abe Seas. He taught me that. Didn't teach me that per se, but he taught me the words Love Foundation. So I got it from him, and that is the truth. You need to live your life with a love foundation. He's very right. You do. Because you don't want to go to the other side with hate in your heart. Every time I get an NDE and it's a bad one, I always ask them, and they're like, yeah, I hated so-and-so. I really hated them. I couldn't let it go. You're fortunate that you got back. Now go and do right. Do what's right. You're going to fail. You're not perfect. I get mad. I do stupid shit and say things like kick something because I'm mad or whatever. I hurt my toe one day and I was like, dang it. And so I kicked it and hurt my other foot. What good does that do? Are you walking around with 2 hurt feet? I mean, it wasn't bad, but you know what I mean? The point is, you shouldn't do that. And for the 300 people that are still in here, I've just been ranting for the last hour. I don't, the show was pretty much over, but thank you for listening. And I'm glad that you stuck around to hear what I had to say, because this isn't about anything other than, showing you that this is what they do. They being those in charge. The people that want to live forever that Jason was talking about earlier in the show. And if you think that's crazy, that's you. Wake up. They've been brainwashing us for a long time. Sports is one of their mediums. That's how they get us. Bread and circuses. Well, this song was voted the best in the world. Really? Because it's about genitals. Yeah, but it's the best. Says who? Who voted on this shit? Or, sounds crazy, but maybe you just made that shit up. Maybe that's what you did. You just said it was the best in the world and that everybody likes this nasty shit that you're talking about. That's what they do. And then everybody's like, oh, it was the best song ever at that time. It was rated #1 by who? Crooks and thugs and fools? Idiots? No, man. It's not. It never has been. And it never will be. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Instead, they made the most putrid, horrific sounds they can come up with. You know why? Because Lucifer was a cheap musician. Music is another medium. They put out a buffet of crap, and you can eat whatever you want, as much as you want. Listen to all the music you want, as much as you want. But ain't none of it worth a shit. That's all played at a certain megahertz. It's all bad. It's all bad. I'm telling you, most of it is. It's really bad. They play it at horrible, horrible megahertz. And you're supposed to sit back and listen to the lyrics and sing along about sex, thuggery, robbery, even SA, stealing, getting even with people, catching your husband or wife cheating, whatever. And you're supposed to suspend reality. And when you watch TV, you're supposed to suspend reality there too. We're in ancient Greece. Ancient Greece, right? And Perseus comes out and he's black. Nothing against black people. I love black people. I just don't think he was black in ancient Greece. Shaka Zulu. It's Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is Jack Reacher. Little 5'2" midget playing a 6'6" guy. Whatever. Really? Kind of hard to suspend that much reality. You see it all the time. They love to mix and match this shit, or they'll make a man's character a Viking warrior into there was a woman. The woman did that. Yeah, it was a woman. There was a disabled Hispanic lesbian. She did that. That's what she was Jarlsbard of Norway. Really? How'd she get from Mexico over there? Well, just suspend reality. Just suspend reality. Why do you keep trying to make sense of things that we're lying about? Why do you keep trying to talk about shit? This is pissing me off, man. I'm woke, dude, okay? I got rights. I'm a woman. I identify as a woman. The P's standing up. I can go in a girl's locker room. Okay? Trust me, I'll take care of your kids. Really? Because no, you're not. And if you do, you're homophobic. If you don't want me in the locker room, or you're transphobic, or whatever the F it is. This is what's happening. But years of conditioning this, going back to years of, and I've realized this too, I'm guilty of it too, of football and basketball and all kinds of bullshit, fights that are rigged. Look at Floyd Mayweather. How many times did we watch this little milk dud head ass dude win fights that he never should have won? Then he wants to talk about how he could beat Tommy Hearns. Bitch, Tommy Hearns would kill you, dude. Don't talk about people like Roy Jones and Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler. Those guys are badass dudes. And they knocked people the F out, dude. You never knocked out anybody. You knocked out 3 people in your whole career. Dude, shut the F up, dude. Everybody you beat, you TKO'd, or because ref stopped it or whatever, because you defensively held them off. And then you started throwing a bunch of punches, and then the ref stopped it. That was it. And then you brag about it. You were 50-0. Julio Cesar Chavez had won 100 fights by the time he, like, what are you talking about? If he'd have stopped right then, he would, by your calculations, he'd be the greatest of all time. But he didn't stop. He kept fighting because he enjoyed it. Yeah, sure, you beat Pacquiao, even though he was hurt. Right. I don't believe you because I saw the fight. Jake Paul. Yeah, okay. Jake Paul beat Tyson. Yeah, okay. Did you see Tyson push him away, and just put his hands up? He didn't even throw punches, dude. That we're supposed to suspend reality and believe that really happened. No. F you, Jake Paul. How about that? Go to hell with all the other fakers and frauds and hoaxers and liars and posers. You're a piece of shit. Floyd Mayweather's a piece of shit. The producers of these movies and all this shit that they make, they're all pieces of shit. They are. Sorry. People are so mad when I tell the truth. Because when I watch a show, I want it to be realistic. When I watch a show about Japanese feudal lords, I don't want to see Filipino people playing them. There's nothing wrong with that. Or a movie about the Roman soldiers or whatever, and they show specific time periods, and they look like they're from Mexico or something. Like, dude, come on, man. Seriously? Docu-series or docudramas, dude, I don't want to see that. When I go into a Mediterranean restaurant, I actually want to see Mediterranean people making my food. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't always get what you want, but there's nothing wrong with wanting it. You want authenticness. I mean, when I go to a Mexican restaurant, I want Mexicans to make my food. How about that? I want it to be good. That's the way it should be. There's nothing wrong with that. But we are told that is wrong. You were wrong. You were racist. You were evil. You were vile. And you're just an all-around not a good person. Because the people that run this world have a vested interest in keeping you poor and ignorant and uninformed and confused. Like, you don't even know what gender you are. You don't know what race you are. You don't know what religion you are. You don't have anything. You're just a floating blob that has no will of his own. And guess what? If you don't believe in anything, you'll buy into anything. That's the plan. But I'm not here representing PRT. I'm representing myself. And I'm going to say this. That is bullshit. What do you think, Anthony?
I mean, you pretty much just voiced out like the same thing that we've talked about for like years. I don't know. And I mean, like I was like a lot more vocal about it, like kind of, I guess, in my 20s, like all over social media. I'd make like a bunch of like pretty much angry, posts about different stuff. But it was pertaining to like how you're so much forced. Like, why do you have to be forced to suspend what you know to be real, what you know to be objective reality, if you want to enjoy like any piece of media, anything? Like, it's like, why do we have to just accept this to be just the way it is? Or like I've said this before, like my like this saying that, oh, life's not fair. Okay, yeah, first and foremost, that's true. But look at the kind of people who say that. It's usually people who say that all the time as their excuse to just mistreat you or talk to people however they want. Yeah, life is unfair, but it doesn't. Most of the time, it's unfair because of people like that. And those kind of people have just come to just accept, like, yeah, this is the way things are. No, it's not. It's the way that you think they are. It's the way that you think that they have to just be. But things are the way they are until they're not. I don't agree with this, like, like this adherence to this vain tradition, like, oh, this is the way it's always been done.
Yeah.
We've always had to suspend reality no, we haven't. This is not this is like a very much like a modern first world thing. Like you really don't have these kind of problems in, like, these kind of psychological problems that the masses have. You really don't have these problems in like developing countries or even third world countries, because they, although they're not economically and technologically as advanced with first world nations, there's a level of common sense there that kind of like that living in poverty has allowed them to keep. Poverty is like, it's the default state of humanity. It really is. Like, we've lost touch with that here because we're used to a certain standard of living. But it's a trade-off, because at a certain point, it's like you become spoiled, and you lose like a little bit of like common sense about, yeah, that this is 2 and 2 makes 4. And you can have the wool pulled over your eyes like really easy, because like people will look at the most ridiculous things, like, oh, I identify as a woman, so let me use a woman's bathroom, and they'll look at that and think, how do we get to this point? Like, how are things this bad? Well, it didn't happen overnight. It's a slow training thing. It's a slow process. And whenever people tell you like if you complain about any of this stuff, especially like the way things are portrayed in entertainment media, weak-minded, lazy, mentally lazy people will tell you this: oh, it's just a movie, it's just a video game, it's just a TV show, it's just this, it's just that. I can't stand when people
Just brainwashing.
yeah, I can't stand when people use that. It's just this, it's just that, or the classic, I'm just saying. There is no such thing as just saying. People who say that, oh, they're angling. All right, you're not just saying anything. You're just saying it because you have some kind of ulterior motive that you want to manipulate me into. Okay, and it's not just a movie or just a video game or just a TV show or just a song. These are things that are critical parts of people's lives. People have these deep emotional connections to these sports franchises or to their favorite songs or to their favorite movies. These are things that affect the mentality of the masses. This is one of the most important, like, social influences in people's lives are these forms of media. So no, there is no such thing as just a TV show. It's lazy. You're mentally lazy if you think that, right? And it's all I'm saying is don't let people who are a product of this very system tell you that you're the one who's crazy, or you're the one who's lost your mind. It's the opposite. They have bought into this system of absolute backwards, inside out, and upside down insanity, and you haven't. You're on the outside looking in, and you can see things clearly, but meanwhile, here they are in this tiny little box with blinders on, and they think that's the whole world, and you're not part of it, so they think that you're crazy. You're not crazy. The world is crazy. Your environment is crazy.
And somebody just posted ranting, and I just deleted it. I deleted it because we already told you earlier. If you were here earlier and you were paying attention, the show is over. Everything since the 2 hour 40-minute whatever mark is just the show is over. We said that. So yeah. So if you don't like it, then jump off. Nobody's keeping you here. If you think that I'm going to start shotgunning, cryptid and ghost stories, and you're wrong. I'll do that on Sunday. I'll tell you some stories. But right now, we're saying things that need to be heard. And what Anthony just said was very important. We've been told by everybody and their dog that doesn't amount to a hill of shit in our lives that we're wrong. They told us how to do our show. And boy, were they wrong. We did it just how we wanted to do it, and we've done very well. We will hit 40,000 before the end of February. I promise you. And at least I'm hoping. I don't want to say I promise. I think we will. Pretty sure. But, yeah. So, yeah, we're having a conversation here about all of the crap that people need to hear. If you're the hardcore people that are still around listening, okay, and you're not, because it's a Friday night, unless you got to go to bed or you're just, taking medication, or maybe you're doing too good. You got to go to bed. Do what you got to do. I'm not going to be mad at you. But I'm going to make sure that I tell everybody on Sunday too, hey man, the last hour and a half of that was just us shooting the shit about stuff. And if you don't want to hear it, don't hear it. I started out about sports because sports is one of their mediums. But all the different angles of the media are their mediums. They use them. Movies, games, sports, all of this. I'm talking about video games. Video games.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed when y'all were young, Anthony, all the characters were female, like all these overpowered characters.
Yeah.
Why is that? You know what that does? That's two things that happens there. Not that women can't be tough, but it hypermasculinates women, and it makes them like they're supposed to strive to be like men, which they're not. They have their own beauty, their own strengths. They don't need to be like men. Why you want to be like an ugly, smelly dude?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but dudes are ugly and they're smelly, and they got hair all over them. Women are beautiful. I mean, they're nurturing and caring and loving. They don't need to be out there swinging swords and axes. That ain't their damn job. Okay? Now, there's some countries where they have to do that. Yeah, but this ain't one of them. You don't need to do that. And nowhere in Europe do you need to do that either. Or Asia, whatever. I don't know. These people that they make these games is bullshit. And then it makes men do this. That makes them think, as kids, because I have relatives who their kids got in trouble for punching girls in school. And one of my cousins, he made a good point. He said, damn, dude. He's like, everywhere you look, girls are beating up boys on TV. And it's so the boys think that that's fair game. I never saw so many women get hit in my life as when this younger generation came up. Y'all's generation, the millennials, they punch women left and right. Because it's because they've been taught that women are fair game. Because women are tough like you are. Women have as much machismo and testosterone as you do.
Yeah.
So you can kick the shit out of them and they can take it. No.
Yeah, that's why there's been like actually a lot of cases or an inordinate amount of these like male feminists, like these really vocal male feminist activists where they almost a lot of times they end up like going to jail for domestic violence or for violence committed against women. These male feminists, and it's because that they're a product of that ridiculous brainwashing where they bought into this lie that there's no physical difference between men and women, so I mean, she can defend herself against me if I just start punching her in the face.
Yeah, and that's what I was so worried about. And I had, one of my nephews, and I got several, but one of them, I'm not going to say his name, but he had this mentality that it was okay because, she could defend herself. She pushed me, so I can punch her. And I'm like, dude, what are you going to do to defend yourself when the cops come and tase your ass, which you deserve? A woman shoving you does not give you, I'm sorry, but it doesn't give you the right, if you're a big dude, to punch them. Because I don't give a shit what video games you play, League of Leagues, Legends, whatever the F it, all that bullshit. I don't care what woman's running around swinging a battle axe. That ain't real. That ain't reality. There were a few back in history, a few, but not many, Valkyrie, they always talk about them. There wasn't no more than 100 of them. I mean, you don't know history. Stop letting these people lie to you and tell you what it is. Okay? because you're going to kill someone, you're going to hurt someone, and you're going to think, well, I don't know how I ended up in prison. You ended up in prison because you did something because you suspended your reality because you let the system brainwash you into. And I had to sit there with not you, but the other one and his friends and tell them, boys, we were at the pool. I don't know if you remember. And I said, this is wrong. You can't throw people around and do. This person is not built like you. Do you understand biology? And honestly, damn, they didn't. Oh, the one kid, his name was Chris. I'll never forget this stupid kid. He goes, men and women are the same. I said, maybe on G.I. Joe, he didn't know what the hell that was, but not in real life. Maybe She-Ra on cartoons or whatever. I said, I don't know what the F. And then I look at the video games y'all were playing. I'm like, oh my God, this is why.
Yeah. I mean, it's only gotten worse since then.
Every
with the
woman
video
character
games.
she's built like a brick shit house. She's beautiful, big boobs, big butt,
Yep.
and she's out there with long legs. And she's kicking the shit out of everybody
Well, I mean, now they're
with heels on.
well, now they're making the female characters that are overpowered. They're making them like huge, like fat blimps with like pink hair and like.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Now.
Yes, you're kidding me, or no? What do you mean?
No, I'm not kidding you. So now in these video games, 300, 400, 500-pound women who are 5 feet tall are doing flips and beating up everything around them. So
Yeah, I have to say this. I've never struck a woman. Well, I have. I'll be honest. At a club, she was a Tongan, and she was with a group of men, and I was in a big fight with these 5 of them. There was me and a couple other guys. And when I got outside, the only time I remember ever hitting a woman, I never, even when I had to throw a woman out, I always had the other bouncers do it. I couldn't do it. I said, I don't want to do it because if they start punching me in the face and the guy gets involved, it might be whatever. So take the woman out of the way so I can deal with these guys because there were some tough dudes in there. But there was this fight one time. I wasn't even working there anymore. And this woman, she must have hit me real hard because I remember all of them just punching hard as hell. And my jaw was swollen. My nose was busted. But I went outside and the cops were like, you were fighting with these guys and this gal. And I'm like, gal? I know what the hell he was talking about. He said, well, there's four girls and a guy, or 4 guys and a girl here. And I was like, going like, what is this guy? Is he blind? Is he one of these, in the early days of trans, whatever? I was like, what is he talking about? Was he Austin Cop or something? I don't know what's going on. And she stands up and gets her ID. She has to take off her flannel pullover. She took it off. It's a woman. That's the only time I've ever seen a woman fight like a man in my whole life. I've seen some tough women. My friend, we called her Big Mama. She's an African-American woman. She's a really good friend of mine. Her name is Erica. She's sweet as pie. But when she was younger, she was like me. She was a hellraiser, and we hung out together. She grew up in the carnival, so she was really tough. And back in the day, I used her for my light work, and I saw her work over a few guys. But she wasn't going to beat none of us. And we knew that. And she wasn't trying to be the tough guy. She just did her job. To this day, she's a real good friend of mine. Anthony knows her real well.
Oh, yeah. It's very nice.
She's a sweetheart. But she had a mean streak on her back in the day. She'll whoop your ass, dude. And I watched her throw them fists. She was fast. Big girl. There was another one, Mexican girl named Christina. She had a buddy that would come in there with her. Another Hispanic girl. I can't remember her name, but they would beat the shit out of people. Even dudes. But in all the years I bounced and did all that, it was very rare. Very rare. We have a girl that runs our patrol, and she could fight. But against a physiologically the same size guy, I don't think so. And these guys now have grown up thinking that it's okay. Why? Because TV says it all the time. See what happened with your woke, fake ass bullshit lying culture. You have created a bunch of woman beaters, a generation of them. There are more in the millennials than there are in the Gen Xers. Look it up. I don't know if you know about the numbers, unless they've lied about it or it's a Mandela effect and it's changed. But, well, they do lie a lot. I can tell you that. That's how they keep it going. But Dude, I have seen the millennials in my job. I deal with domestics all the time. And it's almost always a young dude beating on his old lady. Not an old lady. I mean, like his woman, and you're just like, and I talk to these people like, what is wrong with you? I've had to peel them off and spray them down and just hold them down, whatever. Cops come, turn them over, whatever. And they're just like, yeah, man, bitch, you're talking shit. I'm like, what? So what? Did her words hurt your head or something? Because you heard hers with your fists. These little bastards grew up playing these stupid ass games and watching these stupid shows and whatever cartoons where women are doing acrobats and beating the shit out of everybody, and they think that's a woman is just like a man. In fact, women are tougher than men. Some of these kids, when they were younger, my nephews used to hang out with, they were dumb, and they thought women were tougher than them.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because computer says so. So it's like a badge of honor if you can beat up a girl. When Tony's little sister was in school, she would get into fights with boys. Chad was training the shit out of her. That's Tony's stepdad. He was training her to do Muay Thai, and she was going to Muay Thai classes, and she was doing jiu-jitsu. She was a badass. And she's still very athletic now. But she would get into fights with boys and beat them up all the time. And I told her, I said, look, girl, it's all good right now. She goes, boys are easy to beat up. I said, yeah, you're all the same right now. When you get older, don't do that. Because I told her, I tried to explain to her, I said, boys in your generation, they're going to beat you up when they get older. Because they don't know any boundaries. They think it's all fair game. They don't. They don't give a shit. I've seen so many women get smacked by dudes. And it is this culture. And the women grow up thinking that they're tougher than they are. And the boys are thinking that they're tougher than they are. And so they can take a punch. No, they'll end up in the ER. And shame on the media that created this nightmare that I see all the time because of my job. So you want to tell me that this isn't happening? Bullshit. Because if I thought it was ethical, I would record it and show you in real time. Because we deal with it once every couple of weeks, if not more. And thank goodness my properties aren't really the bad ones up here. But my patrol guys down in the south and in the central, oh my God, it's horrible. And when I got to go down there and back them up, help them, it's always a domestic. Always a domestic. 90% of the time, it's a damn millennial. Yeah, Scorpion knows her. She was a tough girl. And Christina, she was tough too. What did Scorpion say? More women are getting beat up now than in the past, but that's more incidents that the women are instigating the fight too because of these movies and video games. Yeah. And the women will say something to the guy, and the guy will think it's just perfectly okay to knock the shit out of him. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, there you go. And it all starts, it's all programming, folks. That's what this is all about. I'm telling you that we're living in a what the hell would you call this? Simulation of shit where they're telling us.
I need to pull that closer.
Oh, they're telling, thank you. They're telling us that it's perfectly okay to I've as mad as my mom ever made me, I never put my hands on my mama. And my mom grabbed me by my hair, pulled out a chunk, slapped me, hit me with everything you can only imagine. My stepmother didn't put her hands on me, but she did some things, cruel, psychologically. That I never even told my dad. I just let it go. And if I can do it and I can restrain myself, then you can too. If I can not be a criminal, so can you. If I can obey the laws, even though I don't agree with them all, so can you. Now, you don't have to go along with all this shit, the authoritarian bullshit. But there are certain laws that are just basic human laws. A man is much stronger than a woman. Testosterone, everything. Now they are giving us all kinds of chemicals and shit to make men more effeminate. And that is the truth. But physiologically still, we are way far apart from one another. Men are not like women. When I see a man on TV, YouTube, whatever, pretending to be a girl with makeup all over his fucking face and talking about how he has a period and all this shit, I said, how many people on the planet? 8 billion? And not one of them was ever birthed by a man. Shut your pie hole. Or whatever that is, that hole for. You disgusting weirdo. Because bullshit. I don't give a crap. I ain't trying to offend gay people. They try to call me homophobic, but they've also called me gay, whatever. I don't give a crap what they call me. I know what I am. I'm a straight male. Never had any gay feelings in my life. I don't hate gay people. I'm just not one of them. I'm not championing their cause, and I'm not trying to raise them up. I don't give a shit about them one way or the other. When they did gay marriage or whatever, I'm like, why are we wasting time on this? Go get married. Go jump off a bridge. I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care. Why don't we talk about the economy, how fucked up it is? But I don't go to no bars and cohabit with men and all this other shit. You know, I don't do that. But if you do, you know, more power to you. Go do what you got to do. Go be gay. But don't try to come to me and tell me that I have to conform to your weirdness. Because it is weird to me. I don't understand it, and I never will. But I'll say this. You're a small minority. For I'm not supposed to have to conform to that. And the rest of us shouldn't either. Just know that I don't hate you, but I'm not going to sit here and bend my laws and rules that I govern myself with and that God governs me with and change for you. You want me to be okay with grown men identifying as women going in the bathroom with little girls? I am never going to be okay with that. Never. All this woke bullshit is exactly that. It is bullshit. And I think a lot of people are fed up with it. White, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter, because I've talked to millions of people and they're sick of it. And there's people in other countries that blame us. They're like, all this shit's coming from America and it's over here. And I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a Korean guy. He's one of my old friends. I've known Choi forever. And Choi's back in Korea. And he's like, dude, it's everywhere. He's like, the men are dressing like women and then they beat up girls. And, you know, it's just, what in the hell kind of sickness has this evil unleashed on the world? And I know exactly I can't even say it on this platform. I could name names. Who's behind this shit? It's a pack of them. They're a little clique. Believe me. And they are trying to destroy this world. And they hate Jesus with every breath in their body. They are so vile. They make the people that hate on me look like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. These are evil people. They're the ones that have twisted the minds of those people and made them hate me. Because politically, a lot of those fools are on the same side as me. And they don't even know why the hell they hate me. They just run around hating because they've been brainwashed by this bullshit. And they don't even realize it. And I'm telling you right now, dude, this is the worst time for us to be in each other's throats. We need to stand together because we have an opportunity right now to push this shit out and get it out of your brain, get it out of your minds. Stop being told that you didn't see what you saw because you saw it. Stop letting people tell you that biology isn't biology, physiology isn't physiology. This is bullshit. Unbelievable. And Chris Anderson, I saw your comment of if you had to go take care of your wife, dude. You don't have to be here to moderate. We have plenty of people, Chris. We appreciate it. And if you need to go, you got to go. That's totally cool. Or you can just listen. Go take care of your wife. But anyway, rant over. I'm done. I'm sorry that it went on and on. I mean, but then again, I'm not. If you listen to it, you didn't have to stay here and listen to it. I just felt like, The core of my audience needs to know the truth about where I'm coming from. If you don't like it, then you can jump off. You're free to go. Nobody's got you chained to PRT. Some of these people, they act like they're being forced to watch and they hate me, and so they just can't stop watching me. If you hate me so bad, stop looking at me. Stop looking at it. Just go on your business. Go about your way. Stop trolling. Stop messing. Stop, making rabid, hateful videos and go about your life. Or better yet, get a job. Because if you got a job, you'd probably be entertained a little. You'd have less time. You wouldn't need to try to be entertained by messing with people. That's just a fact. There are people who cannot get it right no matter what. They're just backwards. And we know that. And I do forgive you. I do. But I don't have to take your shit. Okay? I don't. There's no law that says I have to put up with your bullshit. If you don't want to put up with mine, simple thing. Ignore me. Ignore me. Go away. Don't listen. Don't pay attention to me. Pretend like I don't exist. I'll pretend. I really can pretend like you don't exist because I don't care. That's it. But it sounds easier said than done because most of these people just can't. They can't control it. The hatred is strong. Exactly. Don't engage with things you don't like. It's good. And exactly the idle mind. If you got an idle mind, the devil's playing in there. These people have idle minds. A lot of these people, not just there's not a handful. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of people in this country that are able-bodied people who do not work. And I don't understand that. They do not do shit, but they love to complain, and then they want to run out and vote. You shouldn't vote if you're not working. Unless you got a disability or something. I understand that, but I'm talking about these people. There's some of them, they're just scam artists. And you don't have a right to say anything to anybody. Just shut your mouth. If you're not going to do nothing but be a lazy slug, then sit on the porch while everybody else lives their lives. Makes sense to me. But you guys want to, raise hell, whatever, and fight about nothing. That's not aimed at any particular body. That's just whoever is like that. And like I said, there's a few people that come to mind that I've dealt with. And they don't like being told that. We've had to let people go because they come up with every excuse in the book not to work. One of the most ridiculous people that we had working for us, I'm not going to say his name because that would be wrong. But he told me, I can't work this weekend. The weekend, right? The whole weekend. I'm babysitting my girlfriend's dog. That's just the most ridiculous one I remember as of late. And I remember Anthony just telling him, well, you know what? Just go ahead and babysit it forever because that's good. We're good. Because now I'm going to have to go work your shifts. So thank you. So have fun babysitting your girlfriend's dog. Maybe he was being honest. But if he was, that's even more pathetic. I mean, a lie's bad, but you're basically just telling us that you're going to go babysit a dog and derelict your duties you were scheduled for. And then somebody else got to do your job. And then you want to complain and get paid early. This gave me no hope in the American worker. No, I don't have any, what's the word? Faith in the American worker. They have totally drained it out of me from seeing what I've seen. That's why we have this core unit of veterans that have been around for decades, 2 decades, whatever. And the rest are just people that come and go, because they're not interested in working. They don't care. They don't want anything. They don't aspire for anything. Or they'll be up all day playing games or doing whatever they do and then go to work and go to sleep. The sleepers. And fall asleep right in front of a camera so our client sees it. And then be mad at us because we let them go. This is what we deal with all the time. I hate it. I'm ready to just be done with this, but I can't. I'd like to do this full time, but I can't. Now, I could just throw it all to roll the dice and throw it all out there and give up, a good paying career and try to do this full time. But with the money we make now, we could never do it. We can't. Thank you for that donation, Joe. We appreciate it. But I mean, yeah, Carrie, no work ethic. Carrie also says, I detest a lazy person. Lazy people. My gosh, they're lazy. I've never seen so many. It's gotten worse and worse and worse since I first started. I knew there were a lot of lazy people when I was first doing this job, but then when I became like running the business, it was like, what the freaking hell? Goodness gracious, I've heard it all. I had one guy tell me his bird, he had a bird. He really did have a bird because he brought it with him to work. He said, my bird, get this, my bird shitted all over my uniform. I can't go to work. That was years ago. Can't say his name, but And I was like, wow, your bird shitted on your uniform. You can't work. I was like, can you wipe it off? No, it's bad, man. No, it's bad. I had it underneath his cage and he just, I said, well, you have 3 shirts. There's none. Those other ones, they're not clean. You don't know how to use a washing machine? No, man. I met my girls and she don't have my shirts are they're in another town. I did just buy. Okay, goodbye. Think of a better excuse next time. And then I saw him one day when he came to get his check, and he was like, I was being honest, man. I really did. My bird shitted on me. And he showed me the bird. He left the shit on the shirt to show me. I said, it doesn't matter. I'm sitting there at my desk. I said, it doesn't matter. I said, you had 2 other work shirts, and you made up a bunch of excuses. From the time you had 2 hours, you couldn't drive over there and get one of the shirts and go to work. You knew you were supposed to work. I mean, why? How could this bird have ruined your security career? He wanted to, when I first hired him, he wanted to be like a secure, have his own business and all this stuff. Well, guess what? He did. He went out and he started his own company, and it lasted approximately 2 months. He had 2 accounts and he couldn't staff them in San Antonio. Unbelievable. He called me one day and asked me if I had anybody that would work in San Antonio. I said, oh, you got your own business? He said, yeah. I was like, and then I told him, I said, well, what do you got? He said, I said, I know a couple people in San Antonio. Maybe I could help you out. But he said it was in the South Side. I said, okay, well, these guys are way north. They probably, it's hard to get somebody to go north to south in Austin, much less San Antonio. Goodness gracious, at rush hour. And so I said, I don't think they'd be able to make it there in time. A couple weeks later, he was looking for a job again. I said, no. Bird might shit on the shirt again. Been through it all, folks. One guy claimed that his wife had punched him in the leg when they were horse playing, and now his leg had swollen up and he was having to go to the ER because he thinks it may have damaged something or whatever. And it was so unbelievably stupid. He was making it up as he went along. And I was just like, I said, so let me guess, this is a Friday night that you can't go to work. I should be able to work though by Monday. Oh, the whole weekend is blown, huh? Okay. All right. Well, you know what, dude? I'll call you back on Monday. I never did. He kept calling and texting. I was like, nah, dude. No, man. Don't, Anthony, you've seen it all too. You've heard it, all this shit.
Yep.
I mean, it is, you call them and they're asleep.
The one guy who was a grown man said, oh, hang on. Let me ask my friends if it's okay for me to go to work.
Yeah.
He was like in his late 20s, 30s, grown man. We call him up. I guess he's hanging out with his friends and
playing video games.
Yeah, playing video games. And it's like, oh, I got to ask my friends if it's okay for me to go to work. How old are you? Dude?
I couldn't believe it.
What is that? Got to ask your friends permission. Just go to work if you like. Do you want to eat or not? Very simple.
Yeah. Carrie says here, I'm 60 and outwork young guys on a loading freight. Teens, most took off. They've been there 30 years with just roof and I-beam. So yes, cold, most call out. This is the difference though, Carrie. You're in a very hard labor job where you're outdoors and all this stuff. These people are going and sitting on their ass. Most people that work for us, I have to tell them, move around because you'll get fat because it's so easy. Sitting on your ass. People look at YouTube, they play video games, whatever the hell, and it just depends on what post you're on. And I try to discourage a lot of that bullshit because they'll be in front of cameras doing this shit. And I'm like, dude, you need to do your job. It is so easy. And then they can't even write a damn report that's halfway filled out for them already on a phone app. Can't even do a report. And then when you question, but they still want to get paid. And then when you question them, they're like, oh, I didn't do it. And then sometimes they want to crack wise. Oh, I guess I'm lazy. Well, I guess you're fired. Or you can do it. And don't make another joke to me because this is bullshit. And I am not one of those people that just gets off on wielding power and making. I don't want your life to be hard. Just do your job so my life isn't hard. Okay? Because all I care about is pleasing the client, doing our job. Don't come and act like fucking RoboCop, but don't act like lazy ass pothead dickhead either. If you're a wannabe cop or you're a slacker, go away. If you just want a decent job with decent pay and you want to get treated correctly, I treat people correctly, so does Anthony, then come work. Otherwise, don't. But these people, they make it so hard. And the excuses why you can't go to work. And never fails. Every time they call us back, they want to come back to work. No, dude, no. I'd rather go do it myself. You're unreliable. And some of them I'm still friends with, and I'll be like, I'm your friend, but you're never working for me again. I will never be your boss again. I don't want to be your boss. I'll be your friend. I'll see you at the gym. You know, I might see you at the bar, grill, whatever, when I go eat or whatever. Cool. Let's be friends, but let's not work together. And one guy, he wanted to get a job at a place that my friend owned, and I mean, I couldn't vouch for him. Friend asked me point blank, and he just asked me the truth, and I just said, look, all I can tell you is he is a non-rehire for us. We can never rehire that guy. Okay. That's it. Didn't give him details, didn't talk bad about the guy, didn't say anything. I don't do that. Don't say your name. But these people, they do what they do. I mean, you got some crazy stuff. One guy, one of the only times anybody ever tried to file unemployment was crazy. This guy, he got caught on post smoking marijuana and drinking whiskey. But this was 15 years ago, maybe longer, maybe probably my first, I'd say second year doing this. So 17 years ago. But this guy, he tried to do, and since then, I haven't nobody tried to do that. I've had two people ever in 18 years or 19 years. I've had two people try to do that. This guy was something else, and he had his grandmother and his grandfather and his mother calling me, leaving all kinds of crazy messages. And he was telling them that I owed him money, $600. When the police took his shirt off of him and he called me to come get it, and I knew the cop, so I came and got it. It was unbelievable. And his mother and his grandfather insulted me every way possible, calling me every name in the book, racist, everything you could think of. You're a racist. Really? Because I'm Hispanic too. But to them, I wasn't brown enough, I guess. Whatever. I said, your son's lying. No, he's not. He don't lie. Well, he is. He's lying. He hasn't told you the whole story. Thank goodness for an Iraqi veteran, war veteran, who worked for us for 3 years. He knew this guy personally because he had helped him get hired. He did the right thing, and he called that woman, and he told her, you need to stop. This is what he did. And he stuck up for us. Thank God. The other person that filed for unemployment was a person that was once with one of my dear friends, and she tried to lie and tell them that I discriminated against her for being a lesbian. And I was like, "Oh, she's a lesbian." I had no idea, because after my friend, she was with some other guy, and now all of a sudden she's gay and I'm discriminating against her. Because I told him the truth. I said she didn't come to work. She just didn't show up, and then never did show up. And then we tried calling her, and no, nothing. No call, no show. Then I get told that I am discriminating. This is the kind of shit you go through. So if you want to have a company, you better be ready for the nonsense. Crazy nonsense, dude. So it's really ridiculous. We've caught people asleep with a video game controller in their hand and an entire TV and an Xbox set up right there in a guard shack. And this person threatened to go to the Workforce Commission, and I told them, please do. Go. So I can show them the photos of you with, a mountain of energy drinks, smelling like whatever the hell you were eating, laying there on the floor of the guard shack with a video game controller in your hand, asleep, hard hat on your chest. And I had to have a talk with the superintendent, and then the vice president, the operations manager, whatever, of the construction company. And I said, "Oh, can you help me out? Could you use the cameras? Because this guy is claiming that he's going to go to unemployment." And they laughed. They were like, "Yeah, let him try." Crazy damn shit. Who would, in their right mind, would think that that's okay? This is the world we're living in now, folks, and it starts with all of this bullshit in the media. The media has shaped or warped the minds of people, especially young people. It's not until you get older when you really start to realize how stupid you were when you were young. When you're in your 20s, you know what you should do? You should shut up and just listen. You're in your 20s, you're the best you're ever going to look. Some people, they get better when they're in their 30s, whatever. Very rare. But you just all downhill after 35, whatever. You got to work at it. You got to really work at it. You can't keep your good looks. You got to work at it. Typically, not always. Now, when you're in your 20s, you don't know shit. Okay? So maybe shut up and learn something. But then you have people who are in their 40s and they still haven't learned shit. These goofy fuckers stay that way. They're still running around doing drugs and drinking and acting like you're like, you see them somewhere, you go pick up some food or something. Because there's a couple places in Taylor, like there's a bar that has good food. I don't drink, but I'll go in there to get the food, and they'll be in there like, "Hey, oh Turner, what's up, Wolf? How you doing, man?" And you're like, "Wow, you're 45 still." Sure. "Oh, I just got out of jail for the third time. Or stupid ex-wife wants child support, bitch." Whatever. And some guys get railroaded with that shit. I know. But not this dude. Always in trouble. "Oh, I hit a dude with a wrench upside the head at work. He fired me for no reason." Still a troublemaker. "Remember when you used to be a troublemaker?" "Yeah, I was like in my early 20s. Yeah, I still am." "Yeah, I noticed, dumb fuck." Grow up. Who you got in the Super Bowl? Nobody. "Oh, Satan versus Leviathan. Gonna be great. I'm talking about Satan." Don't care. It's just the way of the world, and it is so. Yeah, eating Doritos. It is unbelievable. I haven't touched Doritos in 10 years. You think the guy that founded Doritos was like, "You know what? I have a mission to make everyone obese. I succeeded. Thank you, NFL. Thank you, NBA." Just sitting there. One of my nephew's sisters has been fat her whole life, and she's not my niece. I don't claim her, but she just I'd see her get one of those family-sized Dorito bags and just eat the whole thing sitting there watching crap.
I hate sitting there eating chips.
Yeah, and then
I don't see how people can do that.
And then she'd be like, "I just can't lose weight." I'm like, "No shit."
Like I'll eat everything. I mean I eat like a champ, but I don't know, man. That's kind of my litmus test for stuff. Like if I see something and I wouldn't even eat it, I'm sorry, but there's a part of me that's gonna kind of judge you for sitting there eating the whole bag or the whole thing of that, because I don't discriminate on what I eat. I just eat whatever. But if it's too much, for me, you shouldn't be eating it with your big fat self. I'm sorry. It's just like eating whole bags of chips. I don't do that. I can't do that. It's a waste of stomach space. It can be used for clean protein, carbs, fiber, just real nutrition, not like ultra processed crap that was made in the factory 6 months ago. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm gonna look down on you for eating that. It's garbage. You're eating garbage, right? And there's no excuse, because the excuse is that, oh, I'm broke, I'm poor, so this is cheaper to eat this ultra processed crap. No, it's not, because I mean, last time I checked, rice and beans, poor man's food, you can buy them by the pound for like a fraction of the price. But you don't want to cook, you don't want to do anything for yourself. You just want to open a bag and have some crap ready made to stuff down your gullet. It's laziness. Like I don't get it, and I'm never going to.
So this guy starts off up here medieval 420 because he's a pot smoker. I've listened to you for 20 minutes, and you are an ESTP. Google and YouTube the 16 MB. Oh God, whatever. Okay, dude. Let's look into Scientology too while we're at it. Or you know what? The Enneagram. How about that? I read that back when I was in
that
my 20s.
MBTI is just horoscopes for nerds.
Bullshit.
That's all it is. I mean, like, what is there, like 12 zodiac signs? Yeah. Well,
Okay.
MBTI is just that.
Throw the link out
with
there.
extra steps.
Throw the link out there.
The link for what?
For the show. Give it to him.
Oh, to join?
Yeah.
All
This
right.
is just a bullshit show anyway. Come on. Get on.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is, kiddo. Let's see what you look like. Come on and talk. You like, prove me wrong. I'll prove you wrong right now, dude. I'd love a good debate. Anybody wants to jump on and talk some shit? Let's do it. Come on. There it is right there. Come on, kiddo. I've been listening for 20 minutes. I've had a show for 6 years. We have 40,000 subscribers, and we have a lot more on the podcast. So let's go. Bring it. Smart ass. You want to talk? Let's talk, dude. I'll let you speak too. Prove to me what you're talking about. Or did he vanish? He said, if anyone in here can prove me wrong, please, with all due respect, prove me. Problem is you cannot. Well, let's do it.
Yeah, I've actually taken that MBTI quiz myself, just for shits and giggles, whatever. It told me I was INTJ, but whatever. I mean, like I said, it's just horoscopes for nerds, dude. That's all it is. I don't take it seriously.
He says that I am closed-minded. Closed-minded, why? Because I don't believe with you like you do. I don't correspond to your wokeness. Let's see how woke you are. Let's take a little quiz myself. Let me ask you a few questions. Huh? When you wake up and you see the clouds in the sky, are you offended? Do they piss you off because they're white? Well, are you not happy if you don't have a boss that's a transgendered person? Is that what's going on here? What's your problem? What's your problem, buddy? Let's talk about it. Medieval 420.
All right. Well, if you're not too high, I would say maybe put the bong down for a second. Then you would realize that I posted the link to join the show already. It's in the chat. All you have to do is scroll up.
He's too stoned.
All right. It might take you a minute, but just kind of take your finger and just place it somewhere on your phone and start scrolling up. Eventually, you'll see the link. It says join the show, then colon, and then the link is right there. All right. So stop asking for it to be posted, and stop smoking weed.
Ain't nobody running and hiding. I do all the things you probably don't like. I watch podcasts every now and then.
Well,
when I
he
get a
said something
chance.
bad about weed, so he's probably gonna have
Here
an
he is.
emotional
Bring
fit.
him on. Let's do this. Where's my deals at? Let's talk. Don't shy away. I could smell it from here. Okay, guy, explain to me why I'm closed-minded and I'm silly.
Well, you're a censor, first of all.
Okay, well,
Everybody has-
where's your face? Show us your face. Want to know who you are.
Yeah,
Your
that's
name
not
is-
going to happen.
Your mom and dad did not name you Medieval 420.
Well, no. Duh.
Oh, okay. How long have you been listening to the show?
20, 30 minutes maybe now.
So you stumbled
30,
onto it.
40, 30. Well, again, I am very highly. How do I say this? Again, if you look up an INTP, within that stuff you're wanting to bash. Again, when you take a look into this, you'll understand because, and you will come up as an ESTP. Take the test. You want to prove me wrong? Take the test real quick. The cheap one, the free one, and see if you're not an ESTP. Because again, I just know I can see people and how they talk because there's patterns in between each personality of who each person is.
Mm-hmm.
I have narrowed it down to I can just look at somebody's fucking house and tell what kind of personality they have because there's judgers who like that they're prissy. They're very fucking prissy. J's are prissy. INTJ, they can go fuck off. Sorry. I'm an INTP, just right underneath them. INT, we have the same functions, INTJ, INTP. Where the one motherfucker wants to judge because they judge before they think. Prove me wrong. Take the test. If you don't
what if I how old are you, Medieval
48.
48 years old. Yeah, you sound older than I thought you were. So let me say something to you. Okay. You
I've been researching this for 6 years now. You're not going to be able to do it.
Good. Okay. I have had a show for 6 years now. Okay. And tonight we're talking about things that aren't really paranormal, whatever. The show's over. This is after hours, whatever. We decided to have a whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. The system that you're talking about, I'm familiar with that, and it is not something that I believe in. So I don't give a shit.
Why don't you believe in it?
Because I don't believe in astrology for nerds. I don't. I'm not going to buy into that. So I'm not going to take a test to prove to try to prove you wrong.
Prove me wrong then. If you're not an ESTP, then
I'm proving you wrong.
Prove me wrong.
You're saying because what you said was, and I'm a closed.
Don't be ignorant. Prove me wrong. Don't be ignorant.
I'm a closed-minded individual because I offended you.
Semi-closed-minded. Yeah. You didn't offend me.
Semi-closed-minded. Oh, I didn't offend you. First of all, you're not going to saying it over and over and over again 100 times. What is that?
Dude, he's giving you a response and you keep interrupting him. So if you're not insecure, then allow the man to have his response. Because if you ask the man a question and you keep interrupting that response, that means that you're insecure in yourself and your own ability to rebuttal what he's saying.
No, it's part of the Asperger's.
Okay, so let him speak. There you go. Excuse me, let him speak. There you go.
You have Asperger's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most INs do.
Yeah, my cousin's got that. Okay, so what do you do for it? You smoke a lot of pot?
I try to.
So is that going to help your thinking and your get out of here?
Absolutely.
So you come on the show basically confirming that you're a pothead. You're a pothead, and I'm literally socially giving you anxiety, probably because you're a socialist, right?
Well, you're not giving me fucking anxiety. I just want to fucking show how ignorant you are in your thinking.
How ignorant I am, really. I'm ignorant because of what I'm saying. Is it offending you?
No, it's not offending me. It offends the fucking world. First of all,
you are so off base. What world do you live in? That reality, the real reality.
It's bullshit world that they're for the same reason I have to fucking smoke to fucking deal with this piece of shit fucking world is because of the fucking non-fucking thinkers. Again, you are a T because you're a thinker. So again, that's where you get your T from. Again, you're also a perceiver. You're also an S because again, you're a simple mind. That's what that S don't stand for. That is
Yeah.
their sensors.
Simple
Intuition people have again, you have 5 senses, and then you have your 6th sense, which would be intuition. And if you look at if you go actually look it up, there's 8 sensors, there's 8 intuition, there's 8 of everything. There's 4 of everything. There's 2 of everything. When you go break this shit down, you'll understand what I'm trying to tell you, what you won't be able to, because your RETJ buddy there might be able to somewhat if he actually takes the time and looks at it, and does some research into it. It's not pseudoscience. There are only 16 personalities that exist, past, present, and future.
Well, that makes sense because there's only 26 facial archetypes. And I guess that you don't think that that's real either, that sometimes people that look the same actually act the same. Do you not see a pattern in that?
You know what? You remind me of my friend, my best friend, who is also an ESTP, because again, they have a very simple mind. You guys have a way of talking. You have a way of dressing. You have a way of carrying yourself. Again, you're a smooth talker. If you aren't, again, most.
What is your IQ?
Fuck, I don't know.
You don't know, but you know all this other pseudo shit, right? You don't know.
Yeah, because it's called an INTP.
You've never taken an IQ test in your life.
Never. I test well.
I bet you, I'm willing to bet that it's about 100.
Probably a little bit more than that, but hey,
I don't think it's much higher.
Each their own. Oh,
so my IQ is extremely high, but I'm a simple mind, though, right? Because I'm going to say something.
I don't care. I don't care how high your IQ is.
Medieval times. I'm not going to censor you. I'm going to let you talk, but let me speak here. Okay, 6 years I've been on the show, and we've talked about everything from mathematics, and I'm talking geometry, science, tons of science, history, language, all these different subjects that I've talked about on the show. All these different people who give me their encounters, and I've had people come on and tell their encounters. We've done all kinds of stuff on this show. 6 years. And you show up, and in 20 minutes, you've figured it all out, and you're inebriated with marijuana. And you're going to sit up here.
Inebriated with alcohol, not marijuana. But
my God. Okay. All right. You're good. Thank you for clearing that up for me. You're inebriated with alcohol. You show up to challenge me. And all you do is keep telling me to join the astrology club.
That's the problem. I'm not saying join it. Look at it and prove me wrong.
Okay, I will. You know what I'll do? I'll actually take the stupid test but it doesn't matter what I come up as. You're going to come up STP, NTP. It doesn't matter. LBG key. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You are a leftist. That's first and foremost. I know that.
Oh no, I'm not a leftist.
Really? Because you sure do sound like it. You're offended by everything I said.
Hang on.
You said I'm offending the world. No, I'm not offending the world by saying what needs to be said. You are upset about it.
No, you just have some arrogant ideas, which comes from an ESTP because
arrogant ideas. Name the arrogant idea that's offending you. I need
ESTPs
you to say what the arrogant
dumbnesses.
Name the arrogant idea that I have that you're upset about.
Just the way you have a thought on stuff. You have a very closed mind, which is not odd for a P because P's usually perceive things instead of judge. Why?
Okay.
Can we talk about reality instead of
can
this
you give us
system you're on?
Can you give us a concrete example of exactly what specific idea you're talking about? Like, let's just stop being general here. Get down to the nitty gritty. Just break it down. Give one specific example. That's it. Floor's yours, man. Just take it away.
I'm trying to, again, this is the part of that Asperger part and autism part. And not to mention getting cracked in the head real good when I was younger. Anyway,
drinking and smoking marijuana is not going to help that. Medieval.
Yeah, no bullshit. Stop. Enough. Because again, some of your most brilliant motherfuckers did drugs a whole lot.
Yeah, I did years ago, but I got off of it. You're 47. You need to stop. It's going to kill you.
No, it ain't. I hope it does. I fucking hope it does. I fucking hope it does.
Okay.
So
I'm going to let you go, man. I don't need this negativity.
No, don't let me go. Let me finish so you can understand. Let me finish so I can understand. So
you're very negative.
There's really not much.
Stop cussing and stop being so negative. Just talk normal.
Okay, I won't swear. I'll try not to swear.
All right.
Again, it's just my natural. It's my natural part. And I don't. Yeah. See, this is where The people with that are S's that are sensors have no fucking clue. I'm sorry, I did it again. I'm sorry. You know, there's an INTJ. He said he took your dude there next to you, or who was ever with you there. INTJ.
Mm-hmm.
This is a battle between the two of us, INTJ, INTP. Okay,
I don't perceive it that
we
way,
share the
Parmer
same
Ln.
three. Again, I'm a perceiver. You're a judger. Where you're concrete, I'm abstract. So,
Well,
Okay.
that makes sense because you're. I know a lot about Asperger's. My little cousin has it.
well, then again, you would have to know that even autism people, because I would like to give you movie references, because since I can't explain it very well, I would like to show you movies or tell you movies to.
I'm going to be
movie
honest with you,
references or-
Medieval. I'm going to be real honest with you for a minute, okay? The only reason I'm giving you this much floor because of everything you've already said and whatever is because you claim to have that, and I have sympathy for that, okay? But
I
have you
don't
ever?
have sympathy for it. I don't care because
Well,
I'm not a
I'm
feeler,
not
dude.
feeling
I'm not
sorry
a
for
feeler.
you. I'm not
You're
feeling
not going to
sorry
hurt
for
my
you.
feelings.
I'm
You're
not
not going
feeling
to hurt
sorry
my
for you.
feelings.
My
You're not
cousin
going to hurt my feelings.
had the same thing that you had, okay? And I had to be very patient with him. I had to help him register for school, things like that. But he was very brilliant. He's a very smart kid.
Yeah, most INTPs are, and INTJs. Again, no mistake.
So that doesn't mean that you're
INTJs are
not smart.
masterminds.
You can be very intelligent and have Asperger's.
Oh yeah,
But
most
the
of them
thing,
do. Most of them do.
yeah. But the thing is,
Einstein, yeah,
you
he had the
can't come
same
on
fucking
and
thing.
just start out being insulting. Okay. All right. Now here's the
I
thing. You're
was only
saying,
insulting. I was only insulting because, again, I know that ESTP, one, they can take it because they're a thinker, not a feeler. Okay, because if you were a feeler, your feelings would get hurt. Which you're not a feeler because you're a T. That's where that T and F comes in when you look at that stack and those
no,
people.
my feelings get hurt. I just don't wear it on my sleeve. I
They
can't.
can't. Again, I'm not. Okay. See, this is where I have to be very specific and detailed, and it's very hard for me to explain until you've done the research. Please just do me a favor. Just do the research for.
Okay.
Put in.
I'll take the test.
I
It doesn't
kind of.
matter to me because I
It
don't
doesn't matter
believe
if you take the test.
It's like the Enneagram. I don't believe in it.
I
So
don't like the Enneagram. You know, I don't like that Enneagram is bullshit, and so is the Big Five. They're bullshit. Okay, because they're way back. Because Carl Jung, you know who Carl Jung is?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, he's the one that came up with this, and so did the sisters. What the fuck is the MB?
No. Carl Jung did not come up.
Well, he kind of set this up.
No, that's not
But-
true. Carl Jung was Freud's understudy who proved that Freud was
Yes,
a
he
sick
was.
wacko.
I know all this. Yes,
Okay.
I know.
And he did not come up with this. This is not
He
his
didn't.
system.
No,
This was
it's-
somebody else that came up and co-opted his work and said, "Hey,
Yes,
we're going to
it was
build a
two
system."
sisters.
Yes, and they are completely batshit crazy, dude. I don't believe it.
Well, do a little
Sorry.
bit more research.
I
Just
will.
do a
I will
little
do
bit
that
more
though,
research
because
on
you're
that.
right. I will look more into it. But I have
I'm nothing about
looked
research.
into it, and
That's
I
all
thought
I
this
do.
is stupid because there are so many holes.
No, there's not. There is not. When you actually break it down, when you actually I've spent 6 years researching this whole motherfucking thing.
Stop cussing
Like,
if you can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry. It's because what aggravates the tar out of me is those S's have a very concrete, simple mind. They have
But you don't watch the show. We talk about everything abstract on here.
I
Listen to
know,
the show.
I know, but the stuff that you were saying was a typical one. First of all, in ESTP, you're an entrepreneur. Okay, that's what an ESTP is. They're an entrepreneur. A lot of ESTPs are very, not in your case,
You can't put me in a
but
box.
most
Dude. I'm not that guy. You
most
don't know me, man. You don't know me at all.
there's variations of each personality. Okay, first of all, there's variations of each personality type. I'm not the nerdy pocket protector kind of nerd INTP. I am a very turbulent because again, this is where you're gonna have to separate stuff.
What
You have
happened if
calm
you drink and
people.
smoke a lot? Yeah.
You have calm people that are assertive, and you have turbulent people. They kind of they have a quick fuse. They have a quick lit fuse, whereas an assertive person does not. I'm turbulent. I'm an INTPT, so I am turbulent. I'm not one of those nerdy Revenge of the Nerds. Again, I'm mostly INTPs. So, because this is where I like to, because since I can't explain it very well, because what's up in the mind of up here doesn't communicate very well speaking, so I have to usually use music or movie or some other kind of reference to explain what I'm trying to say. So when you take a deep dive and actually do some actual research, you will understand. I can't. It's hard to explain because
Well, maybe we can talk again when you're sober and you're more clear-headed, because I
I am
can't
addicted.
do anything with somebody who's been drinking. Okay, so I'm going to let you go, but thank you for calling in. This doesn't prove anything one way or the other,
Oh, it
but
does.
it does prove that I was willing to let you come on. I'm not closed-minded as you think I
Hey,
am.
that's cool. I love it. Thank you. I absolutely. You know what?
All right.
Thank you.
I encourage you to listen to the different episodes of the show, and then you can formulate an opinion about me.
Well,
one
you're
way
still an ESTP.
20 minutes listening to me is not going to make it. You cannot judge
Well, you
somebody.
said some very ignorant stuff in there about, again, I'm not gay either, because this is where I'm not gay either. But do you know, because there's patterns within people's personalities, and this is where I will definitely rain on you on. I can pick up on patterns very, very, very quickly.
Go ahead.
And it also says that with INTPs, because that's what we do.
So I was
We
saying
create
ignorant things.
patterns.
Go ahead. What was the ignorant things I was saying? Go ahead.
Again, you were talking about, again, it's not something that bothers me, but it does bother other people. This is where I was trying to explain it. It would take like many fucking hours. I'm sorry, I spoke. It would take many hours to explain it.
So are you saying that I'm a homophobe, or I'm
No,
being
no, no, no,
anti-gay, or I'm
no,
gay? Or what are
no,
you trying to
no,
say?
no, no, not at all. Not at all. Not whatsoever.
Mhm.
Okay.
So what have I said that was offensive?
Well, very many things. Again,
Mhm.
there's
It
a
depends
bunch
on
of
which
things you
side of the
said that was
fence
very
you're on, whether it was
offensive.
offensive or not. Because I
I can
believe
agree. I can agree and disagree with Republicans. I can agree
I'm
and
not a
disagree
Republican.
with beliefs of Democrats.
I'm
I
not a
can
Republican.
agree
I'm a
and
Democrat.
disagree with liberals. Okay. It's almost like being an advocate, but that would be the INFJ. But again, I can still see it because I'm still
Well,
an
you've really
IN.
bought into this system a little too much. How about that?
Maybe you should look into it and prove me wrong.
Well, I
There
don't.
you go.
I
But
will
you
actually
won't.
do that because I love to research things. Me and my brother
Then
together took
prove
an
me
IQ
wrong.
test. We took an IQ test at the Church of
I don't care
Scientology.
about an IQ test. I don't care
No,
about an IQ
no, I'm
test.
telling you something, and you let me speak. I'm telling you
Okay.
something. I went
I'm
to
sorry.
the Church of Scientology with my brother and my best friend,
Ooh, that's
and
not good stuff.
we all took it. No, it's not. And I took an IQ test there, and D's was like in the 140s. Mine was in the 160s. So I know I'm not stupid. And D was drunk when he took it, so I'm
Oh,
pretty
you're
sure
not
he's smarter
stupid
than I am.
either. ESTPs are not stupid. They're very smart. I'm not saying that.
But that doesn't transfer to feelings and things like that. But I definitely have feelings. I just can't. I've cried on my show. People have mocked me, made fun of me, made videos making fun of me for crying on my show because I've cried. I've shown my emotions. I've
That is that
opened up
P
and
of you.
showed my emotions to people,
That's
and people have backstabbed me. They've underhanded me. They've robbed me. They've done everything they can to me. And you know what? All I can say is this: that I love everybody and I pray for everybody, and I'm not closed-minded. But to me, enough is enough.
semi
There's
close
enough.
minded.
Well, enough is enough of the bullshit. All right. There needs to be some sort of balance. And right now, we've swung too far one way.
You know what? I have been preaching that for a good while now. Is balance it, because where I'm a T, I'm a thinker. My wife is an F. She's a feeler. Okay, this is where you get those 4 stacks within that. Again, because there's no money to be made within the MBTIs. There's many, 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 many jobs out there. I don't know how many jobs you've applied for, but there's a good amount of jobs that you have to take a personality test. You know why they make you take that? And I'm sure that some of your followers or your listeners have taken this test in some of their jobs. They want to know what person you are. They want to know your personality, how good of a work you are. those people, like, oh, here we go. Those people that are lazy, I would be one of those people. I am not a physically doer kind of person. I am a mentally kind of doer person. So, not that I don't. When I go to a job, again, this would take like months to explain. There is no amount of money you can have a suitcase full of $2 billion in a fucking suitcase. I'm sorry, I did it again. I'm sorry. You can have $2 million in a suitcase, billion, I don't care, trillion. You know what? If you're going to try and keep me, again, if you offered that to me to stay at the same job day in and day out for 30 years, I'm going to tell you to shove that briefcase right where sun don't shine, right?
Well, I don't tell anybody to stay at a job for 30 years.
Again, you're an entrepreneur. You're a P. That's why. It's because you are a P. You're a perceiver. A J person would have a different perspective on this.
Okay.
They're very concrete and strict.
All right. Well,
So
so nobody's proven any points, but I'm going to let you go. Okay.
okay, good.
All right. I'll see you later.
Later.
Okay. So that was fruitless. I think that he could be an okay person if he would get away from that, pseudoscience. I mean, and you need to quit drinking. And I've tried to, tell people before that smoking marijuana, especially in copious amounts, people don't think it's addictive, but it can be addicting. It has its own natural weaning process, which actually takes 30 days. That's why it takes 30 days to get out of your system. So I don't agree with it. I know a lot of people who use it, and there are not many successful people that use it. They think they are, but their perception is skewed by their use of it. And I can tell you this. One of the only really successful people that smoke copious amounts is probably, I'd say, Joe Rogan. I don't know many in my everyday life. I know rappers do, but look how their lives go. So, who knows? But I know people who after you use it for years, you start to get really thin. People don't know this. They say, well, people that are smoking marijuana, they typically become fat. They do in the interim, but it'll make you lose weight. Eventually you'll start dropping weight, but that's when you're very unhealthy. It's making you very sick at that point. So you got to stop it. You got to quit because it can destroy your body. It'll do all kinds of things to you. And it's, it can be very, very destructive. Well, Medieval, there's things that you can take like CBD, and what is it called? Not CBD, the other one. CBG.
CBN.
That can actually help your body. That'll help the pain. You don't have to take the inebriation with it. But if you seem like somebody who's got more than just physical pain. You have a pain that's there inside. But anyway, folks, the whole point of that is just to bring you on. You want to say what you got to say. Say what you got to say. Don't shy away. I'm not going to shy away from nobody's whatever they say. I don't care. Let me guess, Dick. Is that the episodes that you were on? But those would have been the podcast episodes, all right? Well, what it is, Medieval, is that you need to take something that'll help with your pain. I have severe pain too in my body. I don't talk about it all the time, but I have a lot of back pain, and sometimes in my knees. I've had a lot of gout and kidney stones, and I've had issues. And you should look into trying some of this stuff, because not all CBD is there's different kinds that'll help with your pain. And then there's some that won't do anything. It'll help your mind a little bit, but that's about it. But you can look into it. There's kind that you can tell. I can't tell you what to do with your life. You're going to have to figure it out. But as far as being offended, I mean, if you don't feel that it's offensive, I don't see why you continue to say all that. But I would suggest to you to go back and listen to the shows. watch as many as you want, as many as you can. I don't want you as a listener. I'm not trying to make you a listener or make you a fan or whatever the hell. I'm just a real guy. This is who I am all the time. I'm not playing a role. And if you want to listen to the show, you can make a positive or negative opinion after a few shows, rather than just jump on for 20 minutes and go, oh man, this is terrible. And you said dogging other people. No, I'm telling you the kind of crap that people do. And this is what what they do and what they make people like us go through. I would love to not have to do my other job, but unfortunately I have to go. I really do. I have to get out of here. I'm behind on my stuff. I got to go. But thank you for tuning in, folks. This is a bunch of, talking, whatever. This isn't the show, Nellie says, I don't believe he has Asperger's syndrome. What did she say? I do believe he has a drinking problem. And the thing is, we're not mean people typically, but, venting because the things need to change in this world. They really do. And for the better. And I'm not a bad guy. You can think I am, you can say whatever, but I wouldn't put you on and let you talk. And talking to you, I don't know if you have Asperger's syndrome or not. I'm not going to say because I don't know you. And people have tried to troll us a lot. But I will say this, you need to stop drinking. At least, and maybe slow down on the THC consumption. My opinion. Okay. I'm not a doctor. You do what you think is best. All right. Folks, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for tuning in. We had a good time. And thank you for listening. And it is what it is. Yeah, THC has benefits. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm talking about overusage. There's things you can take in small amounts that's great. It's great for you. But then when you take too much, it could stop your kidneys, your heart, your liver, all kinds of things. So there's all sorts of things that are good for you in small amounts, but in large amounts, it can really mess you up. I ate a gummy one time, and dude, I was dizzy for 3 days, and it had you okay?
Yeah.
It had a copious amount of THC in it. And I was like, what the hell? And the guy at the store had recommended that, and he said it would help me with my pain and everything else. All it did was make me sick. It just wasn't good. That's it. Simple as that. So maybe in small amounts, but I mean, it wasn't nothing but a little gummy, and they put way too much in that. If they had cut it into maybe a quarter of the amount that they put in there, it probably would have been great. But instead, I felt like I was going to die. I get up and dizzy for 2.5 days. Dizzy. What the hell? I mean, that doesn't do nothing good for you. Because I asked the guy, he was like, oh, yeah, that was great. Oh, yeah, whatever. Bullshit. No, dude. Never again with that crap. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. I got to run. I got to jump. I'll see you on Sunday. Good night.